Chapter 1 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1. The aristocracy of Zenith were dancing at the Kennepoos Canoe Club. They two-stepped on the wide porch, with its pillars of pine trunks, its bobbing Japanese lanterns, and never were there dance frocks with wider sleeves, nor hair more sensuously piled on little smiling heads, never an August evening more moon-washed and spacious and proper for respectable romance. 3 guests had come in these new-fangled automobiles, for it was now 1903, the climax of civilization. A 4th automobile was approaching, driven by Samuel Dodsworth. The scene was a sentimental chromo. Crisping lake, lovers in canoes singing Nellie Was a Lady, all very lugubrious and happy, and Sam Dodsworth enjoyed it. He was a large and formidable young man, with a healthy brown mustache and a chaos of brown hair on a massive head. He was, at 28, assistant superintendent of that most noisy and unsentimental institution, the Zenith Locomotive Works, and in Yale, class of 1896, he had played better than average football, but he thought well of the most sentimental sorts of moonlight. Tonight he was particularly uplifted because he was driving his first car. And it was none of your old-fashioned gasoline buggies with the engine under the seat. The engine bulked in front, under a proud hood over 2 feet long, and the steering column was not straight, but rakishly tilted. The car was sporting and rather dangerous, and the lights were powerful affairs fed by acetylene gas. Sam sped on with a feeling of power, of dominating the universe at 12 dizzy miles an hour. At the canoe club, he was greeted by Tub Pearson, admirable in white kid gloves. Tub, Thomas J. Pearson, round and short and jolly, class jester and class dandy at Yale, had been Sam Dodsworth's roommate and chief admirer throughout college, but now Tub had begun to take on an irritable dignity as teller and future president of his father's bank in Zenith. "It runs," Tub marveled as Sam stepped in triumph from the car. "I've got a horse all ready to tow you back." Tub had to be witty whatever happened. "Certainly it runs. I'll bet it was up to 18 miles an hour. "Yeah, I'll bet that someday automobiles will run 40. Tub jeered. "Sure. Why, they'll just about drive the poor old horse right off the highway." "They will, and I'm thinking of tying up with this new Revelation company to manufacture 'em." "Not seriously, you poor chump." "Yes." "Oh, my Lord," Tub wailed affectionately. "Don't be crazy, Sambo. My dad says automobiles are nothing but a fad. Cost too much to run. In 5 years, he says, they'll disappear." Sam's answer was not very logical. "Who's the young angel on the porch?" If she was an angel, the girl at whom Sam was pointing, she was an angel of ice, slim, shining, ash blonde, her self-possessed voice very cool as she parried the complimentary teasing of half a dozen admirers. A crystal candlestick of a girl among black and white lumps of males. "You remember her, Frances Volker, Fran Volker, old Herman's kid. She's been abroad for a year, and she was East, in finishing school before that. Just a brat. Isn't over 19 or 20, I guess. Golly, they say she speaks German and French and Italian and woof-woof and all known languages." Herman Volker had brewed his way into millions and respectability. His house was almost the largest in Zenith. Certainly it had the greatest amount of turrets, colored glass windows, and lace curtains. And he was the leader among the German Americans, who were supplanting the New Englanders throughout the state as controllers of finance and merchandising. He entertained German professors when they came lecturing and looking, and it was asserted that one of the genuine hand-painted pictures which he had recently brought back from Nuremberg was worth nearly $10,000. A worthy citizen, Herman, and his tart beer was admirable, but that this beef-colored burgher should have fathered anything so poised and luminous as Fran was a miracle. The sight of her made Sam Dodsworth feel clumsy as a St. Bernard looking at a white kitten. While he prophesied triumphs for the motor car, while he danced with the other girls, he observed her airy dancing and her laughter. Normally, he was not particularly afraid of young women, but Fran Volker seemed too fragile for his thick hands. Not till 10 did he speak to her when a partner left her, a flushed Corbett in a chair near Sam's. "Do you remember me, Dodsworth? Years since I've seen you." "Remember? Heavens! I wondered if you were going to notice me." "I used to steal the newspaper from Dad to get the news of your football heroisms. And when I was a nice young devil of 8, you once chased me out of your orchard for stealing apples." "Did I? Wouldn't dare to now. Me have next dance?" "Well, let me see. Oh, the next is with Levering Mott, and he's already ruined 3 of my 2 slippers. Yes." If he did not dance with any particular neatness, a girl knew where she was with Sam Dodsworth. He had enough strength and decision to let a young woman understand who was doing the piloting. With Fran Volker, he was inspired. He waltzed as though he was proud of his shining burden. He held her lightly enough, and after the chaste custom of the era, his hands were gloved. But his fingertips felt a current from her body. He knew that she was the most exquisite child in the world. He knew that he was going to marry her and keep her forever in a shrine. He knew that after years of puzzled wonder about the purpose of life, he had found it. "She's like a lily. No, she's too lively. She's like a hummingbird. No, too kind of dignified. She's a flame." They sat talking by the lake at midnight. Out on the dappled water, seen through a cloud of willow leaves, the youngsters in canoes were now singing "My Old Kentucky Home." Zenith was still in the halcyon William Dean Howells days. Not yet had it become the duty of young people to be hard and brisk, and knowing about radios, jazz, and gin. Fran was a white shadow, in a lace shawl over her thin yellow dancing frock, as she drooped down on a newspaper which he had solemnly spread for her on the long grass. Sam trembled a little and sounded very pompous, rather boyish. "I suppose you went everywhere in Europe?" "More or less. France and Spain and Austria and Switzerland and, I've seen the Matterhorn by moonlight and Santa Maria della Salute at dawn. And I've been almost frozen to death at a mistral at Avignon. I suppose you'll be bored in Zenith." She laughed in a small, competent way. "I know so much about Europe, I'm no Cook's tripper, that I know I don't know anything. All I can do in French is to order breakfast. 6 months from now, all I'll remember of Germany is the names of 19 towns, and how the Potsdamer Platz looks when you're waiting for a droschke. But you've done things. What are you doing now, by the way?" "Assistant soup at the locomotive works. But I'm going to take a big gamble and—" "Ever ride in an automobile?" "Oh, yes, several times, in Paris and New York." "Well, I believe that in 20 years, say by 1923 or 4, they'll be as common as buggies are now. I'm going in on a new company here, Revelation Automobile Company. I'll get less salary, but it's a swell gamble. Wonderful future. I've been working on my mechanical drawing lately, and I've got the idea that they ought to get away from imitating carriages. It sounds highbrow, but I mean what you might call a new kind of beauty for autos. Kind of long, straight lines. The Revelation boss thinks I'm crazy. What do you think?" "Oh, splendid." "And I bought me an automobile of my own." "Oh, really?" Let me drive you home tonight." "No, sorry. Mama is coming for me." "You've got to let me take you for a ride. Soon." "Perhaps next Sunday. We must go back to the clubhouse, don't you think?" He sprang up meekly. As he lifted her to her feet, as he felt her slim hands, he murmured, "Certainly like to see Europe some day. When I graduated, I thought I'd be a civil engineer and see the Brazil jungle and China and all over. Regular Richard Harding Davis stuff. But certainly going to see Europe anyway. Maybe I might run into you over there, and you might show me some of it." "I'd love to." Ah, if she desired Europe, he would master it and give it to her on a platter of polished gold. There was the telephone call to her when he should have been installing machinery at the Revelation Automobile Company. There was the drive with her in his new car, very careful, though once he ventured on 17 miles an hour. There was the dinner at the Volkers, in the room with carved beams like a Hofbrauhaus, and Sam's fear that if Fran was kept on food like this, roast goose and stuffed cabbage and soup with labor noodle, she would lose her racehorse slimness. And there was even a moment when, recalling his vow made in Massachusetts Tech after graduating from Yale, that he would cut loose from America and see the great world, he warned himself that between Fran and tying himself to the urgent new motor industry, he would be caught for life. The vision of himself as a Richard Harding Davis hero returned wistfully, riding a mountain trail 2,000 sheer feet above a steaming valley, sun helmet and whipcord breeches, tropical rain on a tin-roofed shack, a shot in the darkness as he sat over a square face of gin with a ragged tramp of noble ancestry. But his mind fled back to the excitement of Fran's image, her spun-glass hair, her tingling hands, her lips that were forever pursing in fantastic pouts, her chatter that fell suddenly into inexplicable silence, her cool sureness that made him feel foggy and lumbering. In a slaty November drizzle, they were tramping the cliffs along the Chaloosa River. Fran's cheeks were alight, and she was humming, but when they stopped to look at the wash of torn branches in the flooded river, Sam felt that he must be protective. She was too slight and precious for such hardship as an autumnal rain. He drew the edge of his mackintosh over her woolly English topcoat. "You must be soaked. I'm a brute to let you stay out." She smiled at him very close. "I like it." It seemed to him that she had snuggled closer. He kissed her, for the first time, and very badly indeed. "Oh, please don't," she begged, a little shocked, her lively self-possession gone. "Fran, you've got to marry me." She slipped from the shelter of his raincoat and, arms akimbo, said impishly, "Oh, really? Is that a new law?" "It is." "The great Yale athlete speaks. The automobile magnate." Very gravely. "No, just a scared lump of meat that's telling you he worships you." Still she stared at him, among the autumn-bedraggled weeds on the river-bank. She stared impudently, but quite suddenly she broke, covered her eyes with her hands, and while he clumsily dabbled at her cheeks with a huge handkerchief, she sobbed, "Oh, Sam, my dear, but I'm so grasping. I want the whole world, not just Zenith. I don't want to be a good wife and mother and play cribbage prettily. I want splendor, great horizons. Can we look for them together?" "We will," said Sam. It was not until 1908, when he had been married for 5 years to Fran Volker, and they had had 2 babies, Emily and Brent, that Samuel Dodsworth came on his real struggle at the Revelation Automobile Company. His superiors in the company had equally prized him for his steadiness and industry and fretted at him for being a dreamer. He was crazy as a poet, they said. Not only did he venture to blaspheme against the great Renaud Duroc dogmas of car designing, not only did he keep on raving about long streamlines, but he insisted that the largest profits would lie in selling automobiles as cheaply as possible to as many customers as possible. He was only assistant manager of production in 1908, but he owned a little stock, and his father-in-law, portly old Herman Volker, owned more. It was hard to discharge Sam, even when he growled at the president of the company, "If you keep the Rev looking like the one-horse shay, we'll go bankrupt." They tried to buy him out, and Sam, who had been absorbed in blueprints and steel castings, had to learn something about the tricks of financing, about bonds, transfer of stock, call loans, discounts to dealers. With Volker's money behind him, he secured 23% of the stock. He was made vice president and manager of production. He brought out the first four-door model, and he saw the Revelation become the sensation of America for a season, and one of its best-selling cars for a score of years. And never these 20 years did he come nearer to the Brazilian jungle than Wall Street, nearer to the tinkling pagodas than the Revelation Agency in Kansas City. But he was too busy to be discontented, and he managed to believe that Fran loved him. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Samuel Dodsworth discovered that there was a snowstorm, nearly a blizzard, whirling about the house. He closed the windows with a bang and plumped back into bed till the room should be warm. He did not move so swiftly as he once had, and above the frogged silk pajamas which Fran insisted on buying for him, his hair was gray. He was healthy enough and serene, but he was tired, and he seemed far older than his 50 years. Fran was asleep in the farther of the twin beds, vast walnut structures with yellow silk draping. Sam looked about the bedroom. He had sometimes caught himself wondering if it wasn't too elaborate, but usually its floridness pleased him, not only as a sign of success, but because it suited the luxurious Fran. Now he noted contentedly the chaise longue, with a green and silver robe across it, the desk, with monogrammed stationery very severe and near English and snobbish, Fran's bedside table, with jeweled traveling clock, cigarettes, and the new novels, the bathroom with its purple tiles. Fran stirred, sighed, and while he chuckled at her resemblance to a child trying to slip back into dreams, she furiously burrowed her eyes into the little lacy pillow, which was crumpled with her determined sleeping. "No use," he said. His rather heavy voice caressed her. "You know you're awake. Rise and shine. Face the problems of humanity and the grapefruit." She sat up, looking at him with the astonishment she had never quite lost at being married, breaking a yawn with a smile, tousling her bobbed hair that was still ash blonde without gray. If Sam seemed older than his age, she was far younger. She was 41 now, in 1925, but, rosy with sleeping, she seemed 31. "I'm going to have breakfast in bed. You're smoking before breakfast again. I haven't had breakfast in bed since yesterday." She yawned amiably, while he swung his thick legs over the edge of his lilac satin comforter and lighted a cigarette. "Yes, stay in bed. Like to myself. Devil of a snowstorm," he said, paddling round to stroke her hair, to nuzzle his ruddy cheek against her soft fairness. "By the way, did I ever remember to tell you that I adore you?" "Why, let me see. No, I don't believe so." "Golly, I'm getting absent-minded. I'll have my secretary remind me to do it tomorrow. Seriously, realize that we finally wind up the old Revelation Company today? Sort of sorry." "No, I'm not a bit sorry. I'm delighted. You'll be free for the first time in all these years. Let's run off someplace. Oh, don't let yourself get tied up with anything new. So silly. We have enough money, and you go on stewing. Must change the design of the carburetor float. Simply must sell more cars in the territory between Medicine Hat and Woolla Woolla. So silly. What does it matter? Do ring for the maid, darling." "Well, no, maybe it doesn't matter. But fellow likes to do his job. It's kind of a battle. Fun to beat the other fellow and put over a thundering big sale. But I am rather tired. Wouldn't mind skipping off to Florida or someplace." "Let's." He had dutifully brought her heavy silver mirror, her brush and comb, her powder, her too gorgeous lounging robe of Chinese brocade. When she had made herself a bit older by making herself youthful, she sat up in bed to read the Zenith Advocate-Times. If she looked fluffy and agreeably useless, there was nothing fluffy in her sharp comments on the news. She sounded like a woman of many affairs, many committees. "Humph! That idiot boy Alderman Klinganger is going to oppose our playground bill. I'll wring his neck. The DAR are going to have another pageant. I will not be Martha Washington. You might be George. You have his detestable majesticness." "Me?" as he came from his bath. "I'm a clown. Wait till you see me in Florida." "Yes, pitching horseshoes. I wouldn't put it past you, my beloved." "Huh. It says here the Candlelight Club expect to have Hugh Walpole lecture next season. I'll see our program committee pinches him off 'em." He was slowly dressing. He always wore large grave suits, brown or gray or plain blue, expensively tailored and not very interesting, with decorous and uninteresting ties of dull silk and no jewelry save a watch chain. But though you were not likely to see what he wore, you noted him as a man of importance, as an executive, tall, deep-chested, his kind eyes never truculent, but his mouth serious, with crescents of wrinkles beside it. His gray-threaded brown mustache, trimmed every week by the best barber at the best hotel, was fully as eccentric and showy as a doormat. He made his toilette like a man who never wasted motions, and who, incidentally, had a perfectly organized household to depend upon. His hand went surely to the tall pile of shirts. Fran ordered them from Jermyn Street, in the huge Flemish armoire, and to the glacial nest of collars, always inspected by the parlour-maid and discarded for the slightest fraying. He tied his tie, not swiftly, but with the unwasteful and extremely unadventurous precision of a man who has introduced as much scientific efficiency into daily domesticity as into his factory. He kissed her, and while she nibbled at sweetbreads and drank her coffee in bird-like sips, and furiously rattled the newspaper in bed, he marched downstairs to the oak-beamed dining-room. Over a second copy of the Advocate and a Chicago paper, he ponderously and thoroughly attended to orange juice, porridge and thick cream, bacon, corn cakes and syrup, and coffee in a cup twice as large as the cup which Fran was jiggling in her thin hand as she galloped through the paper upstairs. To the maid he said little, and that amiably, as one certain that he would be well served. He was not extraordinarily irritable even when he was informed that Emily, his engaging daughter, had been up late at a dance and would not be down for breakfast. He liked Emily's morning gossip, but he never dreamed of demanding her presence, of demanding anything from her. He smiled over the letter of his son Brent, now a junior in Yale. Sam Dodsworth was, perfectly, the American captain of industry, believing in the Republican Party, high tariff, and, so long as they did not annoy him personally, in Prohibition and the Episcopal Church. He was the president of the Revelation Motor Company. He was a millionaire, though decidedly not a multimillionaire. His large house was on Ridge Crest, the most fashionable street in Zenith. He had some taste in etchings. He did not split many infinitives, and he sometimes enjoyed Beethoven. He would certainly, so the Observer assumed, produce excellent motor cars. He would make impressive speeches to the salesmen, but he would never love passionately, lose tragically, nor sit in contented idleness upon tropic shores. To define what Sam Dodsworth was at 50, it is easiest to state what he was not. He was none of the things which most Europeans and many Americans expect in a leader of American industry. He was not a Babbitt, not a Rotarian, not an Elk, not a Deacon. He rarely shouted, never slapped people on the back, and had attended only 6 baseball games since 1900. He knew and thoroughly the Babbitts and baseball fans, but only in business. While he was bored by free verse and cubism, he thought rather well of Dreiser, Cabell, and so much of Proust as he had rather laboriously mastered. He played golf reasonably well, and did not often talk of his scores. He liked fishing camps in Ontario, but never made himself believe that he preferred hemlock boughs to a mattress. He was common-sense apotheosized. He had the energy and reliability of a dynamo. He liked whiskey and poker and pâté de foie gras, and all the while he dreamed of motors like thunderbolts, as poets less modern than himself might dream of stars and roses and nymphs by a pool. A crisis in life had been forced on him, for his Revelation Company was being absorbed by the Unit Automotive Company, the Imperial UAC, with its 7 makes of motors, its bodybuilding works, its $1 billion of capital. Alec Kynance, president of the UAC, was in Zenith, and today the final transfer of holdings was to be made. Sam had wanted to fight the UAC to keep independent this creation to which he had devoted 22 years, but his fellow directors were afraid. The UAC could put on the market a car as good as the Revelation at a lower price and drive them from the market. If necessary, the UAC could sell below cost for a year or 2. But they wanted the Revelation label and would pay for it. And the UAC Cossacks were good fellows. They did not treat Sam like a captive, but as a fellow warrior to be welcomed to their larger army. So at the last, Sam hid from himself the belief that the UAC, with their mass production, would cheapen and ruin the Revelation, and turn his Thunderbolt into a standardized cigar lighter, and he had agreed to their generous purchase price. He was not happy about it when he let himself think abstractly, but he was extremely well trained, from his first days in Zenith High School, in not letting himself do anything so destructive as abstract thinking. Sam clumped upstairs and found Fran, very brisk, fairly cheerful, but still in her brocade dressing gown, but crouching over her desk, dashing off notes. Suggestions to partisans in her various clubs, orders to the secretaries of the leagues which she supported, leagues for the study of democracy, leagues for the blind, societies for the collection of statistics about the effect of alcohol on plantation hands in Mississippi. She was interested in every aspect of these leagues, except perhaps the purposes for which they had been founded, and no Indiana politician was craftier at soaping enemies, advising friends, and building up a political machine to accomplish nothing in particular. She shone at Sam as he lumbered in, but she said abruptly, "Sit down, please. I want to talk to you." "Oh, Lord, what have I done now?" He sat meekly in a chintz-covered overstuffed chair. "Sam, I've been thinking lately. I didn't want to speak to you about it till you had the UAC business all finished, but I'm afraid you'll get yourself tied up with some new job, and I want to go to Europe." "Well, wait. This may be our only chance, the only time you'll be free till we're so old we won't enjoy wandering. Let's take the chance. There'll be time for you to create a dozen new kinds of cars when we come back. You'll do it all the better if you have a real rest, a real one. I don't want to go for just a few months, but for a solid year." "Good heavens!" "Yes, they are good. Think. Here's Emily going to be married next month. Then she won't need us. Brant has enough friends in college. He won't need us. I can chuck all these beastly clubs and everything. They don't mean anything. They're just make-believe to keep me busy. I'm a very active female, Sam, and I want to do something besides sitting around Zenith. Think what we could do. Spring on the Italian lakes, motoring through the Tyrol, London in the season. And I've never seen Europe since I was a girl, and you've never seen it at all. Let yourself have a good time for once. Trust me, can't you, dear?" "Well, it would be kind of nice to get away from the grind. I'd like to look over the Rolls-Royce and Mercedes plants, and see Paris and the Alps. But a year, that's a long time. I think we get pretty tired of Europe, living around in hotels, but I really haven't made any plans. The UAC business was so sudden. I would like to see Italy. Those hill towns must be very curious, and so old. We'll talk about it tonight. Auf Wiedersehen, old lady." He tramped out, apparently as dependable as an old Newfoundland, and as little given to worrying about anything more complex than the hiding places of bones. But he was fretting as he sat erect in his limousine while Smith drove him into town. These moments of driving were the only times when he was alone. He was as beset by people, his wife, his daughter, his son, his servants, his office staff, his friends at lunch and on the golf course, as in his most frenziedly popular days at college, when it had been his duty to old Yale to be athletic and agreeable, and never to be alone, certainly never to sit and think. People came to him, swarmed about him, wanted his advice and his money and the spiritual support which they found in his ponderous caution. Yet he liked to be alone. He liked to meditate, and he made up for it on these morning rides. "She's right," he worried. "I'd better not let her know how right she is, or she'll yank me off to London before I can pack my flask. I wonder... Oh, yes, of course, she does care for me, a lot. But sometimes I wish she weren't quite so good a manager. She just tries to amuse me by playing at being a kitten. She isn't one, not by a long shot. She's a greyhound. Sometimes when I'm tired, I wish she just wanted to cuddle up and be lazy with me. She's quicksilver, and quicksilver is hard when you try to compress it. Oh, that's unfair. She's been the best wife. I haven't given enough time to courting her, what with all this cursed business. And I'm tired of business. Like to sit around and chat and get acquainted with myself. And I'm tired of these streets." The limousine was laboring through a gusty snowstorm, skidding a bit on icy asphalt, creaking and lumbering as it climbed over drifts. The windows of the car were frost emblazoned. Sam impatiently cleared a peephole with the heel of his glove. They were creeping along Conklin Avenue, where the dreary rows of old red brick mansions decayed into boarding houses, the cheap grocery shops and dirty laundries, and gloomy little undertaking parlors and lunchrooms with the blatant sign "Eats," not very entrancing at any time, were turned by the rags of blown snow into the bleakness of a lumber camp, while the breadth of the street made it only the more shelterless and unintimate. On either side were streets of signboards advertising oil and cigarettes, of wooden one-story shacks between old-fashioned yellow-brick tenement houses, gloomy in the sunless snow. A region of poverty without picturesqueness and of labor without hope. Oh, Lord, I'd like to get away from it. Be nice to see the Mediterranean and a little sunshine, Sam muttered. Let's go. The general offices of the Revelation Motor Company were in an immense glass and marble building on Constitution Avenue North, above Courthouse Square, opposite the flashy new skyscraper of the Plymouth National Bank. The entrance to the floor given to executive offices was like the lobby of a pretentious hotel, waiting room in brocade and tapestry and Grand Rapids Renaissance, then something like an acre of little tables with typists and typists and typists very busy, and clerks and clerks and clerks with rattling papers, and a row of private offices resembling furniture showrooms, distinguished by enormous desks in imitation of refectory tables, covered with enormous sheets of plate glass and fanatically kept free of papers and all jolly disorder. The arrival of President Dodsworth was like that of a general commanding. "Good morning," rumbled the uniformed doorman, a retired sergeant. "Good morning," chirped the girl at the inquiry desk, a charming girl whose gentleman friend was said to be uncommonly high up in the fur business. "Good morning," indicated the typists and clerks, their heads bowing like leaves agitated by a flitting breeze as he strode by them. "Good morning," caroled Sam's private stenographer as he entered his own office. "Good morning," shouted his secretary, an offensively high-pressure young slave driver. And even the red-headed Jewish office boy, as he took Sam's coat and hung it up so that it would not dry, condescended, "Mornin', boss." Yet today, all this obsequiousness, normally not unpleasant to the great man, annoyed him. All this activity, this proof that ever so many people were sending out ever so many letters about things presumably of importance, seemed to him an irritating fussiness. What did it matter whether he had another $100,000 to leave to Brent? What did it matter whether John B. Johnson of Jonesburg did or did not take the local revelation agency? Why were all these hundreds of young people willing to be turned into machines for the purposes of rattling papers and bowing to the president? The great man approached his desk, put on his eyeglasses, and graciously received a stock report as one accomplishing empires. But the great man was thinking, "They make me tired, poor devils. Come on, Fran, let's go. Let's drift away round to China." Alec Kynance, president of the Unit Automotive Company, with his regiment of officers, lawyers, secretaries, was not coming for half an hour. Sam said impulsively to his stenographer, "Miss Rochmond, skip down to the Travel Bureau at the Thornley, won't you please, and bring me all the steamship folders and European travel information and so on that they have there? And round the world." While he waited for her, he turned over the papers in the wire basket, which his secretary had reverently laid on the glass-topped vastness of his desk. These matters had seemed significant a few days ago, like orders given in battle, but now that the Revelation Company was no longer his— He sighed, he shuffled the papers indifferently. The secret report on the dissipations of the manager of the Northwestern Division, the plans of the advertising agency for notices about the union of the UAC and the Revelation, which was to be announced with glad, gaudy public rejoicing. What did they matter, now that he was turned from a bandit captain to a clerk? For the first time he admitted that if he went to the UAC, even as first vice president, he would be nothing more than an office boy. He could make no daring decisions by himself. They had taken from him the pride in pioneering which was one of his props in life, and who they were he didn't quite know. They were something more than just Alec Kynance and a few other officers of the UAC. They were part of a booming industrial flood which was sweeping over him. They would give him a larger house, a yacht, but they would not give him work that was really his own. He had helped to build a machine which was running away from him. He had no longer the dignity of a craftsman. He made nothing, he meant nothing. He was no longer Samuel Dodsworth, but merely part of a crowd vigorously pushing one another toward nowhere. He wandered to the window. In that blast of snow, the shaft of the Plymouth National Bank building was aspiring as a cathedral. 20 gray stories, with unbroken vertical lines swooping up beyond his vision into the snowy fog. It had nobility, but it seemed cruel, as lone and contemptuous of friendly human efforts as a forgotten tower on the Siberian steppes. How indifferently it would watch him starve and freeze. With relief, he looked at the travel brochures when his stenographer brought them in. A lively girl, shaking the snow from her little cloche hat, beaming at him, assuring him that he really did exist and was something of importance still. Then he was lost in the pictures. Titanic walls of the Grand Canyon, scarlet pillars and pyramids of orange, a tawny road in Algiers, the sun-baking, nodding camels, and drivers with dusky, malign faces under their turbans. St. Moritz, shadowed by the mountains, and a pretty girl on a toboggan. A terrace at Cannes, where through fig trees and palms and tumbling roses you looked on the sea with a lone felucca. A valley of colored patchwork fields seen from a harsh tor of Dartmoor. Japanese children rollicking among cherry trees beside a tiny temple. Dark wood of carven medieval houses looming over the Romerberg at Frankfurt. The Grand Canal, with the fantastic columns of the Piazzetta and the soft pink and cream of the Ducal Palace. The old sea-fronted walls of Ragusa. The streets of Paris. Kiosks, impudent advertisements, a whisk of skirts, a whirligig of traffic, and little tables at which to loaf all day long. Wouldn't be so bad, thought Sam. I'd like to wander around a few months. Only I'm not going to let Fran coax me into being one of these wishy-washy expatriates, homeless, afraid of life, living on the Riviera as though they were in a sanatorium for neurotics. I'm going to go on doing something with life, and my place is here. We'll go abroad, only I'll make her fight for it, or she'll feel she's running the whole show. Then I'll come back here, and I'll take Alec Kynatz's show right away from him. "Mr. Kynatz is here," announced his secretary. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Mr. Alexander Kynatz, president of the Unit Automotive Company, was a small bustling man with a large head, an abrupt voice, a lively mind, a magnificent lack of scruples, and a love for oratory and coronas. He had been a section hand and a railway superintendent. He had the best cellar of Burgundies in Detroit, and he made up for his runtiness by barking at people. "Everything all ready? Everything all ready?" He barked at Sam Dodsworth, as the dozen representatives of the two companies settled down and rested their elbows on the gigantic mirror-surfaced table in the gold and oak directors' room. "I think so," Sam drawled. "Just a few things left," said Kynatz. "We've about decided to run the Revelation in between the Chrome car and the High Road in class. Drop at $300 below your price. Two-door sedan at $1150. Sam wanted to protest. Hadn't he kept the price down to the very lowest at which his kind of car could be built? But suddenly, what difference did it make? The Revelation wasn't his master, his religion. He was going to have a life of his own, with Fran, lovely loyal Fran, whom he'd imprisoned here in Zenith. "Let's go." He was scarcely listening to Kynatz's observations on retaining the slogan, "You'll revel in a revelation." Sam had always detested this battle cry. It was the invention of a particularly bright and bounding young copywriter who took regular exercise at the YMCA, but the salesman loved it. As Kynatz snapped, "Good slogan, full of pep," Sam mused, "They're all human megaphones, and I'm tired." When he had rather sadly signed the transfer of control to the UAC and his life work was over, with no chance for retreat, Sam shook hands a great deal with a number of people, and was left alone with Alec Kynatz. "Now to real business, old man," Kynatz blatted. "You'll be tickled to death at getting hooked up with a concern that can control the world market one of these days. Regular empire, b'God. Instead of crawling along having to depend on a bunch of so-so assistants. We want you to come with us, of course. I haven't been hinting around. Hinting ain't my way. When Alec Kynance has something to say, by God, he shoots. I want to offer you the second vice presidency of the UAC, in general charge of production of all our 8 cars, including the Rev. You've been getting $60,000 salary besides your stock? Yes. We can offer you 85, and your share in the manager's pool, with a good chance for $100,000 in a few years, and you'll probably succeed me when the bootlegged hooch gets me. And you'll have the first-class production men under you. You can take it easy and just think up mean ideas to shove over. Other night, you were drooling about how you'd like to make real ritzy motor caravans, with electric stoves and radios and everything built in. Try it. We've got the capital. And this idea you had about a motorized touring school for boys in summer? Try it. Why, God, we might run all these summer camps out of business and make a real killing. Get 500,000 customers. Kid that hadn't gone on one of our tours, no class to him at all. Try it. And the UAC getting into aeroplane manufacture? Go ahead. Draw up your plans. Yes, sir, that's the kind of support we give a high-class man. When do you want to go to work? I suppose you'll have to move to Detroit, but you can get back here pretty often. Want to start right in and see things zip? Sam's fantastic schemes for super caravans, for an ambulatory summer school in which boys should see the whole country, from Maine pines to San Joaquin wheat fields, schemes which he had found stimulating and not very practical, were soiled by the lobster-faced little man's insistence on cashing in. No. First, I think I'll take a vacation, Sam said doubtfully. Haven't had a real one for years. Maybe I'll run over to Europe. May stay 3 months or so. Europe? Rats. Dead's a doornail. Place for women and long-haired artists. Dead. Only America loans that keep 'em from burying the corpse. All this art. More art in a good shiny spark plug than in all the fat Venus de Milos they ever turned out. Nah. Go take a run through California. Maybe grab a drink of good liquor in Mexico, and then come with us. Look here, Dodsworth. My way of being diplomatic is to come out flat. You necking around with some other concern? We can't wait. We got to turn out the cars. I can't keep this open, and I've offered you our absolutely highest salary. That's the way we do business. Yes or no? I'm not flirting with any other company. I've had several offers and turned them down. Your offer is fair. Fine. Let's sign the contract right now. Got her here. Put down your John Hancock and begin to draw the old salary from this minute with a month's vacation on pay. How's that? With the noisiness of a little man making an impression, Kynance slapped the contract on the glowing director's table, flourished an enormous red and black fountain pen, and patronizingly poked Sam in the shoulder. Irritably, Sam rumbled, I can't tie myself up without thinking it over. I'll give you my answer as soon as I can, probably in a week or so. But I may want to take a 4 months' rest in Europe. Never mind about the pay meanwhile. Rather feel free. My God, man, what do you think is the purpose of life? Loafing? Getting by with doing as little as you can? I tell you, what I always say is, there's no rest like a little extra work. You ain't tired. You're just fed up with this backwoods town. Come up to Detroit and see how we make things hum. Come sit in with us and hear us tell Congress where it gets off. Work, that's the caper. I tell you, with a grotesque evangelical sonorousness, I tell you, Dodsworth, to me, work is a religion. Turn not thy hand from the plow. Do big things. Think of it. By making autos, we're enabling half the civilized world to run into town from their pigsties and see the movies, and the other half to get out of town and give nature the once-over. 20 million cars in America, and in 20 more years we'll have the bloomin' Tibetans and Abyssinians riding on cement roads in UAC cars. Talk about Napoleon, talk about Shakespeare. Why, we're pulling off the greatest miracle since the Lord created the world. Europe, how in hell will you put in 4 months? Think you could stand more than 10 art galleries? I know. I've seen Europe. Their Notre Dame is all right for about half an hour, but I'd rather see an American assembly plant, 1,000 men working like a watch, than all their old bum-lighted, tumble-down churches. It was half an hour before Sam got rid of Kynance without antagonizing him and without signing a contract. I'd like, Sam reflected, to sit under a linden tree for 6 straight months and not hear one word about efficiency or doing big things or anything more important than the temperature of the beer, if there is anything more important. He had fallen into a rather rigid routine. Most days, between office and home, he walked to the Union Club in winter, drove to the golf course in summer. But tonight he was restless. He could not endure the fustiness of the old boys at the club. His chauffeur would be waiting there, but on his way to the club Sam stopped, with a vague notion of tasting foreignness at a cheap German restaurant. It was dark, quiet, free of the bouncing grandeur of Kynance's. At a greasy oilcloth-covered table he sat sipping coffee and nibbling at sugar-crusted coffee cake. Why should I wear myself out making more money for myself? No, for Kynance. He will like hell take my caravans away from me. He dreamed of a very masterwork of caravans, a tiny kitchen with electric stove, electric refrigerator, a tiny toilet with shower bath, a living room which should become a bedroom by night, a living room with a radio, a real writing desk, and on one side of the caravan, or at the back, a folding veranda. He could see his caravanners dining on the veranda in a forest 50 miles from any house. Kind of ashamed to have 'em ruin any more wilderness. Oh, that's just sentimentality, he assured himself. Let's see. We ought to make that up. He was figuring on a menu. We ought to produce those in quantities for $1,700, and our selling point will be in the saving in hotel bills. Like to camp in one myself. I will not let Kynance have my ideas. He'd turn the caravans out, flimsy and uncomfortable, for $1,100, and all he'd think about would be how many we could slam on the market. Kynance. Lord, to take his orders, to stand his back-slapping at 50? No. The German restaurant keeper said, as one content with all seasons and events, "Pretty bad snow tonight." Yes. And to himself, there's a fellow who isn't worrying about doing big things. And work isn't his religion. His religion is roast goose, which has some sense to it. Yes, let's go, Fran. Then come back and play with the caravan. Or say, for an elaborate rig, why not 2 caravans? One with kitchen and toilet and stores, another with living bedroom, and pitch 'em back to back, with a kind of train vestibule door, and have a real palace for 4 people. I would like to see Monte Carlo. Must be like a comic opera. His desire for Monte Carlo, for palms and sunshine and the estimable fish of the Prince of Monaco, was enhanced by jogging through the snowstorm in his car, by being held up in drifts, and clutching the under-curving seat during a rather breathless slide uphill to Ridge Crest. But when he entered the warmth of the big house, when he sat in the library alone, Fran was not yet back from the Children's Welfare Bridge with a whiskey soda and a volume Masseria woodcuts, when he considered his deep chair and the hearth log and the roses, Sam felt the security of his own cave and the assurance to be found in familiar work, in his office staff, in his clubs, his habits, and most of all, his friends and Fran and the children. He regarded the library contentedly. The many books, some of them read, volumes of history, philosophy, travels, detective stories, the oak-framed fireplace with a Mary Cassatt portrait of children above it, the blue Davenport, the Biedermeier rug from Fran's kin in Germany, the particularly elaborate Tantalus. Pretty nice. Hotels. Awful. Oh, yes, I'll probably go over to the UAC, but maybe take 6 weeks or a couple of months in Europe, then move to Detroit. But not sell this house. Been mighty happy here. Like to come back here and spend our old days. When I really make my pile, I'll do something to help turn Zenith into another Detroit. Get 1 million people here. Only plan the city right. Make it the most beautiful city in the world. Not just sit around on my chair in Europe and look at famous cities, but make one. Once a month, Sam's closest friends, Tub Pearson, his humorous classmate who was now the gray and oracular president of the Centaur State Bank, Dr. Henry Hazard, the heart specialist, Judge Turpin, and Wheeler, the packing house magnate, came in for dinner and an evening of poker, with Fran as hostess at dinner, but conveniently disappearing after it. Fran whisked in from her charity bridge as he was going up to dress. In her sleek coat of gray squirrel, she was like a snow-sprinkled cat pouncing on flying leaves. She tossed her coat and hat to the waiting maid and kissed Sam abruptly. She was virginal as the winter wind, this girl, who was the mother of Emily, about to be married. Terrible bore, the bridge. I won $17. I'm a good little bridge player, I am. We must hustle. It's almost dinner time. Oh, what a bore Lucille McKelvey is, with her perpetual gabble about Italy. I bet I'll learn more Italian in 3 weeks than she has in 3 trips. Come on, my beloved. We are late. We are going, then? Going where? To Europe. Oh, I don't know. Think how nice it would be for you to pitch a wicked horseshoe, as dear Tub would say, in Florida. Oh, quit it. As they tramped upstairs, he tucked his arm about her, but she released herself. She smiled at him too brightly, smile glittering and flat as white enamel paint, urbane smile that these 20 years had made him ashamed of his longing for her. And she said, "We must hurry, lamb." And too brightly she added, "Don't drink too much tonight. It's all right with people like Tub Pearson, but Judge Turpin is so conservative. I know he doesn't like it." She had a high art of deflating him, of enfeebling him with one quick, innocent-sounding phrase. By the most careless comment on his bulky new overcoat, she could make him feel like a lout in it. By crisply suggesting that he try for once to talk about something besides motors and stocks, while they rode to a formidable dinner to an elocutionary senator, she could make him feel so unintelligent that he would be silent all evening. The easy self-confidence which weeks of industrial triumphs had built up in him she could flatten in 5 seconds. She was, in fact, a genius at planting in him an assurance of his inferiority. Thus she did tonight, in her nicest and friendliest way, and instantly the lumbering Ajax began to look doubtfully toward the poker he had always enjoyed, to fear the opinion of Judge Turpin, an eye-glassed sparrow of a man who seemed to admire Sam and who showed his reverence for the law by taking illicit drink for drink with him. Sam felt unworthy and apologetic till he had dressed and been cheered by a glimpse of his daughter Emily. Emily as a child had been his companion. He had always understood her, seemed nearer to her than to Fran. She had been a tomboy, sturdy of shoulder, jolly as an old family dog out on a walk. He used to come to the nursery door lamenting, "My lord, the Duke of Buckingham lies wounded at the gate." Emily and Brent would wail joyously, "Not seriously, I trust," and he would answer, "Mortually, I fear." They had paid him the compliment of being willing to play with him, Emily more than the earnest young Brent. But Emily had been drawn these last 5 years into the tempestuous life of young Zenith. Dances, movie parties, swimming in summer, astonishingly unrestricted companionship with any number of boys, a life which bewildered Sam. Now at 20, she was to be married to Harry McKee, assistant general manager of the Vandering Bolt and Nut Company, considered in Zenith a most genteel establishment. Ex-tennis champion, captain during the Great War, a man of 34 who wore his clothes and his slang dashingly. The parties had redoubled, and Sam realized wistfully that Emily and he had no more of their old, easy, chuckling talks. As he marched down to supervise the cocktails for dinner, Emily flew in, blown on the storm, crying at him, "Oh, Samivel, you old beautiful! You look like a Grand Duke in your dinner jacket. You sweet thing! Damn it, I've got to be at Mary Edge's in 20 minutes." She galloped upstairs, and he stood looking after her and sighed. "I'd better begin to dig in against the lonely 60s, he brooded. He shivered as he went out to tell the butler for the evening how to prepare the cocktails, after which he knew the butler would prepare them to suit himself and probably drink most of them. Sam remembered that this same matter of a butler for parties only had been the subject of a rather lot of parleys between Fran and himself. She wanted a proper butler in the house always, and certainly they could afford one. But every human being has certain extravagances which he dare not assume, lest he offend the affectionate and jeering friends of his youth. The man who has ventured on spats dares not to take to a monocle. The statesman who has ventured on humor dares not to be so presumptuous as to venture on honesty also. Somehow, Sam believed that he could not face Tub Pearson if he had anything so effete as a regular butler in the house, and Fran had not one. Not yet. Tub Pearson, the Honorable Thomas J. Pearson, former state senator, honorary LL.D. of Winnemac University, president of the Centaur State Bank, director in 12 companies, trustee of the Loring Grammar School and of the Zenith Art Institute, chairman of the Mayor City Planning Commission. Tub Pearson was still as much the jester as he had been at Yale. He and his lively wife Matilda, known as Matey, had 3 children, but neither vice-regal honors nor domesticity had overlaid Tub's view of himself as a natural comedian. All through the poker game, at the large table in Sam's library, where they sat with rolled-up sleeves and loosened collars, gurgling their whiskey sodas with gratified sighs, Tub jabbed at Judge Turpin for sentencing bootleggers, while he himself enjoyed his whiskey as thoroughly as anyone in Zenith. When they rested, that is to say, refilled their glasses, at 11, and Sam suggested, "May not have any more poker with you lads for a while, because Fran and I may trot over to Europe for 6 months or so." Then Tub had an opportunity suitable to his powers. "6 months? That's elegant, Sambo. You'll come back with an English accent." "Hi, sir, old chappie. Can't I have the honour of raising the bloomin' pot a couple of berries, dear old dream?" Ever hear an Englishman talk like that? No, but you will. 6 months. Oh, don't be a damn fool. Go for 2 months, and then you'll be able to appreciate getting back to a country where you can get ice in a bathtub. "I know it's a heresy," Sam drawled, "but I wonder if there aren't a few bathtubs in Europe. Think I'll go over and see. My deal." He did not show it. He played steadily. A rectangular-faced, large man, a cigar gripped in his mouth, cards dwarfed in his wide hand, but he was raging within. "I've been doing what people expected me to all my life. Football in college, when I'd as soon have stuck in the physics laboratory. Make money and play golf and be a good Republican ever since. Human cash register. I'm finished. I'm going." But they heard from him only, "Whoop you 2 more? Cards?" End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. It was late when Sam yawned up to bed, for their poker game had lasted till after 1. The spacious chamber was half-lighted from the bathroom. The dusky light caught the yellow silk curtains by her bed, the crystal on her wide dressing-table. She had left the windows closed, and the air was not unpleasantly stuffy with cold cream, powder, and steaminess lingering from a hot bath scented with bath salts. He was eager for her breathing presence. His determination to escape with her had made Fran seem nearer and more desirable than in months. But as he felt guilty about awakening her, he did not admit that he was doing anything so unkind. He merely dropped his shoes loudly. She looked startled when she awoke. How many times she had looked startled, a little incredulous, when she had stirred to discover him beside her. She turned on her bedside light. She looked at him vaguely, as though she wasn't quite sure who he was. But after all, one had to be polite. She was incredibly young and unmarked with wrinkles, a girl in a lace nightgown edged at the neck with white fur. He plumped down on the bed beside her, kissed her shoulder. She suffered it, unresponding, and said, too cheerily, "Please, no, not now. Listen, dear, I want to talk. Oh, gee, I'm sleepy. I tried to stay awake till you came up, but I dozed off. So ashamed. But pull up the big chair and listen." "Don't you want me to kiss you?" "Why do you always ask that, in that hurt way? You're so silly. You know you've had several drinks. Oh, I don't mind. Though Tub and you, for men that are responsible citizens and don't really drink at all, always do manage to tuck away a lot too much. I don't mind. But don't you think it's a little icky, this sudden passion for embracing when you're, well, exhilarated?" "Don't you want me to kiss you?" "Good heavens, my dear man, haven't I been your wife for 22 years? Oh, please, dear, don't be quarrelsome. Have I done something to hurt you? I'm so terribly sorry. I am truly, dear. Kiss me." It was the coolest, most brief of kisses that she gave him, and that chore done most briskly, she rattled, "Now pull up the big chair and listen, dear. Or would you rather wait till tomorrow?" She added, with the imitation of baby talk which ordinarily tickled him, "Is most awful important." He dragged the wing chair to her bed and decorously sat down, wagging a varnished pump. But he said testily, "Good Lord, you don't need to coax. Let's have it." "Oh, don't be such an old grump. Now, I ask you, is that fair? Because I don't like the reek of whiskey? Would you like it on my breath?" "No, but I didn't take much. But never mind. Listen, Fran, I know what you want, and I've decided. Kynet's tried to tie me up with a contract to go to work right away, but I refused. So we'll go to Europe, and maybe for 4 or 5 months." "Oh, that." With all his experience of her zigzag incalculability, her shreds of knowledge that seemed to have no source, her ambitions and desires that seemed not worth the pains, her veiled resentment of hurts which he had not meant to inflict, her amiability when he had expected her to be angry, he was surprised now at her indifference. "It's more fundamental than going to Europe. See here, Sam, even if I didn't want to, kiss you, sorry I don't seem to be more passionate. I wish I were for your sake. But apparently I'm not. But even so, we have been happy, haven't we? We have built something pretty fine." "Yes, we have. What's worrying?" "Even if we haven't been wild operatic lovers, I do think we mean something awfully deep and irreplaceable to each other, don't we?" His touchy ardor gave way to affection. He reached his long arm out and patted her slight, nervous fingers. "Yes, we differ on a lot of things, but I guess we've got something solid for each other that we can't find in anybody else." "Something really permanent, Sam? Dependable? So we're like two awfully good friends backing each other in a terrible street fight?" "Absolutely. But listen, we've done the first part of our jobs. We've made enough money. We've brought up the children. You have something to show for your work, this really marvelous car that you've created. And yet we're still young, comparatively. Oh, let's not settle down into contentment with the dregs of life. Let's have a new life, all over, and not worry any more about duties. And I've had my own, young man. If you think it's easy to run a house like this and entertain everybody, oh, it's hard to express it, but let's not tie ourselves down to saying we'll come back from Europe. But it was sweet of you, dear, to consent without making me beg. But, let's not insist that we have to be back from Europe in 4 months. Yes, or 4 years. On the other hand, if we don't like it, let's not feel we have to stay. Let's take the first boat back. But oh, please now, get this. Let's start out of this stupid old town without one single solitary plan in our heads beyond landing in Europe, and coming back when we really want to, and going where we please when we please. Maybe we'll be back after 2 months on the Riviera, and then again, 40 years from now, we may be living in a bamboo shack in Java and thumbing our noses at anybody who doesn't like it. Why, I'd almost like to sell this house, so we won't have anything to bind us. You're not serious? Good Lord, we couldn't do that. Why, it's our home. Wouldn't know what to do if we didn't have a safe harbor like this to come back to. Why, we've built ourselves into this old place, from the radiola to the new garage doors. I guess I know every dolly in the garden by its middle name. I'd love the place the way I do Emily and you and the boy. Only place where we can slam the door and tell everybody to go to hell and be ourselves. But perhaps we'll get us some new selves without losing the old ones. You could be so magnificent, so tall and impressive and fine, if you'd let yourself be, if you didn't feel you had to be just an accessory to a beastly old medium-priced car. If you'd get over this silly fear that people might think you were affected and snobbish if you demanded the proper respect from them. There are great people in the world, dukes and ambassadors and generals and scientists, and I don't believe that essentially they're one bit bigger than we are. It's just that they've been trained to talk of world affairs, instead of the price of vanadium and what Mrs. Hibbily-Bibble is going to serve at her Halloween party. I'm going to be one of 'em. I'm not afraid of 'em. If you'd only get over this naive passion for simplicity and all those nice peasant virtues, and let yourself be the big man that you really are. Not meekly to say to His Excellency that, though you look like a Grand Duke, you're really only little Sammy Dodsworth of Zenith. He won't know it unless you insist on telling him. And perhaps an ambassadorship for you, after you've been abroad long enough to learn the tricks. Only to do all that, to grab the world, we must not be bound by the feeling that we're tied to this slow-pokey zenith till death do us part from the fun of adventuring. But to sell the house, we don't need to do that, of course, silly, not at first. I just mean it as an example of how free we ought to be. Of course we wouldn't sell it. Heavens, we may be delighted to slink back here in 6 months. But don't let's plan to, that's what I mean. Oh, Sam, I'm absolutely not going to let my life be over at 40. Well, at 41, but no one ever takes me for more than 35, or even 33. And life would be over for me if I simply went on forever with the idiotic little activities in this half-baked town. I won't, that's all. You can stay here if you insist, but I'm going to take the lovely things that... I have a right to take them, because I understand them. What do I care whether some club of human or half-human tabby-cats in eyeglasses study dietetics or Lithuanian art next year? What do I care whether a pretentious bunch of young millionaire manufacturers have an imitation English polo team, when I could have the real thing in England? And yet, if we stay here, we'll settle down to doing the same things over and over. We've drained everything that Zenith can give us. Yes, and almost everything that New York and Long Island can give us. And in this beastly country, in Europe, a woman at 40 is just getting to the age where important men take a serious interest in her. But here, she's a grandmother. The flappers think I'm as venerable as the bishop's wife. And they make me old, with their confounded respectfulness, and their charming rejoicing when I go home from a dance early, I, who can dance better, yes, and longer than any of them. Now. Well, I can. And so could you, if you didn't let business sap every single ounce of energy you have. But at the same time, I only have 5 or 10 more years to continue being young in. It's the dernier cartouche, and I won't waste it. Can't you understand? Can't you understand? I mean it desperately. I'm begging for life. No, I'm not. I'm demanding it. And that means something more than a polite little cook's trip to Europe. But see here now. Do you actually mean to tell me, Fran, that you think that just moving from Zenith to Paris is going to change everything in your life and make you a kid again? Don't you realize that probably most people in Paris are about like most people here or anywhere else? They aren't, but even if they were, what do you expect out of Europe? A lot of culture? No, culture. I loathe the word. I loathe the people who use it. I certainly do not intend to collect the names of a lot of painters and of soups and come back and air them. Heavens, it isn't just Europe. We may not stay there at all. It's being free to wander wherever we like, as long as we like, or to settle down and become part of some community, or some set if we like, and not feel that we have a duty to come back here. Oh, I could love you so much more if we weren't a pair of old horses in a treadmill. They sailed for Southampton in February, 3 weeks after Emily's wedding. Sam was absorbed in completing the Revelation Company transfer, and in answering Fran when she complained, "Oh, work's become a disease with you. You go on with it when there's no need. Let the underlings finish up. Dear, it's because I do love you that... Do you think you'll ever learn to enjoy leisure, to enjoy just being yourself and not an office? You're not going to make me feel guilty for having dragged you away, are you?" "By God, I'll enjoy life if it kills me, and it probably will," he grumbled. "You've got to give me time. I've started this business of being free about 35 years too late. I'm a good citizen. I've learned that life is real and life is earnest, and the presidency of a corporation is its goal. What would I be doing with anything so degenerate as enjoying myself?" End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The SS Ultima, 32,000 tons burden, was 4 hours out of New York. As the winter twilight glowered on the tangle of gloomy waves, Samuel Dodsworth was aware of the domination of the sea, of the insignificance of the great ship and all mankind. He felt lost in the round of ocean, one universal gray, except for a golden gash on the western horizon. His only voyaging had been on lakes or on the New York ferries. He felt uneasy as he stood at the after-rail and saw how the rearing mass of the sea loomed over the ship and threatened it when the stern dipped, down, unbelievably down, as though she were sinking. But he felt resolute again, strong and very happy, as he swung about the deck. He had been sickish only for the first hour. The wind filled his chest, exhilarated him. Only now, the messy details of packing and farewells over, and the artificially prolonged waving to friends on the dock endured, did he feel that he was actually delivered from duty, actually going to strange-colored, exciting places, to do unknown and heroic things. He hummed, for Kipling meant something to Sam Dodsworth which no Shelley could, nor Dante. He hummed the Gypsy Trail. "Follow the Romany pattern, north where the bluebirds sail, and the bows are gray with the frozen spray, and the masts are shod with mail. Follow the Romany pattern, west to the sinking sun, till the junk sails lift through the houseless drift, and the east and west are one. Follow the Romany pattern, east where the silence broods, by a purple wave on an opal beach in the hush of the Mahim woods. Free, he muttered. He stopped abruptly by the line of windows enclosing the music room, forward on the promenade deck, as he fumbled for the memory of the first time he had ever sung the Gypsy Trail. It must have been when the poem was first set to music. Anyway, Fran and he had been comparatively poor. The money that old Herman Volker had lent them had gone into the business. A sudden meaningless spatter of snow out on that cold sea. How serene the lights in the music room. He began to feel the gallant security of the ship, his enduring home. Yes, it was when they had gone off on a vacation. No chauffeur then, nor suites at the best hotels, but Sam driving all day in their shabby Revelation, with sleep in an earth-scented, wind-stirred tent. They had driven west 2,000 miles toward the sunset, till it seemed they must indeed come on the Pacific, and junk sails lifting against the misted sun. They had no responsibilities of position. Together they chanted the Gypsy Trail, vowing that some day they would wander together. And they were doing it. Such exultation filled him, such overwhelming tenderness, that he wanted to dash down to their cabin and assure himself that he still had the magic of Fran's companionship. But he remembered with what irritable efficiency she had been unpacking. He had been married for over 20 years. He stayed on deck. He explored the steamer. It was to him, the mechanic, the most sure and impressive mechanism he had ever seen, more satisfying than a Rolls, a Delaunay Belleville, which to him had been the equivalence of a Velasquez. He marveled at the authoritative steadiness with which the bow mastered the waves, at the powerful sweep of the lines of the deck and the trim stowing of cordage. He admired the first officer, casually pacing the bridge. He wondered that in this craft, which was, after all, a floating iron eggshell, there should be the roseate music room, the smoking room with its Tudor fireplace, solid and terrestrial as a castle, and the swimming pool, green-lighted water washing beneath Roman pillars. He climbed to the boat deck, and some never-realized desire for seafaring was satisfied as he looked along the sweep of gangways, past the huge lifeboats, the ventilators like giant saxophones, past the lofty funnels serenely dribbling black woolly smoke to the forward mast. The snow gusts along the deck, the mysteriousness of this new world, but half seen in the frosty lights, only stimulated him. He shivered and turned up his collar, but he was pricked to imaginativeness standing outside the wireless room, by the crackle of messages springing across bleak air roads ocean-bounded to bright snug cities on distant plains. "I'm at sea." He tramped down to tell Fran, but he was not quite sure what it was he wanted to tell her, save that steamers were very fine things indeed, and that ahead of them, in the murk of the horizon, they could see the lanes of England. She, in their cabin with its twin brass beds, its finicking imitations of grey-blue French prints on the panelled walls, was amid a litter of shaken-out frocks, heaps of shoes, dressing-gowns, Cody powder, 3 gift copies of The Perennial Bachelor, binoculars, steamer letters, steamer telegrams, the candy and the Charles & Company baskets of overgrown fruit, and tiny conserves with which they were to help out the steamer's scanty 7 meals a day. His dress shirts, of which he was to, and certainly would not, put on a fresh one every evening, and French novels, which she was to, and certainly wouldn't, read in a stately, aloof, genteel manner every day on deck. "It's terrible," she lamented. "I'll get things put away just about in time for landing. Oh, here's a wireless from Emily, the darling from California. Harry and she seem to be standing the honeymoon about as well as most victims. Chuck the stuff. Come out on deck. I love this ship. It's so... Man certainly has put it over nature for once. I think I could have built ships. Come out and see it." "You do sound happy. I'm glad. But I must unpack. You skip along." It was not often these years that he was kittenish, But now he picked her up while she kicked and laughed. He lifted her over a pile of sweaters and tennis shoes and bathing suits and skates, kissed her and shouted, "Come on! It's our own honeymoon! Eloping! Have I ever remembered to tell you that I adore you? Come up and see some ocean with me. There's an awful lot of ocean around this ship. Oh, damn the unpacking." He sounded masterful, but it was always a satisfaction, when he was masterful, to have her consent to be mastered. He was pleased now when she stopped being efficient about this business of enjoying life, and consented to do something for no reason except that it was agreeable. In her shaggy Burberry, color of a dead maple leaf, and her orange tam-o'-shanter, she suggested autumn days and brown uplands. She was a girl, certainly no mother of a married daughter. He was cumbersomely proud of her, of the glances which the men passengers snatched at her as they swung around the deck. Funny how it comes over a fellow suddenly. I mean, this is almost the first time we've ever really started out like lovers. No job to call us back. You were dead right, Fran. Done enough work. Now we'll live. Together, always. But I'll have so much to learn to keep up with you. You in Europe. Hell, I'm so sentimental. Do you mind? Just come out of a state prison. Did 20 years. Round and round the deck. The long stretch on the starboard side, filthy with deck chairs, with rug-wadded passengers turning a pale green as the sea rose, with wind-ruffled magazines, cups left from tea-time, and children racing with toy carts. The narrow passage aft, where the wind swooped on them, pushing them back, and the steamer dipped so that they had to labor uphill, bending forward, their limbs of lead. But as they toiled, a glimpse of ship mysteries that were stirring to land-bound imaginations. They looked down into a hatchway. Someone said there were half a dozen Brazilian cougars being shipped down there, and along a dizzy aerial gangway to the afterdeck and the wheelhouse and a lone light in the weaving darkness. They saw the last glimmer of the streaky wake stretching back to New York. Then, blown round the corner, released from climbing upward, a dash along the cold port side, blessedly free of steamer chairs and of lardy staring. Swinging at 5 miles an hour. The door of the smoking-room, with a whiff of tobacco smoke, a pleasant reek of beer, a sound of vocal Americans. The place where the deck widened into an alcove, thick walls of steel, dotted with lines of rivets smeared with thick white paint, and the door of the steward's pantry from which, in the afternoon, come innumerable sandwiches and cakes and cups and pots of tea. The double door to the main stairway, where somehow a stewardess in uniform was always talking to a steward. The steel-gripped windows of the music-room, with a glimpse of unhappy young old women accompanying their mothers abroad, sitting flapping through magazines. Where the deck was unenclosed, the yellow scoured rail and the white stanchions, bright in the deck-light, brighter against the dark coil of sea. Always before them the long straight lines of the decking planks, rigid as bars of music, divided by seams of glistening tar. Deck, ship, at sea. Then forward, and the people along the rail, bold voyagers facing the midwinter Atlantic through glass windows, honeymooners quickly unclasping as the pestiferous deck circlers passed, aged and sage gentlemen commenting on the inferiority of the steerage passengers, who, on the deck below, altogether innocent of being condescendingly observed by the gentry by right of passage money, jigged beside a tarpaulin-covered hatch to the pumping music of an accordion, and blew blithely on frosted fingers. And round all over again, walking faster, turning from casual pedestrians into competitors in the ocean marathon. Faster, cutting corners more sharply, superior to thrusting wind to tilting deck, gaining on that lone, lean, athletic girl and passing her. That's the way to walk. Say, Fran, I wonder if sometime we couldn't get away from hotels and sort of take a walking trip along the Riviera. Interesting, I should think. Darling. Gaining on, but never quite passing that monocle-flashing, tweed-coated man whom they detested on sight, and who within 3 days was to prove the simplest and heartiest of acquaintances. A racing view of all their companions of the voyage, their fellow citizens in this brave village amid the desert of waters, strangers to be hated on sight, to be snubbed lest they snub first, yet presently to be known better and better loved and longer remembered than neighbors seen for a lifetime on the cautious land. Their permanent home for a week, to become more familiar, thanks to the accelerated sensitiveness which is the one blessing of travel, than rooms paced for years. Every stippling of soot on the lifeboats, every chair in the smoking room, every table along one's own aisle in the dining salon, to be noted and recalled in an exhilarated and heightened observation. "I do feel awfully well," said Sam. And Fran, "So do I. So long since we've walked together like this. And we'll keep it up. We won't get caught by people. But I must arise now and go to Innisfree and finish the unpacking of the 9 bean rows. Oh, why did I bring so many clothes? Till dressing time, my dear." He was first dressed for dinner. She had decided, after rather a lot of conversation about it, that the belief that our better people do not dress for dinner on the first night out was a superstition. He sauntered up to the smoking-room for his first cocktail aboard, feeling very glossy and handsome and much travelled. Then he was feeling very lonely, for the smoking-room was filled with amiable-looking people who apparently all knew one another, and he knew nobody aboard save Fran. "That's the one trouble. I'm going to miss Tubb and Doc Hazard and the rest horribly," he brooded. "I wish they were along. Then it would be about perfect." He was occupying an alcove with a semicircular leather settee before a massy table. The room was crowded, and a square-rigged Englishman, blown into the room with a damp whiff of sea air, stopped at Sam's table, asking abruptly, "Mind if I sit here?" The Englishman ordered his cocktail with competence. "Now, be very careful about this, steward. I want half Booth gin and half French vermouth, and just 4 drops of orange bitters, and no Italian vermouth. Remember, no Italian vermouth." As the Englishman gulped his drink, Sam enjoyed hating him. The man was perfectly expressionless, like a square-headed wooden idol, colored like an idol of cedar wood. Supercilious as the devil. Never would be friendly, not till he'd known you 10 years. Well, he needn't worry. I'm not going to speak to him. Curious how an Englishman like that can make you feel that you're small and skinny and your tie's badly tied, without even looking at you. Well, The Englishman spoke curtly. "Decent weather for a February crossing." "Is it? I don't really know. Never crossed before." "Really? You've crossed often?" "Oh, perhaps 20 times. I was with the British War Mission during the late argument. They were always chasing me across. Lockhart's my name. I'm growing cocoa down in British Guiana now. Hot there. Going to stay in London?" "I think so, for a while. I'm on an indefinite vacation." Sam had the American yearning to become acquainted, to tell all about his achievements, not as boasting, but to establish himself as a worthy fellow. "I've been manufacturing motor cars. The revelation. Thought it was about time to quit and find out what the world was like. Dodsworth is my name." "Pleased to meet you." Like most Europeans, Lockhart believed that all Americans of all classes always said, "Pleased to meet you," and expected so to be greeted in turn. "Revelation. Jolly good car. Had one in Kent. My cousin, live with him when I'm home, bouncing old retired general. He's dotty over motors. Roars around on a shocking old motorbike. Mustache and dignity flying in the morning breeze. Atrocious bills for all the geese and curates he runs over. He's insanely pro-American. Am myself, except for your appalling ice water. Have another cocktail?" In 20 minutes, Sam and Major Clyde Lockhart had agreed that the labor turnover was too high, that driving by night into the brilliance of headlights was undesirable, that Bobby Jones was a player of golf, and that they themselves were men of the world and cheery companions. "I'll meet lots of people, and I like this ship. This is the greatest day of my life, next to my marriage, of course," Sam gloated, as the second dinner gong flooded the ship with waves of hysterical sound, and he marched out to rouse Fran from her mysterious activities. There was awaiting him in his cabin a wireless from Tub Pearson. "Bon voyage, stop. London, sure see my nephew Jack Starling, American Embassy, living Georgian House, stop. Don't raise on bobtailed straits. Wish with you, Tub." He wondered about introducing Major Lockhart to Fran. He was never able to guess how she would receive the people whom he found in the alley and proudly dragged into her. Businessmen whom he regarded as upstanding and vigorous, she often pronounced dull. European visitors whom he found elegant, she was likely to call not quite the real thing. And men whom he had doubtfully presented to her as worthy but rather mutton-headed, she had been known to consider fine and very sensitive. And for all her theoretical desire to make their house a refuge for him and for whomever he had liked to invite, she had never learned to keep her opinions of people to herself. When she was bored by callers, she would beg, "Do you mind if I run up to bed now? Such a headache," with a bright friendliness which fooled no one save herself, and which left their guest chilled and awkward. Would she find Lockhart heavy? While they sat in the music-room over after-dinner coffee, with a dance beginning in the cleared space, Lockhart came ambling up to them. "Mr. Lockhart, my wife," Sam mumbled. Lockhart's stolidity did not change as he bowed, as he sat down in answer to a faint invitation, but Sam noted that his pale blue eyes came quickly alive and searched Fran with approval. Fran's lovely pallor in a robe de style such as only her slenderness could bear. Sam settled back with his cigar and let them talk. To him always the best talk was no brilliance of his own, but conversation that amused Fran and drew her out of her silken sulkiness. "You been long in America, Mr. Lockhart?" "Not this time. I've been living in British Guiana, plantation. No soda for your whiskey, and always the chance of finding a snake curled up in your chair on the veranda. Nice big snakes, all striped, very handsome and friendly. Don't seem to get used to 'em." Lockhart spoke to her not with such impersonal friendliness as he had for Sam, not with the bored dutifulness which most men in Zenith show toward any woman over a flapperish 18, but a concentration, an eagerness in the presence of attractive women, an authentic need for women, which seemed to flatter Fran and to rouse her, yet make her timid. She had first looked at Lockhart with metallic courtesy. Here was another of those ponderous businessmen that Sam was always dragging around. Now she concentrated on him. She forgot Sam, and murmured youthfully, "It sounds dreadful, and yet so exciting. I think I should be glad of a nice striped snake for a change. I'm terribly fed up with the sound, safe American cities, where you never find anything in your chair more thrilling than the morning paper. I think I'll go look for snakes." "Are you going east?" "Don't know. Isn't it nice? No plans beyond London." "You'll stay in London a bit?" "Yes, if there aren't too many Americans there. Why is it that the traveling American is such a dreadful person? Look at those ghastly people at that second table there. No, just beyond the pillar. Father with horn-rimmed spectacles, certain to be talking about either Coolidge or Prohibition. Earnest mother in her homemade frock, out to hunt down culture, and terribly grim about it. Daughter with a voice like a file. Why is it? And why is that you Americans, the nice ones, are so much more snobbish than the English?" She gasped, and Sam awaited a thunderbolt, which did not come. Lockhart was calm and agreeable, and she astonishingly bent to his domination with a puzzled, "Are we really?" "Appallingly. I know only two classes of people who hate their own race, or tribe, or nation, or whatever you care to call it, who travel principally to get away from their own people, who never speak of them except with loathing, who are pleased not to be taken as belonging to them. That is, the Americans and the Jews. Oh, come now, that's idiotic. I'm as proud of being— No, that's so. Partly. You're right. Why is it? I suppose it's because your boosters go so much to the other extreme, talking about God's country. But that expression is never used any more. It isn't? Anyway, greatest country on earth, and we won the war. And your ghastly city-boosting tours and Elks conventions. People like you hate this bellowing. And then I do think the English have, as you would say, put something over on you. I've never used the phrase. By sitting back and quietly assuming that we're the noblest and rightest people on earth. And if any man or any nation has the courage or the magnificent egotism to do that long enough, almost everyone will accept it from him. Oh, the English are essentially more insufferable than the Americans. But not so noisy about it, mused Fran. Sam was not at all sure that he liked this discussion. Perhaps not, said Lockhart. Though if there's anything noisier than the small even voice with which an Englishman can murmur, "Don't be so noisy, my dear fellow." Physically, it may carry only a yard, but spiritually it rings clear up through the heavens. And I'll be hearing it now that I've become a colonial. Even my cousin, I was speaking to your husband about him, absolute fanatic about motor transport. I'm to stay with him in Kent. And he'll be pleasant to me, and gently rebuking. And he's rather a decent old thing, General Herndon. General Lord Herndon, of the Italian Drive? Said Fran. Yes. You see, my revered great-grandfather did so well out of cotton that he was rewarded with a peerage. And you're so proud of it. That's why you enjoy your mock humility. You had a quite American thrill in admitting that your cousin is a lordship. It's bunk. I mean, it's nonsense, the British assertion that only Americans take titles seriously. You have as much satisfaction out of not calling your cousin Lord as any charming American woman would out of calling him Lord. She seemed helpless against Lockhart's bland impertinence. She seemed to enjoy being bullied. She admitted, "Yes, perhaps," and they smiled at each other. "But seriously," said Lockhart, "you'll be more English than I am after you've lived there a year. I've knocked about so much in South America and Colorado and Ceylon that I'm merely a tramp. Jungle rat." "You really think so, that I'll become English?" She was unguardedly frank, she the ever-guarded. "Quite. I say, may I have this dance?" Lockhart, for all his squareness, he was as solid and ungraceful-looking as his favorite mutton chop, danced easily. Sam drooped in his chair and watched them. "Nice she has somebody to play with already," he insisted. And within 3 days she had a dozen men to play with, to dance and argue with, and race with around the deck. But always it was Lockhart who assumed that he was her patron, who looked over her new acquaintances one by one, and was not at all shy about giving his verdict on them. She became helplessly angry at his assumptions, and he apologized so affably and so insincerely that she enjoyed quarreling with him for hours at a time, snuggled in a steamer robe on deck. And when Lockhart and she found that they were both devoted to dogs, and they became learned about wire-haired terriers, Sam leaned back, listening as though she were his clever daughter. Between times she was gayer with him and more affectionate than she had been for years, and day by day the casualness suitable to a manufacturer like Sam broke down into surprising, uncharted emotions. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. On their last day out, they were due in Southampton at noon tomorrow. There was on the Ultima all the kindly excitement, all the anticipation and laughter of the day before Christmas. When the Dodsworths came up to the smoking room for their cocktail before dinner, they were welcomed by the dozen people whom Lockhart, the mixer of the voyage, had attracted to the round table in the center of the room. What delightful people, Sam glowed. What a pleasure to travel with them. Lockhart, the stolidly loquacious English adventurer, the jolly and vulgar little Jewish millinery buyer from Denver, who was quite the cleverest man aboard. Lachinsky, the pianist. Colonel Endersley, American military attaché at Constantinople. Sally O'Leary, the satiny movie actress, whose real name was Gwendolyn Alcovar. Kindly and ruminating old Professor Deakins, the Assyriologist. Max Ristad, the Norwegian aviator. Pierce Pattison, the New York banker. "Come on, you're late," and "Sit down here, I've had mine," and "We missed you," they cried. They were as friendly as a college reunion, as free of jealousy, and just as undiscriminating. The Jewish buyer had 2 new anecdotes, against his own race naturally, and they flowed down to dinner in a group. The captain's dinner on the Ultima occurred on the last night of the voyage, and much was made of it. The dining salon was draped in scarlet, the stewards were in red hunting coats, champagne was served at the expense of the line. Even prohibitionists were betrayed into smiles which indicated that they wanted to keep up the friendships of this halcyon week. Toasts were drunk from table to table, with many bows, and the large Seattle contractor, who always overdid everything, threw confetti, and tonight no one minded his alcoholic philanthropy. The Comtesse de Valmontique, who had been born in Chicago, who owned $9 million, 2 chateaux, and part of a beautifully varnished husband, who crossed the ocean regularly twice a year, and was so aristocratic that she had for friends only her servants, was moved tonight to look amiable as people passed her table. And the old captain, his beard like a whisk-broom, went about the room patting shoulders and chuckling, "You cross again with Papa, eh?" Sam was raised to a quivering sensitiveness toward all of them. He was not drunk, certainly, but after 2 cocktails, half a bottle of champagne, and a cognac or 2, he was released from his customary caution, his habitual concentration on his own affairs. He was excited by their merriment at first. Then it seemed to him pitiful that all of them, and he himself, should so rarely cease thus their indignant assertion of the importance of their own little offices and homes and learnings, and let themselves rejoice in friendliness. They seemed to him like children, excitedly playing now, but soon to be caught by weary maturity. He felt a little the lacrimae rerum of the whole world. He wanted to weep over the pride of the waiters, as, the one moment on the voyage when they were important and beautiful and to be noticed, they bore in the platters of flaming ice cream. He wanted to weep over the bedraggled small-town bride, who for the moment forgot that she had not found honeymooning quite so glorious, nor the sea so restful. And he saw as pitiful the fact that Fran expected to find youth again merely by changing skies. All the while he looked as little sentimental as possible, the large, grave man plodding through the courses. That was the great dance of the trip, with Japanese lanterns making the starboard deck curiously like the veranda of the Kennepoose Canoe Club years and years ago when he had found Fran. But he did not explain it to her. He couldn't. He said, "I adore you. You look mighty well in that gold and ivory dress." He had indeed a little chance for sentimental explanations. No flapper aboard had more partners than Fran. Certainly none danced so smoothly. Lockhart was proprietorially about her always, and to Sam he snapped, "Want to have you at Lord Herndon's for a weekend if you'll come, and I'd like to show you a bit of London. We'll dine at Claridge's." Sam was not at all sure that Lockhart would do anything of the kind. He suspected that Lockhart could forget people as quickly as he picked them up, yet it gave him a feeling of belonging a little to England. And there was Tub Pearson's nephew at the American Embassy, and, of course, Hurd, the manager of the London Revelation Agency. He belonged. He was emboldened to ask for a dance with Sally O'Leary, the movie queen who had made seduction famous. "I'm not much good at this," he grumbled as the steamer rolled and they struggled to dance uphill. "You ought to be dancing with one of these young fellows." "Don't be silly. You're a lovely partner. You're a man, not one of these gigolos, or whatever the damn word is. If you didn't have such a lovely wife, I'd probably lay my head on your lovely big chest and ask you to go out to Hollywood and kill a couple of lovely beauty parlor cowboys for me." He was pleased to believe that she meant it. His heightened sensitiveness, his wistful perception of the loneliness of the world, was gone in a boisterous well-being. When he danced with Fran and she dutifully pointed out his roughness, he laughed. Always she had a genius for keeping herself superior to him by just the right comment on his clumsiness, the most delicate and needle-pointed comparison of him with defter men. But tonight he chuckled, "I'm no Nijinsky, but I'm enjoying myself so much that even you can't make me mad." He whirled her again mercilessly. He slid gloatingly down the long deck and marched her back to their table. And when Fran assured him they needed no more wine, there were joyful invasions of the smoking-room, where tablefuls of the shamelessly happy greeted him, "Come, sit down." They liked him. He was somebody, not just as the president of the Revelation, but in himself, in whatever surroundings. He did sit down. He wandered from table to table in an ecstasy of friendliness, which became a little blurred, a little dizzy. But they were the best company he'd ever known, everybody on board, all of 'em. But he'd better watch out. He was slightly lit. But they were the best folks. He went out on deck to clear his head. He swayed up to the boat deck. Then he stood fixed, and all his boisterousness vanished in a high, thin, clear ecstasy. On the horizon was a light, stationary on land, after these days of shifting waters and sliding hulls. He waited to be certain. Yes, it was a lighthouse, swinging its blade of flame. They had done it. They had fulfilled the adventure. They had found their way across the blind immensity and the barren sea miles over. They had come home to England. He did not know, he never knew, whether the light was on Bishop's Rock or the English mainland, but his released imagination saw the murkiness to the northward there as England itself. Mother England, land of his ancestors, land of the only kings who, to an American schoolboy, had been genuine monarchs, Charles I and Henry VIII and Victoria, not a lot of confusing French and German rulers. Land where still, for the never-quite-matured Sammy Dodsworth, Coeur de Lion went riding, the Noir Fainéant went riding to rescue Ivanhoe, where Oliver Twist still crept through evil alleys, where Falstaff's belly laugh discommoded the godly, where Uncle Ponderevo puffed and mixed, where Jude wavered by dusk across the moorland, where old Jolyon sat with quiet eyes in immortality more enduring than human life. And his own people. He had lost track of them, but he had far-off cousins in Wiltshire, in Durham. And all of them there. In a motorboat he could be ashore in half an hour. Perhaps there was a town just off there. He saw it from pictures in Punch and the Illustrated London News, from Cruikshank illustrations of his childhood. A seaside town, a crescent of flat-faced houses, the brass-sheathed door of a select pub, and countrywards a governess cart creeping among high hedges to a village green, a chalky hill with Roman earthworks up to which panted the bookish vicar beside a white-moustached ex-proconsul who had ruled jungles and maharajas and lost temples where peacocks screamed. Mother England, home. He dashed down to Fran. He had to share it with her. For all his training in providing suitable company for her and then not interrupting his betters, he burst through her confidences as Lockhart and she stood aloof from the dance. He seized her shoulder and rumbled, "Light ahead. We're there. Come up on the top deck. Oh, hell, never mind a coat. Just a second to see it." His insistence bore Fran away, and with her alone, unchaperoned by that delightful Major Lockhart, he stood huddled by a lifeboat in his shirt-sleeves, his dress coat around her, looking at the cheery wink of the light that welcomed them. They had full 5 minutes of romancing and of tenderness before Lockhart came along, placidly bumbling that they would catch cold, that they would find Kent an estimable county, that Dodsworth must never make the mistake of ordering his street boots and his riding boots from the same maker. The smell of London is a foggy smell, a sooty smell, a coal-fire smell, yet to certain wanderers it is more exhilarating, more suggestive of greatness and of stirring life than springtime hillsides or the chill sweetness of autumnal nights. And that unmistakable smell, which men long for in rotting perfumes along the Orinoco, in the greasy reek of South Chicago, in the hot odor of dusty earth among locust-buzzing Alberta wheat fields, that luring breath of the dark giant among cities, reaches halfway to Southampton to greet the traveler. Sam sniffed at it uneasily, restlessly, while he considered how strange was the British fashion of having railway compartments instead of an undivided car, with a nice long aisle along which you could observe ankles, magazines, rotary buttons, clerical collars, and all the details that made travel interesting. And the strangeness of having framed pictures of scenery behind the seats, of having hand straps, the embroidered silk covering so rough to the fingertips, the leather inside so smooth and cool, beside the doors, and the greater strangeness of admitting that these seats were more comfortable than the flinty Pullman chairs of America, and of seeing outside, in the watery February sunshine, not snow-kirtled fields, but springtime greenness, pollarded willows and thatched roofs and half-timbered facades, just like in the pictures. England. Like most people who have never traveled abroad, Sam had not emotionally believed that these foreign scenes veritably existed, that human beings really could live in environments so different from the front yards of Zenith's suburbs, that Europe was anything save a fetching myth like the Venusberg. But finding it actually visible, he gave himself up to grasping it as enthusiastically as these many years he had given himself to grinding out motor cars. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Not the charge and roaring of the huge red buses, not the glimpse of Westminster's towers beside the Thames, not the sight of the pale tall houses of Carlton House Terrace, so much delighted Sam and proved to him that, incredibly, he was in London, as did a milk cart on its afternoon delivery. That absurd little cart, drawn by a pony, with the one big brassy milk container, instead of a truck filled with precise bottles. "That certainly is old-fashioned," he muttered in the taxicab, greatly content. They planned to stay at the Berkeley, but when Sam stood at the booking desk, making himself as large and impassive and travel-looking as possible, and said casually, "I'd like a suite," the clerk remarked, "Very sorry, sir. Full up." "But we wireless for reservations," snapped Fran. "Come to think of it, I forgot all about sending the radio," said Sam, looking apologetically at the clerk, apologizing for the rudeness of Fran, his child. She breathed quickly, angrily, but never yet had she quarreled with him in public. "You might try the Savoy, sir, or the Ritz, just across Piccadilly," the clerk suggested. They drooped back to the taxicab waiting with their luggage, feeling unwelcome, and when they were safely inside the car, she opened up. I do think you might have remembered to send that wireless, considering that you had absolutely nothing else to do aboard, except drink, when I did all the packing, and, Sam, do you ever realize that it really wouldn't injure your titanic industrial mind if you were occasionally just the least little bit thoughtful toward me? If you didn't leave absolutely everything about the house and traveling for me to do? I don't think it was very nice of you, and I'm so tired after the customs and, hell, I suppose you got the tickets to Europe. I suppose you got our passports. No, your secretary did. I'm afraid you don't get any vast credit for that, my dear man. That was all the family scene for which they had time before they disembarked at the Ritz. But Fran was able to keep up quite a high level of martyrdom and bad temper, for the Ritz was nearly full also, and they could not have a suite till the next day. Tonight, Fran had to endure a mere double bedroom with a private bath. I suppose, she stormed, that I'm expected to spend my entire time in London packing and unpacking and moving and unpacking all over again. This awful room. Oh, I do think you might have remembered. All the gaiety was gone from Sam's large face. He held her arm painfully and growled, "Now that'll do. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. I always deny it, even to you, but you can be the nagging wife. Just the kind you hate. We never had a better room than this, and tomorrow we'll have a suite, and you needn't unpack anything besides a toothbrush this evening. We needn't dress for dinner. You make me sick when you get this suffering, abused tragedy fit. I know it's because you're tired and jumpy, but can't you ever be tired and jumpy without insisting that everyone around you be the same way? Is it necessary for you to shout at me as proof of your calmness, your superb masculine calmness, and is it necessary to break my arm? I am not a nagger. I've never nagged you, but the fact that you, who are so fond of talking about yourself as the great executive who never forgets a detail, never said anything of the kind, could forget to send that wireless, and then you're too self-satisfied even to be sorry about it. Fran, his arm circled her. He led her to the window. Look down there. Piccadilly, London. I've always wanted to see it, just as much as you have. Are we going to quarrel now? Do you remember the very first evening I met you, after you'd come back from Europe, and I'd said we'd come here together? And we have. Together. Oh, I guess I sound sentimental, but to be here in England, where all our people came from, with you... I'm sorry. I was naughty. I'm sorry. Then she laughed. Only my people didn't come from here. My revered ancestors galloped around the Bavarian mountains in short green pants and yodeled, and undoubtedly they fought your ancestors on all possible occasions. But her laughter was not very convincing. Her restoration to happiness not complete. She said, while she was unpacking her smaller bag, gliding in and out of the bathroom, she said, in rather a lonely, discouraged way, "Same time, my dear, you aren't always thoughtful about me. American husbands never are. You're no worse than the rest, but you're just as bad. You think of nothing beyond business and golf. It never occurs to you that a woman, poor idiot, is lots more pleased when you remember to send her flowers, or when you phone to her at odd hours just to say you love her, than she would be by a new motor car. Please don't think I'm nagging. Maybe I was before, but I'm not now, really. I do so want us to be happy together. And now that you don't have to think about business, don't you think it might be nice to get acquainted with me? I'm really quite a nice person." "Nice? Oh, Lord!" She was cheerfuler after their long kiss, and he became very busy trying to be a thoughtful husband. And she agreed that it was jolly that they needn't dress for dinner, and then she unpacked their evening clothes. It was toward evening. He must make her first night in London exciting, and like most American husbands, he assumed that the best way to do it was to invite someone, if possible someone a little younger and livelier than himself, to join them. Major Lockhart? Oh, damn Major Lockhart. They'd seen too much of him on the ship. and the patronizing way in which he'd ambled into their compartment on the boat train and thrust a graphic and a tatler on them, and the way he'd explained that you mustn't confuse a florin and a half-crown. Still, Lockhart was younger than himself, perhaps half a dozen years, and he could gabble about baccarat and Paris-Plage and other things that Fran seemed to find important. "Let's get hold of somebody for dinner, honey," he said, "and then maybe we'll take in a show. How about it? Shall I try to get hold of Lockhart?" "Oh, no." He was pleased, considerably less pleased when she went on. "He's been so kind to us and so helpful, and we mustn't bother him on his first evening home. What about this young starling, Tubbs Nevy, at the American Embassy?" "We'll try him." The embassy was closed, and at his bachelor apartment, Dunger, the porter, explained that Mr. Starling had gone to the Riviera for a fortnight. "Do you remember any of the people you met here when you came abroad as a kid?" Sam asked. "No, not really. And I haven't any relatives here, all in Germany. Hang it, I do think that after all these centuries, my family might have provided me with one respectable English earl as kinsman." "What about Hurd, the Revelation agent? I think he came to our house once when he was in Zenith." "Oh, he's a terrible person, absolute roughneck. How you ever happened to send an American like Hurd over here when you might have had a nice Englishman as London agent, and why, don't you remember? I asked you not to write him we were coming. I won't be the president's little lady to that awful bunch of back-slapping salesmen. Now, Hurd's a mighty good fellow. He's cocky, and I don't suppose he's read a book since he used to look at the lingerie ads in the Sears Roebuck catalog as a kid, but he's a whirlwind at selling, and he tells mighty good stories, and he would know the best restaurants in London." Softened, a bit motherly, or at least a bit sisterly, she comforted him. "You really would like to see him, wouldn't you? Well, then, let's get him, by all means." "No, this is your party. I want somebody that you'd like. Plenty of time to see Hurd. Go call on him tomorrow, maybe." "No, really, I think it would be lovely to have your Mr. Hurd. He wasn't so bad. I was exaggerating. Yes, do call him up. Please do. I'd feel terrible if I felt that I'd kept you from seeing, and perhaps you do owe it to the business. He may have some cables from the UAC." "Well, all right. And if I don't get him, how about trying Colonel Enderley and his wife? I thought they were about the nicest people on the boat, and they may not have a date for tonight. Or that aviator, Ristad." "Splendid." Hurd's office was closed. Hurd's home address not in the telephone book. Colonel and Mrs. Enderley not at the Savoy, after all. Max Ristad not in. Who else? How many millions of American husbands had sat on the edges of how many millions of hotel beds from San Francisco to Stockholm, sighing to the unsympathetic telephone, "Oh, not in?" Ruffling through the telephone book and again sighing, "Oh, not in?" Looking for playmates for their handsome wives, while the wives listened blandly and never once cried, "But I don't want anyone else. Aren't we two enough?" A little melancholy at having to struggle through their second honeymoon unassisted, they dined at the hotel and went to the theater. In the taxicab he had a confused timidity. No fear of violence, no sense of threatened death, but a feeling of incompetence in this strange land, of making a fool of himself, of being despised by Fran and by these self-assured foreigners, a fear of loneliness, a fear that he might never be restored to the certainties of Zenith. He saw his club, the office, the dear imprisonment of home, against the background of London, with its lines of severe facades, its roaring squares, corners clamorous with newspaper vendors, and a whole nest of streets that irritated him because they weren't reasonable. He didn't know where they led. And a tremendous restaurant that looked bigger than any clashing Childs in New York, which was annoying in a land where he had expected to find everything as tiny and stiff and unambitious as a Japanese toy garden. And the taxi driver hadn't understood his pronunciation. He had had to let the hotel porter give the name of the theater, And what ought he to tip the fellow? He couldn't ask Fran's advice. He was making up for his negligence about the radiogram for hotel reservations by being brusque and competent, a man on whom she could rely, whom she would love the more as she saw his superiority in new surroundings. God, he loved her more than ever, now that he had the time for it. And what was that about not confusing a half-crown? Let's see, that was 50 cents, almost exactly, wasn't it? And a florin. Why had Lockhart gone and mixed him all up by cautioning him so much about them? Curse Lockhart. Nice chap, awfully kind, but treating him as though he were a baby, who would be disgraced in decent English society unless he had a genteel guide to tell him what he might wear and what he might say in mixed society. He'd managed to become a president of a quite fair-sized corporation without Lockhart's aid, hadn't he? He felt at the theater even more forlorn. He did not understand more than 2/3 of what the actors said on the stage. He had been brought up to believe that the English language and the American language were one, but what could a citizen of Zenith make of, "Oh's wrath, he's still in Labtree"? What were they talking about? What was the play about? He knew that in America, even in the Midwestern saneness of Zenith, where the factories and skyscrapers were not too far from the healing winds across the cornfields, an incredible anarchy had crept into the family life, which he believed had been the foundation of American greatness. People that you knew, people like his own cousin Jerry Loring, after a decent career as a banker, had taken up with loose girls and had stood for his wife's having a lover without killing the fellow. By God, if he, Sam Dodsworth, ever found his wife being too friendly with a man. No, he probably wouldn't. Not kill them. She had a right to her own way. She was better than he, that slender, shining being in the golden frock she had insisted on digging out of a wardrobe trunk. She was a divine thing, while he was a clodhopper, and how he'd like to kiss her, if it weren't for shocking all these people so chillily calm about him. If, conceivably, she could look at another man, he'd just leave her, and kill himself. But he must attend to the play, considering that he was being educated, and so expensively. He concluded that the play was nonsense. In America, there was a criminal amount of divorcing and of meriting divorce, but surely that collapse of all the decencies was impossible in Old England, the one land that these hundreds of years had upheld the home, the church, the throne. Yet here on the stage, with no one hissing, an English gentleman was represented as being the lover of a decent woman, wife of a chemist, and as protesting against running away with her because then they would be unable to continue having tea and love together at the husband's expense. And the English audience, apparently good, honest people, laughed. The queer cold bewilderment crept closer to him in the entr'acte when he paced the lobby with Fran. The people among whom he was strolling were so blankly indifferent to him. In Zenith, he would have been certain to meet acquaintances at the theater. Even in New York there was a probability of meeting classmates or automobile men. But here he felt like a lost dog. He felt as he had on the first day of his freshman year in college. And his evening clothes, he perceived, were all wrong. They went to bed rather silently, Sam and Fran. He would have given a great deal if she had suggested that they take a steamer back to America tomorrow. What actually she was thinking, he did not know. She had retired into the mysteriousness which had hidden her essential self ever since the night when he had first made love to her at the Kennepoos Canoe Club. She was pleasant now, too pleasant. She said, too easily, that she had enjoyed the play, and she said, without saying it, that she was far from him and that he was not to touch her body, her sacred, proud, passionately cared-for body, save in a fleeting good-night kiss. She seemed as strange to him as the London audience at the theater. It was inconceivable that he had lived with her for over 20 years. Impossible that she should be the mother of his 2 children. Equally impossible that it could mean anything to her to travel with him, He so old and tired and aimless, she so fresh and unwrinkled and sure. Tonight she wasn't 42 to his 51, she was 30 to his 60. He heard the jesting of Tub Pearson, the friendliness of his chauffeur at home, the respectful questions of his stenographer. He realized that Fran was also lying awake, and that as quietly as possible, her face rammed into her pillow, she was crying. And he was afraid to comfort her. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Sam had never, for all of Fran's years of urging that it was a genteel and superior custom, been able to get himself to enjoy breakfast in bed. It seemed messy. Prickly crumbs of toast crept in between the sheets, honey got itself upon his pajamas, and it was impossible to enjoy an honest cup of coffee unless he was squared up to it at an honest table. He hated to desert her their first morning in London, but he was hungry. Before he dared sneak down to the restaurant, he fussed about, trying to see to it that she had a proper breakfast. There was a room waiter, very morose, who spoke of creamed haddock and kippers. Now, whatever liberalism Samuel Dodsworth might have about politics and four-wheel brakes, he was orthodox about American breakfasts, and nothing could have sent him more gloomily to his own decent cream of wheat than Fran's willingness to take a thing called a kipper. No, said Fran, after breakfast she thought she would stay in bed till 10. But he needed exercise, she said. Why, she said, with a smile which snapped back after using as abruptly as a stretched rubber band, didn't he take a nice walk? He did take a nice walk. He felt friendly with such old-fashioned shops as were left on St. James's Street. Brick shop fronts with small pane windows which had known all the beaux and poets of the 18th century. A hat-making shop with antiquated toppers and helmets in the window. A wine office with old hand-blown bottles. Beyond these relics was a modern window full of beautiful shiny shotguns. He had not believed somehow that the English would have such beautiful shiny shotguns. Things were looking up. England and he would get along together. But it was foggy, a little raw, and in that gray air the aloof and white-faced clubs of Pall Mall depressed him. He was relieved by the sign of an American bank, the Guarantee Trust Company, looking very busy and cheerful behind the wide windows. He would go in there and get acquainted, but today he could think of no reason. He had plenty of money, and there had been no time yet for mail to arrive. Curse it! How he'd like a good breezy letter from Tub Pearson, even a business letter from the UAC, full of tricky questions to be answered. Anything to assure him that he was someone and meant something, here in this city of traditional, unsmiling stateliness, among these unhurried, well-dressed people who so thoroughly ignored him. The next steamer back. Too late in life now to make new contacts, as they said in Zenith. He realized that Fran's thesis, halfway convincing to him when they had first planned to go to Europe, her belief that they could make more passionate lives merely by running away to a more complex and graceful civilization, had been as sophomoric as the belief of a village girl that if she could but go off to New York, she would magically become beautiful and clever and happy. He had for a few days forgotten that wherever he traveled, he must take his own familiar self along, and that self would loom up between him and new skies, however rosy. It was a good self. He liked it, for he had worked with it. Perhaps it could learn things. But would it learn any more here, where it was chilled by the unfamiliarity, than in his quiet library, in solitary walks, in honestly auditing his life back in Zenith? And just what were these new things that Fran confidently expected it to learn? Pictures? Why talk stupidly about pictures when he could talk intelligently about engines? Languages? If he had nothing to say, what was the good of saying it in 3 languages? Manners? These presumable dukes and dignitaries whom he was passing on Pall Mall might be able to enter a throne room more loftily, but he didn't want to enter a throne room. He'd rather awe Alec Kynance of the UAC than anybody who'd only inherited the right to be called a king. No, he was simply going to be more of Sam Dodsworth than he had ever been. He wasn't going to let Europe make him apologetic. Fran would certainly get notions, want to climb into circles with fancy-dress titles. Oh, Lord, and he was so fond of her that he'd probably back her up. But he'd fight. He tried to get her happily home in 6 months. So, he knew now what he'd do, and what he'd make her do. He became happy again, and considered the Londoners with a friendly, unenvious, almost superior air, and discovered that his hat was just as wrong as his evening clothes. It was a good hat, too, and imported, a Borsalino, guaranteed by the hub-hatters of Zenith to be the smartest hat in America. But it slanted down in front with too much Western and rakish an air. And, swearing that he let no English passers-by tell him what he was going to wear, he stalked toward Piccadilly and into a hat shop he remembered having seen. He just glanced in there. Certainly they couldn't sell him anything. English people couldn't sell like Americans. So he entered the shop, and came out with a new gray felt hat for town, a new brown one for the country, a bowler, a silk evening hat, and a cap. And he was proud of himself for having begun the Europeanization which he wasn't going to begin. For lunch he invited Hurd, Mr. A.B. Hurd, manager of the London agency of the Revelation Motor Company, an American who had lived in England for 6 years. Fran was fairly amiable about meeting Mr. Hurd, for the hotel management had given her the suite which she had demanded, with a vast sitting room in blue and gold. "I was cross last evening," she said to Sam. "I felt kind of lonely. I was naughty, and you were so sweet. I'll be good now." But she couldn't help being a little over-courteous to Hurd when he came in. Mr. Hurd was a round-faced, horn-spectacled, heavy-voiced man who believed that he had become so English in manner and speech that no one could possibly take him for an American, and who, if he lived in England for 50 years, would never be taken for anything save an American. He looked so like every fourth man to be found at the Zenith Athletic Club that traveling Middle Westerners grew homesick just at the sight of him, and the homesicker when they heard his good, meaty, uninflected Iowa voice. He was proud of being able to say that the goods vans with the motors were being shunted, though if he was in a hurry, he was likely to observe that the goods vans with the autos were by God being switched. His former awe of Sam and of the elegance of Fran was lost now in his superiority as one who certainly did know his England, and who could help these untravelled friends. He bounded into their suite, shook hands, and crowed, "Well, by Jove, do you know you could have doggone near knocked me down with a feather when I found you folks were in town? I say, if you just told us you were coming, we'd have been down to the depot with the town brass band. By golly, do you know, Chief, I'm almost sorry we're going in with the UAC. It's always been a pleasure to have a straight shooter like you for a boss, and all of us hope that you're going in with the UAC yourself. Say, maybe we aren't shoving over what we got left of the old Series 5 on the Britishers, too. Now, I don't know what plans you folks have, and the one thing we learn here in England about handling our guests—" Sam wondered if Hurd noticed the sudden rigidity with which Fran received the suggestion that she could ever be considered a guest of Mr. A. B. Hurd. "Is not to bother 'em, like the Americans do, but let 'em alone when they want to be let alone. Now this noon you folks come grab lunch with me at the Savoy Grill. Say, I've got the waiters there trained, and I'll tell 'em they're not to treat you like ordinary Americans. They all think I'm English. They think I'm kidding when I tell 'em I'm a good Yank and proud of it. And then tomorrow evening I'll get Mrs. Hurd to come in from the country. We're living at Beaconsfield, got practically an acre there, and we might all take in a show. You folks will enjoy the English stage. Real highbrow actors that know how to talk the English language. Not a lot of these New York roughnecks. And then maybe next weekend you might like to come down and stay with us, and I'll drive you around and show you some real English landscape, and you'll meet some of the real sure-enough English. There's a very high-class Englishman living right near us. In fact, he's a knight, Sir Wilkie Absalom, the famous solicitor, that I know your good lady will fall for hard, Chief. Him and I play golf together right along, and I tell you he's a real democratic guy. He'll take you in and treat you just like you were English yourselves." "I think, Mr. Hurd," said Fran, "that we'd better be starting off, and—" so sweetly as to a maid whom she was going to discharge come Saturday, "we can discuss plans on the way. You're very kind to bother with us, but I'm afraid that just these next few days we're going to be rather horribly busy. We've already, unfortunately, accepted a weekend invitation from some old friends. You see, I lived here a long time before I was married, and tomorrow evening we're dining out. But now let's go and have lunch, and Sam and you will have such a nice chance to discuss all the details of the UAC. Just forget that I'm there." And Hurd was unconscious that anything whatever had happened. "Huh. Guess it'd be pretty hard to ever forget you were around, Mrs. Dodsworth. But I certainly would like to get the real, honest-to-God lowdown on the Combine, and maybe you'll be able to come out to us for the weekend after that. One American thing we do stick to, real central heating. Maybe it won't be as swell as some of these castles, but a lot more comfy, all right." "Oh, I'm sure of it. Shall we go now?" Sam raged within. I'm not going to stand her high-hatting him like that. He's being as polite as he can. And, as heartily as Hurd, he shouted, "Wait there. Hold your horses, Fran. If Hurd is buying us all this expensive food, we got to give him a cocktail first. He'll be our housewarming party here." He stamped firmly across the floor, rang for a waiter, and ordered cocktails, ignoring her flashed fury, though he knew that he would have to pay for it afterward. But he did hope that Hurd wouldn't say, drinking, "Well, here's looking at you, Chief." Hurd didn't. He said, "Well, here's mud in your eye. Ha, ha, ha. Say, by golly, I guess it's a year since I've heard anybody get that off. But there's a few of the good old American expressions a fellow likes to keep up, even when he's lived as long among the English as I have. Well, let's go feed the old faces. Certainly is awful nice to have you folks here. We must see a lot of each other." Not that Fran said anything rude at lunch. It would have been better so. She merely knotted her brows and looked suffering. Fortunately, Hurd did not seem to care. Probably he did not look at her. Probably he was one of the American men of whom Fran had complained that they never bothered to look at a woman of over 19. Hurd was unflagging. "Guess you folks would like some American grub for a change. I do myself after all these years." He chuckled and ordered clam chowder, fried chicken, and sugar corn. "You folks will do fine in this burg," he said. "You'll meet some of the best. I wouldn't wonder if quite a few men in the city, that's what we call the Wall Street section here, have heard of you, Chief. And your good lady ought to be able to get along fine with the ladies here. Oh, yes, you said you were here as a girl. Well, you'll find all that coming back to you before long. Shouldn't wonder if you took to English life quicker than I did myself. And say, I took to it like a duck to water. Of course, I'm a 100% American, but I do like English ways, and this damn prohibition. Excuse me, Mrs. Dodsworth, but I'm agin prohibition. I guess that's about the only subject where I haven't got any comeback when my English pals razz me about the States. And the wages for servants here. Say, ain't it simply incredible, by Jove, what kitchen mechanics expect to get in America and never do a lick of work for it? Sure, you'll like it here. But say, you must be sure not to make one mistake that even a lot of high-class Americans make when they first come over. Don't ever boast about how much money you make." Surely Hurd must catch Fran's choke of rage. because the British think that's what they call putting on side. Not that you would do that, of course, but I mean, surprise you how many of the real Bon Ton do. And, of course, I don't need to suggest to anybody with a social position like yours, Chief, that you can't just get to talking to fellows in a hotel bar here like we would back home. Oh, you bet. I shouldn't wonder if you'd catch on to English ways even quicker than— Well, as I was saying, I don't want to intrude on you folks, but it'd be a mighty great pleasure to give you any hints I can about the British slant on things, and to start you off with a genuine English bunch of acquaintances. It's frightfully kind of you, and it's been such a nice lunch, said Fran. But do you mind if we run along now? I'm afraid I'm a little late for my engagement at the hairdresser's. When quite wordless they had walked through Trafalgar Square, he snarled at Fran, "Oh, say it." "Need I?" "Better get it over." "You seem to be saying it to yourself quite successfully." "I am. Only hurry the execution. I have too much imagination." "Have you? If you had, would you have invited the charming and helpful and tactful Mr. A.B. Hurd to lunch with me? Couldn't you have enjoyed his highly British presence by yourself?" "Fran, we've said all of this about so many different people. Granted that I am a good deal of a fool about bringing the wrong kinds of people together. You are my beloved, and everybody gives you credit for being so loyal and hospitable. Granted, and I admit Hurd likes himself a good deal. On the other hand, he's generous, he's honest, he's probably a man of very little home training as a youngster. And that— No, wait now, you don't know what I'm going to say. In that I've expressed all our whole row if we went on with it all afternoon. You just go on saying that he's a fathead, and I just go on insisting that he's got a kind heart. Can't you ever forego the pleasure of catching me in an error? Here we are in London, with a free afternoon ahead of us and the job of lunching with Hurd done. Must you be sulky?" "I am not sulky. Only you can't expect me to be very radiant after an experience like that." "Oh, it doesn't matter." She achieved a half-smile. "Never mind. We'll be meeting some decent people here soon. No, don't. Don't tell me that Hurd is decent. Probably he is. Probably he never beats his wife. I'm sure that his playmate, Sir Toppingham Cohen, is an adornment to any salon." "Oh, all right, Sam. I'll be good. Only damn it, to think of wasting time like— Oh, let's go to Bond Street and buy lots of painfully expensive things." When for 2 hours they had shopped up Regent Street and down Bond, Fran was in an expansive, youthful, rattling mood, and she cried, "Let's go back to the hotel. It really is a nice sitting-room, and have tea there by our own fireplace." On the large table in their sitting-room was a box of roses. "Oh, and you thought of me this morning," she rejoiced. He had, but he had not thought of the flowers. They were from Major Lockhart. "Oh, it doesn't matter," she said, in a tone which suggested that it decidedly did matter. And while he was being over-solicitous about the kind of cake she liked with tea, Lockhart himself was announced. Lockhart remarked, as though he had seen them 5 minutes before, "It's cost me almost a bob at the club telephone to find out where you were. I say, Dodsworth, my cousin says you're entirely wrong about hydraulic brakes. I say, won't you come down to his place for the weekend? Awfully modest country-cot sort of place. He'd like awfully to have you. No tea, thanks. Must run along. Forgive informality. General's a widower. No Lady Herndon. Call on you. Do come." "At the same time," Sam complained, "Hurd and your friend Lockhart aren't essentially different. Oh, I don't know whether we ought to go down to Lord Herndon's or not. No reason why he should care to see me, and it'll be one of these houses with 40 servants. Old Lockhart talks more politely than Hurd, but at bottom they're both bullies. They both want to do things for you that you don't want done. I wish Tub Pearson were here." "You would. Of course we're going to Herndon's, and not because he's a general and a lord, but because— Well, yes, Because he's a general and a lord. That's an interesting fact to discover about myself. Am I a snob? Splendid. I shall get on, if I can only be clear and resolute about it. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9. Of Dodsworth, by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Lockhart called for them in a long, sumptuous two-seater Sunbeam, which he drove himself. He insisted that there was plenty of room in the seat for the three of them, but it seemed to Sam that they were crowded, and that Fran, glossy in her gray squirrel coat and her small cloche hat, snuggled too contentedly against Lockhart's shoulder. He forgot it in the pleasure of driving from the lowering smoke of London to the winter sunshine of the country, grey fields beginning to stir with green, breathing a faint bright mist, above which, in the shining branches of the trees, the rooks were jubilant. Little villages he saw, with homely tea-rooms and inn signs, the Rose and Crown, the Green Dragon, and the Faithful Friend. Then thatched farmhouses, oast houses. He could not understand what these domestic lighthouses might be, and on a ridge the splayed ruin of a castle, his first castle. Knights in tourney, Elaine in white samite, mystic, wonderful. No, it was Guinevere who wore the white samite, wasn't it? Must read some Tennyson again. Dukes riding out to the Crusades with minstrels playing on, what was it, rebecks? Banners alive and 1,000 swords flashing. And these fairy stories really had happened, and around that wall up there, with its one broken lump of a tower, the cavalcade of knights, following this same road, became more real to him than the motor, for he was bored by the talk of Fran and Lockhart, and lost the thread of it in ancient book-colored memories which returned as desirable and somehow tragic. The other two were chattering of cricket at Lord's, of polo at Hurlingham. They were spitefully recalling the poor old rustic banker on the Ultima, who came to dinner every evening in prehistoric dress clothes, with the top of his trousers showing like a narrow black scarf above the opening of his baggy white waistcoat. Their superciliousness shut Sam out in the darkness along with the kindly old banker. He wanted to escape from the hotel and theatre London of the tourist and see the authentic English, Dorset shepherds, cotton operatives on the Dole in Salford, collier captains in Bristol Harbour, Cornish tin miners, Cambridge dons, hop-pickers in Kentish pubs, great houses in the Dukeries. But they were too low or too high for Fran's attention, and was it probable, he sighed, that he would see anything that she did not choose? A little incredulously, he perceived that Fran was really attracted by Lockhart. She, who had not been given to even the flimsiest of tea-table flirtations, who had blushed and looked soft-eyed only at the attentions of the very best of visiting celebrities, a lecturing English novelist or a young Italian baron who was studying motor factories. She, who had ever been rude with a swift, cold rudeness to such flappers as were known to indulge in that midnight pawing known in Zenith as necking. But Lockhart seemed by his placid bullying to have broken her glistening shell of sexlessness. She, so touchy, so ready to take offence, accepted Lockhart as though he were her oldest friend, to wrangle with, to laugh with. "You drive much too fast," she said. "It would be too fast for anyone who wasn't as good a driver as I am." "Oh, really? I suppose you've won races?" "I have, with German shells. I was in the motor transport before they sent me to America. I've driven at night on a road full of shell holes, without lights at 30 miles an hour. As I was saying, you're too American, Mrs. Dodsworth. Americans understand themselves less and are less understood by the world than any nation that's ever existed. You're excellent at all the things in which you're supposed to be lacking: lyric poetry, formal manners, lack of cupidity. And you're so timid and incompetent at the things in which you're supposed to excel: fast motoring, aviation, efficiency in business, pioneering. Why, Britain has done more pioneering in Canada and Africa and Australia and China in any given 10 years than the States have in 20. And you, who feel you're so European, you're so typically American. You have the most charming and childish misconceptions about yourself. You think you're an arrogant, self-contained, rational, ambitious woman, whereas, actually, you're warm-hearted and easily dazzled. You're simply an eager young woman, and it's only your shyness that keeps you going about doing the starry-eyed wonder and trusting little niece sort of thing. My dear Major Lockhart, I hope that the combination of your extraordinarily careful driving and your extraordinarily generous mind-reading isn't tiring you too much. But she didn't, Sam realized, succeed in making it nasty. She had turned entirely toward Lockhart. She no longer noticed Sam when he mumbled, "There's a lovely old stone church," or, "Guess those are hop poles," when he wanted to hold her hand and tell her with quick little pressures that they were sharing the English countryside. Oh, well, he reflected. He recalled Pickwick Papers, and the coach with the jovial, well-warmed philosopher swaying down the frosty roads for Christmas in the country. "Great," he said. They stopped for lunch at a village inn. To Sam's alert gratification, they drove under an archway into a courtyard of coaching days. He was delighted by the signs on the low dark doors beneath the archway: coffee room, lounge, saloon bar. They stamped their feet and swung their arms as the Pickwickians had done when they had stopped, perhaps, at this same inn. If Fran had ignored him, she took him in again and warmed him with her smile, with an excited, "Isn't this adorable, Sam? Just what we wanted." She insisted, despite Lockhart's ruddy and spinsterish protests, on going into the tap-room, and there, with authentic-looking low rafters, paneling of black oak, floor of cherry-red tiles, they sat at a long wooden table between benches, and Sam and Lockhart warmed themselves with whiskey, while Fran sipped half a pint of bitter out of a pewter mug. Sam secretly bought it from the barmaid afterward and lost it in Paris. The stairs to the dining room were carpeted in warm dark red. The wall was plastered with Victorian pictures: Wellington at Waterloo, Melrose Abbey by moonlight, Prince collars and cuffs, Rochester Castle. And on the landing was such a cabinet of curiosities as Sam had not seen since childhood. A Javanese fan, carved chessmen, Chinese coins, and a nugget of Australian gold. The dining room was dominated by a stone fireplace, on which were carved the Tudor rose and the high-colored arms of the local earl. Near it, on the oak buffet, crowned with enormous silver platters, were a noble ham, a brown-crusted veal and ham pie, a dish of gooseberry tart. And at a table, 2 commercial travelers were gorging themselves on roast beef with Yorkshire pudding. "Great," Sam rejoiced, and his glow continued even through watery greens and disconsolate Brussels sprouts. Beyond Sevenoaks, Lockhart played a lively tattoo with the horn, and shouted, "Almost there! Welcome to the stately homes of England!" They came to an estate, high-walled with deer to be seen through grilled gates, and the twisted Tudor chimneys of a great house visible beyond a jungle of pines. "Oh, Lord, is this the place?" Sam privately wondered. "It'll be terrible. 10 footmen. I wonder if they do wear plush knee-pants. Whom does one tip?" But the car raced past this grandeur, dipped into a red brick hamlet, turned off High Street and into a rough lane gloomy between hedges, and entered a driveway before a quite new, quite unpretentious house of 10 or 12 rooms. As with thousands of houses they had passed in crawling out of London, there was a glassed-in porch littered with bicycles, rubbers, and rather consumptive geraniums. At one side of the house was a tennis court, an arbor, and the skeletons of a rose garden, but of lawn there was scarcely a quarter acre. "I told you it was only a box," Lockhart drawled as he drew up with a sputter of gravel at the door. There was a roar within. The door was opened by a maid, very stiff in cap and apron, but past her brushed the source of the roaring. a tiny, very slim image of a man, his cheeks almost too smoothly pink to be real, his mustache too precise and silvery, and his voice a parade ground bellow too enormous to be credited in so miniature a soldier. "How do you do, Mrs. Dodsworth? Most awfully nice of you to come," he thundered, and Lockhart muttered, "This is the General." If in his quest for romance the exterior of the house was ajar to Sam, the drawing-room was precisely what he had desired without knowing that he had desired it. Here was definitely home, with a homeliness which existed no longer in most of the well-to-do houses of Zenith, where, between the great furniture factories and the young female decorators, with their select notions about harmony and periods, any respectable living-room was as shiny and as impersonal as a new safety razor-blade. At Herndon's, blessedly, no two bits of furniture belonged to the same family or age, yet the chintzes, the fireplace, the brass fire-irons, the white paneling belonged together. On a round table in a corner were the General's cups, polo cups, golf cups, the cup given him by his mess in India, a few medals and a leering Siva, and through low casement windows the grey garden was seen sloping down to meadows and a willow-bordered pond. And the maid was wheeling in a tea-wagon with a tall old silver teapot, old silver slop-jar, mounds of buttered scones, and such thin bread and butter as Sam had never known could exist. After tea, during which Herndon rumbled rather libelous stories about his fellow soldiers, they walked up the lane, across a common on which donkeys and embattled geese were grazing, past half-timbered shops with tiny windows containing a jar or two of sweets, to the 15th-century Flint church, in itself a history of all Kent. The tower was square, crenellated, looking as though it would endure forever. In the low stone-paved porch were parish registers, and the names of the vicars of the parish since the Norman Gilles de Pierre IV of 1190. The pillars along the nave were ponderous stone. On the wall were brasses with epitaphs in black and red. In the chancel were the ancient stone shelf of the piscina of Roman Catholic days, and a slab commemorating Thomas Sewickley, Kent. All but the name and the florid arms had been worn away by generations of priestly feet. While Herndon was lecturing them on the beauties of the church, with rather more than a hint about the iron-bound chest in which tourists, particularly American tourists, were permitted to deposit funds for the restoration of the roof, the vicar came in, a man innocent and enthusiastic at 45, tall, stooped, much spectacled, speaking in Oxonian English so thick that Sam could understand nothing beyond "extraordinarily well-proportioned arches," which did not much enlighten him. As they ambled home, he saw candles in cottage windows. They stopped to greet a porcelain-cheeked little old woman with a wreck of a black hat, a black bag of a suit, and exquisite gloves and shoes, whom Herndon introduced as Lady something or other. "But," Sam reflected, "it isn't real. It's fiction. The whole thing, village and people and everything, is an English novel, and I'm in it. This is Chapter 2, and it's lovely. But I wonder about Chapter 20. Will there be the deuce to play? Just because life is more easy and human here, I feel more out of it. So accustomed to having my office and the boys to boss around. Now that I've quit, I've got nothing but myself, and Fran, of course, to keep me busy. These people, Lockhart and Lord Herndon, they can live in themselves more. They don't need a movie palace and a big garage to be content. I've got to learn that, but, oh, I enjoyed seeing that church, and yet I feel lonely for old Tub making a hell of a racket." The glow in him faded as he trudged with Lockhart, both of them silent, behind the chattering Fran and Herndon. And he was irritated when Herndon turned back to crow in the most flattering way, "You know, I should never in the world have taken Mrs. Dodsworth and you for Americans. I should have thought you were an English couple who had lived for some time in the colonies." Sam grumbled within, childishly, "I suppose that's an Englishman's notion of the best compliment he can pay you." But Herndon was so cordial that he could not hint his resentment. He would, just that moment, have preferred rudeness and the chance of an enlivening row. But his loneliness, his uncharted apprehension, vanished with the whiskey and soda, which both Herndon and Lockhart deemed it necessary for him to take before dinner, to ward off all possible colds and other ills. As he stalked up to their bedroom, the reddest red and the shiniest brass and the most voluble little fire, Sam fretted, "I'm getting to be as touchy and fanciful and changeable as an old maid. Yet I never was cranky in the office, never very cranky. Am I too old to learn to loaf? I will." And he said, as he entered the room and was startled anew at Fran's shininess and a combination of white-gloved silk, "Oh, honey, speaking of old churches, you fitted into that stone aisle as if you were the lady of the manor." "And you were so big and straight. Lockhart and the General are sweet, but, oh, you old sweet stone statue." He remembered for weeks their warm shared affection in the warm red room, as they laughed and dressed. His slight jealousy disappeared at the thought of Lockhart off somewhere, dressing alone, probably in a room as chill as the drafty corridor. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. There came in for dinner only a neighbor, whose name was Mr. Alls, or Mr. Aldis, or Mr. Allis, or Mr. Hall, or Mr. Aub, or Mr. Hoss, with his wife and spinster sister. Because of the British fetish of unannotated introductions, Sam never did learn the profession of Mr. Alls, if that was his name, and naturally, to an American, the profession of a stranger is a more important matter than even his income, his opinion of socialism, his opinion of prohibition, or the make of his motor car. Listening to the conversation, Sam concluded at various times that Mr. Alls was a lawyer, an investment banker, a theatrical manager, an author, a member of Parliament, a professor, or a retired merchant whose passions were Roman remains and racetrack gambling. For Mr. Alls was full of topics. And all through the evening, Sam kept confusing Mrs. Alls and Miss Alls. They were exactly alike. They were both tall, thin, shy, pleasant, silent, and clad in lustreless black evening frocks of no style or epoch whatever. Against their modest dullness, Fran was a rather theatrical star in her white satin with a rope of pearls about her gesticulatory right arm, and she was also a little strident and demanding. When Sam was introduced to Mrs. Alls, or it may have been Miss Alls, she said, "Is this your first visit to England? Are you staying long?" Contrariwise, when he was introduced to Miss Alls, unless it was Mrs. Alls, she murmured, "How do you do? How long are you staying in England? I believe this is your first visit." So far as he could remember, they said nothing else whatever until they went home. But Herndon, Lockhart, Fran, and Mr. Alls made up for that silence. The General liked an audience, and considered Fran an admirable one. When she thought anyone worth the trouble, she could be a clown, a great lady, a flirt, all in one. She was just irreverent enough to rouse Herndon, yet her manner hinted that all the while she really regarded him as greater than Napoleon and more gallant than Casanova. So he thundered out his highly contradictory opinions on Kaiser Wilhelm, the breeding of silver foxes, the improbabilities of Mr. Michael Arlen's The Green Hat, the universal and scandalous neglect of the backhand stroke in tennis, the way to cook trout, the errors of Winston Churchill, the errors of Lloyd George, the errors of Lord Kitchener, the errors of Ramsay MacDonald, the errors of Lord Birkenhead, the errors of Danish butter, and the incomparable errors of Lockhart in regard to emigration and dog-feeding. Otherwise, the General said scarcely anything. "The trouble with this country is," observed Herndon, "that there are too many people going about saying the trouble with this country is, and too many of us, who should be ruling the country, are crabbed by being called general or colonel or doctor or that sort of thing. If you have a handle to your name, you have to be so jolly and democratic that you can't control the mob." "We'll try to free you from that if you come to America," said Fran. I'll introduce you as Mr. James Herndon, the pansy grower, and I'll tell my butler that you're so fond of rude garden life that you'd be delighted to have him call you Jimmy." "Am I expected, ma'am, to say that I'd be charmed by anything that your butler might care to call me? As a matter of fact, I'd ask him not to be so formal, but call me Whiffins. However, unfortunately, I am not named James." "And unfortunately, we haven't a butler, but only a colored gentleman who condescends to help us with the cocktails at parties, if he isn't too busy down in Shantytown preaching. But honestly, am I in bad taste? If I'm not, isn't it really rather pleasant to be known as your lordship?" "Oh, I inherited the handle while a subaltern. No great day of mourning for lost dear ones, you know. I inherited from a most gloomy old uncle. I'd never been able to rebuke my colonel. Tried to, in my eager boyish way, but he'd never noticed it. When I inherited, he used to go quite out of his way to rebuke me, so I knew I'd made an impression. Fact, he was so stiff with me that I became popular with the mess. But of course you Yanks, roving your broad steppes, never dream of such puerile triumphs." "Quite. They're too busy punching cattle," said Lockhart, and Mr. Alls inquired, "Just how does one punch an unfortunate cow?" "It's now done with automatic punching machinery," explained Lockhart. "Neat little hole right through the ear. Mrs. Dodsworth is an expert. Punches 6 cattle simultaneously while singing the Star-Spangled Banner and firing pistols." "But my real achievement," asserted Fran, "is shooting Indians. I've shot 9 before I was 5 years old." "Is it true," demanded Lord Herndon, "that the smarter American women always have girdles made of scalps?" "Oh, absolutely. It's as de rigueur as for an Englishwoman to carry a bouquet of Brussels sprouts at a lawn party, or—" "Oh, what a hell of a way to talk," fretted Sam Dodsworth. "If they can't talk sense, why don't they dry up? What's the use of talking anyway, beyond pass the salt and how much do you want a ton? Aren't these folks ever serious?" Suddenly they were serious, and he was even less comfortable. "Mr. Dodsworth," asked Mr. Alls, or Mr. Haas, "why is it that America hasn't recognized Soviet Russia?" "Why, we're against their propaganda." "But who is really responsible for the American policy, Congress or the Foreign Department?" "I'm afraid I don't exactly remember." It occurred to Sam that he hadn't the smallest information about Russian relations with America, only a thin memory of a conference about selling cars in Russia. He was equally shaky when they questioned him about the American attitudes toward the Allied war debt and toward Japan. "Am I beginning to get old?" he wondered. "I used to keep up on things. Seems as though this last 5 years I haven't thought of anything but selling cars and playing golf." He felt old. He felt older and older as Fran and Herndon slid over into a frivolous debate about lion hunting. He had never known that she could be so fantastic. Here she was telling some perfectly silly story about their having had a dear old lion for a pet, about Sam's kicking it downstairs one frosty night when he was in a bad temper, the poor lion slinking down the street, pursued by a belligerent black kitten, fleeing to the zoo and whimpering to be led into a cage. And there wasn't even a zoo in Zenith. Old, and out of it. He couldn't join in their talk, whether it was nonsense or the discussion of nationalization of mines presently set going by Herndon, who announced himself a socialist as fervently as 20 minutes before he had announced himself as a die-hard Tory. It was one of the few conversations in years in which Sam had not had an important, perhaps a commanding position. At dinner in Zenith, if he didn't feel authoritative when they talked of Stravinsky or the Algerian tour, soon or late the talk would return to motors and a mystery known as business conditions, and then he would settle all debates. He suddenly felt insecure. As they walked to church next morning, he felt for the Kentish village a tenderness as for a shrunken, tender old grandmother. And when he noted a Revelation car parked across from the church, he was certain again that he was somebody. But amid the politely interested, elegantly pious congregation at morning prayer, glancing at him over their celluloid-covered prayer books, he felt insecurity again. He was overgrown, clumsy, untutored. He wanted to flee from this traditional stillness to the anonymity and shielding clamor of London. They rode for the hour between church and luncheon on ragged but sturdy horses from the village stable. Mrs. Alls had lent a wreck of a riding habit to Fran, who looked disreputable and gay in her orange tam-o'-shanter, gayer than her ordinary taut sleekness. But they rode away from the village, through fields and shaggy woods to the ridge of the North Downs. For years, Fran had ridden twice a week with an English ex-groom turned gentleman teacher and trainer in America, his Cockney accent accepted in zenith as the breath of British gentility. With her slim straightness, she sat her aged nag like a young cavalry officer. Lockhart and Lord Herndon looked at her more admiringly than ever, spoke to her more cheerily as though she were one of their own. Sam's riding had been a boyhood vacation trifling. He was about as confident on a horse as he would have been in an aeroplane. He had never quite got over feeling on a horse's back that he was appallingly far up from the ground. Herndon had a shaky leg, and Sam and he rode slowly. Suddenly Lockhart and Fran left them, in a gallop along the pleasant plateau at the top of the downs. "Don't you want to keep up with them? My leg's not up to much today," said Herndon. "No, I'll trail," Sam sighed. In a quarter hour, Fran and Lockhart came cantering back. She was laughing. She had taken off her tam, and her hair was wild. "Sorry we ran away, but the air was so delicious. Simply had to have a scamper," she cried, and to Sam, "Oh, was oo left alone? Poor boy." All the way back she insisted on riding beside him, consoling him. A month ago he had felt that he had to protect her frailness. He was conscious now that his breath was short, that he had a corporation, and that Fran, turning to call back to Lockhart, was bored by him. Most insecure of all was Sam that afternoon, when they motored for tea to Wotton Hall, the country place of Sir Francis Austen, the new hope of the Liberals in Parliament. Here, so overwhelmingly that Sam gasped, was one of the great houses of which he had been apprehensive. Up a mile-long driveway of elms they came to a lofty Palladian facade, as stern as a courthouse, with a rough stone wing at one end. "That's the old part, that stone, built about 1480, said Herndon. In front was a terrace rimmed with clipped cypresses in the shape of roosters, crescents, pyramids, with old Italian wine jars of stone. To the right, beyond a pair of tennis courts, half a mile of lawn slipped in pale winter green toward rough meadows. To the left, the stables were a red brick village. There was about the whole monstrous palace a quietness dotted only with the sound of sparrows and distant rooks. To Sam just now, the millionaire country houses he had seen on Long Island and the North Shore above Chicago, Tudor castles, Italian villas, French chateaux, Elephantine Mount Vernons, mansions which he had admired and a little coveted, were raw as new factories beside a soft old pasture. Through a vast entrance hall with tapestries on walls of carved stucco and high Italian candlesticks at the foot of a walnut stairway, they were shepherded to a carved oak drawing-room high as a church and much noisier. After that, Sam knew nothing but confusion and babble. First and last, there must have been 50 people popping in for tea, people with gaudy titles and cheery manners, people so amiable to him that he could not hate them as he longed to. What they were all talking about, he never knew. They spoke of Sybil, who seemed to be an actress, and of politicians, he guessed they were politicians, to whom they referred to as Nancy and F.E. and Jix and Winston and the P.M. One man mentioned something called the Grand National, and Sam was not sure whether this was the name of a bank, an insurance company, or a hotel. What could he do when a lady, entirely unidentified, asked, "Have you seen H.T.'s latest?" "Not yet," he answered intelligently, but who or what H.G. might be he never did learn. And through the bright-colored maelstrom of people, his heart aching with loneliness, he saw Fran move placidly, shiningly, man-conscious and man-conquering and at home. They were all one family. They took her in, but himself, how to get in, he had no notion. He had addressed conventions of bankers. He had dragooned 1,000 dancing people at a Union Club ball. But here, these people were so close-knit, so serenely sure that he was an outsider. He escaped from the lady who knew about H.G. He crawled through the mass of suspended teacups and struggled to Fran's side. She was confiding, not very truthfully, to a man with a single eyeglass that she had a high, passionate, unresting interest in polo. When Sam had the chance, he sighed to her, "Let's get out. Too darn many people for me." "They're darlings, and I've made the most terrific hit with Lady Austin. She wants us to come to dinner in town." "Well, I just thought we might get a little fresh air before dinner. I feel sort of out of it here. They all chirp so fast." "You didn't seem to be doing so badly. I saw you in the corner with the Countess of Balliol." "Was I? Which one? All the women I talk to just look like women. Why the devil don't they wear their coronets? Honestly, Fran, this is too rich for my blood. I could stand meeting a couple hundred people at once, but not the entire British aristocracy. My dear Sam, you are talking exactly like Mr. A.B. Hurd." "I feel exactly like Mr. A.B. Hurd." "Are you going to demand that we take Zenith with us every place we go? Are you going to refuse to like anything that's the least bit different from a poker party at Tub Pearson's? And are you going to insist that I be scared and old too, and not reach out for the great life that I can learn to master? Oh, I can. I'm doing it. Must I go back with you now and sit at Lord Herndon's select villa reading the Observer, or else be punished by your sulking?" And it was she who was sulky, though he had doubtfully urged her to stay as long as she liked, or as Herndon liked. She showed a grey sulkiness all evening, but not toward Herndon, decidedly not toward Lockhart. They had only a cold ham and beef supper, with no other guests, and publicly Fran was frivolous. She played the piano, played, and since Herndon was seized with a passion to discuss motor headlights with Sam, Lockhart hung about the piano. Herndon and Sam were at the other end of the drawing-room, before the fireplace, backs to the piano, but in the Venetian mirror over the fireplace Sam could watch the others, and he did uneasily. Only then was he certain that Lockhart aspired to considerably more than a polite friendliness with Fran. Lockhart turned her music. He kept drawling amiable insults that were apparently more fetching than flattery. His hand touched her sleeve, once rested on her shoulder. She shrugged it off and shook her head, but she was not angry. Once Sam heard her. "Don't know why I like you. Your perfectly disconcerting admiration of yourself." He felt Sam like a worthy parent watching his daughter and a suitor. He felt resigned. Then he began to feel angry. Damn it, was that why Lockhart got us down here? To make love to Fran? Does he think I'm the kind that'll stand it? Does she? When they were going to bed, his accumulated anger came out in a chilly, "See here, my girl, all this his lordship, her grace, old England, palatial mansion stuff is fine. I've enjoyed it. But you're letting it dazzle you. You're letting Lockhart be a whole lot too flirtatious. You're off your track. At home, you'd see that he doesn't just mean to pay you pretty little compliments." "My dear Mr. Dodsworth, do you mean to insinuate—" "No, I'm saying it straight. Little good home bullying." "Do you mean to insinuate that I'd let Major Lockhart, or anybody else, make the slightest improper advances toward me? I, that never tolerated loose dancing at home, that have never in my life so much as held hands in a taxi? I, that, oh, it's too beautifully ironical, that you've practically accused, time and again, of being too sexless to suit your manly ardors? Oh, it's too much. Yes, at home that has been so, though I've never accused you of sexlessness, even when I've damn well suffered from it. I've been patient, waited a mighty long time. That's what makes it worse now, when you've been so little attracted by me, to see you falling for this man, or at least, I mean being obviously attracted by him, just because he's— Oh, say it. Just because he's the cousin of a lord. Say it. Try to make me seem as contemptible a little village greenhorn as you can. I hadn't intended to say anything of— Well, if I did, what I meant was— just because he's wandered enough so that he knows how to handle women by beating them. I can't. Never could beat you. Wouldn't if I could. Oh, never mind. I don't mean anything serious. I just mean, even though you are naturally something of a European, you've got to remember that this is a pretty wise and dangerous old country. But, of course, you've got too much sense. Sorry I said anything. She was standing a little rigid in her low-necked, lace-trimmed yellow pajamas. He lumbered toward her, his hands out bumbling. "Sorry. Kiss me." She shuddered. She wailed, "No, don't touch me. Oh, don't ever suggest things like that again. Lockhart, I haven't the slightest interest in him. I'm ashamed of you. You ought to be ashamed of yourself." She resolutely said nothing more before they went to sleep, and in the morning she was queerly quiet and her eyes looked tired. Lord Herndon, kindest of hosts and one of the few living men who were cheerful and full of ideas at breakfast, seemed hurt by her aloofness, but Lockhart was inquisitive and slightly amused, and at the station, the Dodsworth were to return by train, he searched Fran's eyes interrogatively, most hopefully. Sam was glad when the train was away, and she tried to pump up a friendly smile for him. But he was all abasement, all savage scorn of himself, that he should have spoiled the happy party of this, his child, by bucolic suspicions. She had been so innocently happy in discovering rural England, in sturdy friendship with Lockhart, in chatter with Herndon, in a hair-blown race across the downs, and then, he groaned, he had spoiled it all for her. He took her hand, but it was lax, all strength gone out of the hand that yesterday had been so firm on the bridle. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The possessions of Sir Francis Austen were numerous and very pretty. He owned thousands of acres of Welsh coal land. He owned Wotton Hall in Kent, and a tall, bleak-faced house in Eaton Square. He owned the famous Mare Capriciosa III, and he owned a position in the Liberal party immediately after that of Asquith and Lloyd George. He himself was owned by his wife. Lady Austen was a beautiful woman and very commanding. She had a high, quick, passionate voice and many resolute opinions. She was firm and even a little belligerent about the preferability of jays to Poiré in the matter of frocks, about the treachery of the Labour Party, about the desirability, entirely on behalf of the country, of Sir Francis's becoming Prime Minister, about the heinousness of beer-drinking among the working classes, about the scoundrelism of roast chicken without a proper bread sauce, and particularly about the bad manners, illiteracy, and money-grubbing of the United States of America. She had been born, and her father and mother before her, in Nashville, Tennessee. She was a formidable hostess. She had a salon, and while she did explorers and chemists and the few authors who understood morning coats, she had never stooped to fill her drawing-room by exhibiting Cubist painters, Hindu nationalists, American cowboys, or any of the other freaks whereby rival professional hostesses attracted the right sort of people. And her dinners were admirable. You could be sure of Napoleon brandy, the cousin of a duke, and the latest story about the vulgarity of New York. It was not to one of Lady Austen's very best dinners, with a confidential cabinet minister present, that Lockhart persuaded her to invite the Dodsworths, but it was quite a good upper-middle dinner, with Clos Vougeot and the master of a Cambridge college. Sam was quiet, extremely observant, not extremely jolly, as he surveyed that regiment of 20 people, all nibbling so delicately at their salmon and at other people's reputations. No one seemed to have any vulgarly decided opinions, and everyone desired to know of him only two things. Was this his first visit to England, and how long would he stay? And they didn't seem to care so very much about either. He wondered how many times he himself had asked foreign visitors to the Revelation plant, Britishers, Swedes, Germans, Frenchmen, whether this was their first visit to America, and how long did they plan to stay. "I'll never say that again," he vowed. The dinner rather went on. Soup and a murmur about broadcasting and Bernard Shaw, salmon and a delicate murmur about Mussolini and influenza, roast mutton and an exchange of not very interested confidences about cat burglars. Sam was in a daze of gluttony and politeness when he realized that Lady Austen was talking to him about America, and that every one at the table was beginning to pay attention. He did not know that she was born an American, and he listened to her with almost no comfort. "And, of course, none of us would ever think of classing your darling wife and you with the terrible, terrible sort of American tourist that one sees, or hears rather, at the Cecil or in trains. Where do you suppose such Americans come from? In fact, I'm quite sure you could both be mistaken for English if you merely lived here a few years. So it's a quite impersonal question. But don't you feel, as we do, that for all our admiration of American energy and mechanical ingenuity, it's the most terrible country the world has ever seen? Such voices, like brass horns, such rudeness, such lack of reticence, and such material ideals. And the standardization, everyone thinking exactly alike about everything. I give you my word that you'll be so glad you've deserted your ghastly country that, after 2 years here, you'll never want to go home. Don't you already feel that a bit?" Sam Dodsworth had never in his life boasted of being an American, nor yet apologized for it. It was amazement which made him mutter, with what sounded like humility, "Why, never thought much about America as a whole. Sort of taken it for granted." "You won't long. What a land! Such terrible politicians! Positively the lowest form of animal life, even worse than Irish Republicans. And don't you rather feel ashamed of being an American when you think of America's making us pay the war debt, when, after all, it was all you did contribute?" "I do not." Sam was suddenly and thoroughly angry, suddenly free of whatever diffidence he had before this formal society. "I never was much of a flag-waver. I don't suppose America is perfect, not by a long shot. I know we have plenty of fools and scoundrels, and I don't mind roasting them. But if you'll excuse me for differing with you—" Lockhart said pacifyingly, "You can't expect Mr. Dodsworth to agree, Lady Austen. Remember, he's—" Sam snarled on, uncheckable. "I suppose I have been sort of assuming that America is the greatest nation on earth, and maybe it is. Maybe because we have got so many faults. Shows we're growing. Sorry if it's bad manners not to be ashamed of being an American, but then I'll just have to be bad-mannered." Behind his brusqueness, he was saying to himself, and timidly, "Look at the dirty looks I'm getting. I've ditched things for Fran. What hell I'll get from her." But incredibly, it was Fran herself who was attacking. "My dear Lady Austen, out of 110 million Americans, there must be a few who have agreeable voices and who think of something besides dollars. Considering how many of us are a generation or less from England, we must have several nice people. And I wonder if every member of the British Parliament is a perfect little gentleman. I seem to have heard of rows. We probably have more self-criticism at home than any other nation. Our writers call us everything from Main Streeters to the bourgeoisie. But curiously enough, we feel we must work out our own fate, unassisted by the generous foreigners." "I think Mrs. Dodsworth is quite right," said Sir Francis. We're not at all pleased here in England when the French and Italians call us barbarians, as they jolly well do." Suavely he said it, and stoutly, but Sam knew that thenceforth Fran and he would be as popular in the house of Austen as a pair of mad dogs. Fran developed a tactful headache at 10:15. Sir Francis and Lady Austen were very cordial at parting. Sam and Fran were silent in the taxi till he sighed, "Sorry, honey, I was bad. Awfully sorry I lost my temper." "It doesn't matter. I'm glad you did. The woman's a fool." "Oh, my dear," Fran laughed hysterically, "I can see that the Austens and us are going to be buddies. They'll insist on our yachting round the world with them." "And scuttling the yacht." "Haven't they a dear little daughter, so Brent can marry her?" "Fran, I'm crazy about you." "Do, old grizzly. I'm glad you are one. Sam, a terrible thought occurs to me. I'll bet you anything that fool woman was born an American. Convert. Professional expatriate. She's much too English to be English. Not that the real English love us any too much, but she's like an Irish critic living in London, or a Jewish peer, 7 paces to the right of the king. Oh, my dear, I might have fallen into expatriate. Sam Dodsworth, if you ever catch me trying to be anything but a woolly American, will you beat me?" "I will. But do I have to beat you very long at a time?" "Probably. I'm rather a hussy." "Only virtue is, I know it. And I did flirt with Clyde Lockhart at Lord Herndon's. It flattered me to stir him out of that damn your eye superiority of his. And I did stir him, too. But I'm so shamed." In their apartment, she nuzzled her cheek against his shoulder, whispering, "Oh, I'd just like to crawl inside you and be part of you. Don't ever let me go." "I won't." The Austen debacle considerably checked Fran's social career, though Lockhart continued their mentor. He came to tea the next day, casual as ever, and drawled, "Well, Merle Austen was a bit of a public nuisance last night. So were you, Dodsworth." "Well, I couldn't sit there and listen to her." "You should have smiled. You Americans are always so touchy. No Englishman ever minds criticism of England. He laughs at it." I've heard that before, from Englishmen. I wonder if that isn't one of your myths about yourselves, like our belief that every American is so hospitable that he'll give any stranger his shirt. Well, I have never seen any of our New York bankers down at Ellis Island begging the Polack immigrants to come stay with them till they get jobs. Look here, Lockhart. The Austen woman said all our politicians were hogs. Suppose I started making nasty cracks about the King and the Prince of Wales. That's quite different. That's a question of good taste. Never mind. Herndon and I are thoroughly pro-American." "I know," said Fran. "You love America, except for the food, the manners, and the people." "At least there's one American that I esteem highly," said Lockhart, and his glance at her was ardent. Sam waited for her to rebuke Lockhart. She didn't. Lockhart took them to Ciro's to dance. He had them made members of a rackety nightclub called the Rigadoon, where there was friendliness and gin and a good deal of smell. Potentates of the English motor manufacturing companies called on them and escorted Sam to their factories. They met 3 or 4 stout matrons at a dinner given by Lord Herndon in the women's annex of the Combined Services Club, and they were again admitted to the tedious perils of occasional dinner parties. And all the while they were as unrelated to living English life as though they were sitting in a railway station waiting for the Continental train. Lockhart had gone off to the Riviera a week after the Austen dinner. Sam was relieved, then missed him surprisingly. And with Lockhart away, their invitations were few. "Well," said Sam, "till we get acquainted with more folks here, let's do the town, historic spots and so on." He had studied Mr. Carl Baedeker's philosophical volume on London, and he was eager to see the Tower, the Houses of Parliament, Kew Gardens, the Temple, the Roman Bath, the National Gallery. Eager to gallop up to Stratford and honor Shakespeare, not that he had honored Shakespeare by reading him these 25 years past, and to gallop down to Canterbury, not that he had ever gone so far as to read Chaucer. But Fran made him uncomfortable by complaining. "Oh, good heavens, Sam, we're not trippers. I hate these postcard places. Nobody who really belongs ever goes to them. I'll bet Clyde Lockhart has never been inside the Tower. Of course, galleries and cathedrals are different. Sophisticated people do study them. But to sit at the Cheshire Cheese with a lot of people from Iowa and Oklahoma exclaiming over Dr. Johnson? Atrocious. I must say, I don't get you. What's the idea of coming to a famous city and then not seeing the places that made it famous? You don't have to send souvenir cards about 'em if you don't want to, and I don't believe the people from Iowa will bite you unless you attack 'em first." She tried to make clear to him the beauties of snobbishness in travel. But in her loneliness she did consent to go with him, even to eat lark and oyster pie at the Cheese, though she was rather snappish with the waiter, who wanted to show them the volumes of visitors' names. Ambling through London with no duty of arriving anywhere in particular, Sam came to take its sombre vastness as natural, felt the million histories being enacted behind the curtained windows of the million houses. On clear days, when rare thin sunshine caressed the grey-green bricks which composed the backs of London houses, even these ugly walls had for him, in relief at the passing of the mist-pall, a charm he had never found in the hoydenish glare of sunshine on bright winter days in Zenith. He loved, as he became familiar with them, even the absurd proud little shops with their gaudy glass and golden signs, chocolate shops with pictures of royalty on the boxes of sweets, tobacco shops with cigarette cases of imitation silver for Sunday strolling clerks to flourish, even the ardours and fumes of fried fish shops. He was elated at learning the bus lines, saying judiciously, "Let's take a 92 and ride home on top." The virility of London, town of men back from conquering savages and ruling the lone desert, seemed akin to him. But Fran began to speak of Paris, that feminine and flirtatious refuge from reality. Between explorations, they tasted a loneliness they had never known in their busy domination of Zenith. Evening on evening, they sat in their suite pretending that they were exhausted after a day's sightseeing, that they were exhausted and glad they were going to stroll out for dinner alone. All the while, Sam knew that she was waiting, that he was waiting and praying for the telephone to ring. At their several party dinners they had met agreeable people who said, "You must come to us soon," and then forgot them blissfully. London's indifference to her charms depressed Fran, seemed to frighten her. She was wistfully grateful when he thought of ordering flowers, when he found some unexpected and cheery place to dine. Half the time he was pitiful that she should not be having her career. Half the time he rejoiced that they had never been so close together as now in their isolation. She was almost timid when Jack Starling, the nephew of Tub Pearson, and a secretary at the American Embassy in London, came bouncing back to town, called formally, inspected Fran's complexion and Sam's grammar, and adopted them with reserved enthusiasm. He was a pleasant, well-pressed young dancing man, and full of ideas. Not especially good ideas, but very lively and voluble. He called Sam Sir, which pleased Sam almost as much as it embarrassed him. In Zenith, no one except men who had served as officers in the Great War used Sir, save as furious address to 5-year-old boys whom they were about to beat. And suddenly, after Starling's coming, Lockhart was strolling in as though he had never been away, and Lord Herndon was in town for a month, and without any traceable cause, the Dodsworths had more lunches, teas, dinners, dances, and theatre parties than even a lady lion-hunter could have endured. Sam was so happy to see Fran excited and occupied that not for a fortnight did he admit privately that the only thing that bored him more than being an elephantine wallflower at dances was being a drowsy and food-clogged listener at dinner parties. and that all these people whom they must call up, whom they simply mustn't forget to invite to their own small dinners, were persons whom he could with cheers never see again. Nor could he persuade himself that their own affairs, in a private room at the Ritz, with himself pretending to supervise the cocktails before dinner, and Fran making a devil of a fuss about the flowers, were any livelier than other people's. The conversation was as cautious, the bread sauce quite as bready, and the dread hour from 9:30 to 10:30 passed on no swifter wings of laughter. Mr. A.B. Hurd was a relief, now that Fran was busy enough so that Sam could slip away and revel with Mr. Hurd in shop gossip and motor prices and smutty stories and general American lowness. Mr. Hurd had done his best to be hospitable, and as it had not occurred to him that there were people, like Fran, who did not wish to be hospitalized, he had been bewildered and become shy. Even his superb salesman's confidence had become shy. He had once, after numerous telephone calls, been invited by Fran to tea, and he had brought his Oklahoma-born wife up from the country and put on his rather antiquated morning coat and very new spats. He came into the Dodsworth suite briskly enough, but when Mrs. Hurd crept in after her boisterous husband, Sam was so touched that he rose to the courtliness he could occasionally show. She was dressed in blue silk, with a skirt hiked up in back. Her hands looked the more rough because they had just been manicured, with rosy and pointed nails. Hurd's salary was adequate now, but Sam felt that Mrs. Hurd had for years washed dishes, diapers, muddy floors. Her lips were round with smiling, but her eyes were frightened as she shook Sam's hand in the small white-enameled foyer of the suite, and cried, "My, I've heard so much about you, Mr. Dodsworth. Al is always talking about you, and what a wonderful executive you are, and what a lovely time he had with you folks when he was back in Zenith the last time, and how much he enjoyed dining with you, and it's just lovely that you're here in London now, and I do hope Mrs. Dodsworth and you will find time to come down to the country and see us. I know how busy you must be with parties and all, but—" Sam ushered her into the sitting-room. He tried to catch Fran's eye to warn her to be good, while he was rumbling, "Fran, this is Mrs. Hurd. Mighty great pleasure to meet her, after we've known her husband so long." "How d'ye do, Mrs. Hurd?" said Fran, and it was worthy of Lady Austen at her politest and rudest. Fran pronounced it, "How d'ye do?" and her voice rose at the end in a quiet brusqueness which finished Mrs. Hurd completely. Mrs. Hurd fluttered, "I'm real pleased to meet you, I'm sure," then sat forward in her chair, refused the cake she most wanted, looked terrified while Fran purred about Paris. She did not venture on the invitation to the country, which he had obviously come to deliver. Between Sam's heavy compliments to Hurd, Hurd's heavy compliments to Sam, and Fran's poisonously sweet manner of saying, "It was so very kind of you to come all this way in to see us, Mrs. Hurd," she was bewildered, and she ventured on no conversation beyond, "My, you've got such lovely rooms here. I guess you know an awful lot of English folks, lords and everything, don't you?" After that, Hurd resentfully gave up telephoning. But when, with Lockhart and Jack Starling returned, Fran found enough of the admiration natural to her, Sam was now and then able to sneak meanly out and get hold of Hurd for odd meals. After a fortnight, Hurd suggested at luncheon, "Say, Chief, I'd like to pull off a bachelor dinner for you one of these evenings. Some of these high-class American businessmen here in London. Just sit around and be natural and tell our middle names. Think you could duck your good lady and have an old home week? What about next Saturday evening?" "Fine. I'll see if my wife has anything on." "Well, I hope she has. Strict lot of police in this old town. Ah, ha, 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 ha." Sam was not offended. Hurd was given to smutty limericks, to guffaws about young ladies of the night, yet there was a healthy earthiness about him which to Sam was infinitely cleaner than the suave references to perversions which he had increasingly been hearing in New York and in London, and which sickened him, made him glad to be normal and provincial and old-fashioned. Hurd, hang it, he liked Hurd. The man's backslapping was real. He could do with a little backslapping these days. Why should it be considered a less worthy greeting than chilly handshakes and fishy how'd-you-do's? When Sam returned to the hotel, Fran was having tea with Lockhart. "I can tell that you've been seeing one of your jocund American friends again," said Lockhart. "How?" "You have a rather decent voice when you've been under a purely insular influences for a week or so. Color in it. But the moment you slip off to America again, it sharpens and becomes monotonous." "It's too bad," muttered Sam, leaning against the fireplace, very tall, wondering what would happen if he threw his tea in the cup at Lockhart. Damn the fellow. Oh, of course he was friendly. He meant well, and probably he was right in his hints about the nice conduct of a clouded American barbarian in England. But still, hang it, there were some pretty decent people who seemed to like Sam Dodsworth the way he was. He interrupted Fran's chronicle of shopping in Liberty silks to blurt, "Say, sweet old Hurd wants to give me a bachelor dinner next Saturday evening. Meet some of the American businessmen here. I thought I ought to do it. He's tried so hard to be nice." "And you'd like it? Be back in all the Rotarian joys of Zenith?" "You bet your life I'd like it. We haven't a date for that evening, if I remember. Could you get up a hen party or go to the movies or something? I'd kind of like—" "My dear, you don't have to ask permission to have an evening out." "The hell I don't." "No, of course not, but I don't want you to feel stranded." "I say, Fran," Lockhart remarked, "would you care to dine with me that evening and go to the opera?" "Well," considered Fran. "Fine," said Sam. "It's a go." Starling popped in just then, very cheery, and Sam was silent while the other three hilariously scoffed at America. Sam was thinking almost impersonally. It was a new occupation for him, and he was a little confused. It had become a disease with both nations, he reflected, this discussion of Britain versus America, this incessant, irritated family scolding. Of course, back in the cornfields of the Middle West, people didn't often discuss it, nor did the villagers on the Yorkshire moors or Cornish fishermen. But the people who traveled and met their cousins of the other nation, the people who fed on newspapers on either side of the water, they were all obsessed. Fran and Lockhart and Starling chirping about it. They found so much to laugh over. Himself, he'd rather listen to Hurd's stories. No, that wasn't true. He wouldn't. These Londoners, and Fran and Starling were trying to become Londoners, did talk better than the citizenry of Zenith. They were often a little silly, a little giggling, more than a little spiteful, but they found life more amusing than his business-driven friends at home. Weren't there people in both England and America who were as enterprising and simple and hearty as Mr. A.B. Hurd, yet as gay as Fran or Jack Starling, as curiously learned as Lockhart, who, between pretenses of boredom, gave glimpses of voodoo, of rajas, of the eager and credulous boy he had been in public school, and through long riverside holidays at his father's vicarage in Berkshire? Lockhart. Hang it, must Lockhart always be in his thoughts? It was true, the thing he had been trying to ignore. The beautiful intimacy which for a fortnight Fran and he had found in their loneliness, her contentment to be with him and let the world go hang, had thinned and vanished, and she was straining away from him as ardently as ever before. Mr. Hurd's bachelor dinner for Sam was at 8:30. Lockhart and Fran left the Ritz at 7 to dine before the opera. Sam saw them off paternally, and most filially Fran cried, "I hope you'll have a beautiful time, Sam, and do give my greetings to Mr. Hurd. I'm sure he's really quite a good soul, really." But she did not look back to wave at him as he watched them down the corridor to the lift. She had tucked her arm into Lockhart's. She was chattering, altogether absorbed. For an hour, Sam tramped the apartment, too lonely to think. Hurd's dinner was given in a private room at the Dindano restaurant in Soho. There was a horseshoe table with seats for 30. Along the table, little American flags were set in pots of forget-me-nots. Behind the chairman's table was a portrait of President Coolidge, draped with red, white, and blue bunting, and about the wall, heaven knows where Hurd could have collected them all, were shields and banners of Yale and Harvard and the University of Winnemac, of the Elks, the Oddfellows, the Moose, the Woodmen, of the Rotarians, the Kiwanians, and the Zenith Chamber of Commerce, with a 4-sheet poster of the Revelation car. Fran would have sneered. Outside was the dark and curving Soho alley, with the foggy lights of a Singhalese restaurant, a French bookshop, a wig-maker's, an oyster bar. And the room was violently foreign, with frescoes by a sign painter, or a barn painter, Isola Bella, Fiesole, Castle San Angelo. But Sam did not look at them. He, who but once in his life had attended a Rotary lunch, looked at the rotary wheel, and his smile was curiously timid. There was no reason for it apparent to him, but suddenly these banners made him feel that in the chill ignobility of exile he was still someone. And he felt the more someone as he was introduced to the guests. They had spent from a month to 30 years in England, and they were as different from one another as the exhibits at a zoo with the lion beside the monkey cage. Yet in all of them was a hint of American heartiness, and of that twang which is called talking through the nose, because it consists in failing to talk through the nose. There was Stubbs of the Haymarket branch of the Pittsburgh and Western National Bank, a gray solid man of 50, fanatic about golf. Young Ertman, the London correspondent of the Chicago Register, once a Rhodes Scholar at Oxford, very select and literary. Young Suffern of the Baltimore Eagle, very red-faced and wide-shouldered and noisy. Doblin, manager of the English agency of the Lightfoot Sewing Machine Company, old and thread-thin and gentle. Marquardt of the Orient Chewing Gum and Chicle Corporation. Knab of the Serial Cash Registers. Fish of the American Forwarding Company. Smith of the International Tourist Agency. Nuttall of the Anglo-Peruvian Bank. He was Lancashire-born, but he had lived in Omaha for 18 years, and he was 300% American. And a throng of American motor agents. Each of them crunched Sam's hand and growled, only the Rhodes Scholar's growl was more feline than canine, "Certainly is a mighty great pleasure to meet you. Staying over here long?" Near the door was a side table spread with martini cocktails, Manhattan cocktails, Bronx cocktails, and bottles of Scotch, Canadian Club, American Rye, and bourbon. Sam could not escape without 4 cocktails, and when he wavered to a seat beside A.B. Hurd, he had altogether forgotten that he had ever been lonely, that Fran was with Lockhart. There was a deal of noisy humor at the dinner, a deal of shouting the length of the table, a number of stories beginning, "Did you ever hear the one about the 2 Jews?" And it must be said that Sam, privileged now to enjoy the suburbs of correct English society, enjoyed it more than any dinner this fortnight. He enjoyed it even when cognac and whiskey sodas followed the dessert, and some of the guests, free for only one evening a week from the American wives, whom living in England had not weakened in their view of women's right to forbid men's rights, snatched the excuse to get quite reasonably drunk and to soar into American melody. The old man came rolling home, and he laid Jesse James in his grave, and "Way Down on the Bingo Farm," with what they conceived to be a correct Cockney version of "She was poor but she was honest," all of them leading triumphantly up to "My name is Jon Jonson, I come from Wisconsin, I work on a lumber yard there. When I go down the street, all the people I meet, they say, 'What's your name?' And I say, 'My name is Jon Jonson, I come from Wisconsin.'" It seemed a good song at a certain stage of liquor, and they kept it up for 10 minutes. But between such highlights, Sam Dodsworth got in a seminar of inquiries about the question that to him also had become a disease. Is America the Rome of the world, or is it inferior to Britain and Europe? Or, confusedly, both? Out of all the 30, there were not 10 whose speech showed that they had lived abroad. If occasionally they said braces instead of suspenders, or 2 bob instead of 4 bits, you would have supposed that they had been reading English fiction. There were not 6 who would ever have been taken for Englishmen by Americans, and not 3 who would have been taken for Englishmen by Englishmen. Yet there were not more than 6, Sam discovered incredulously, who wanted to return to America for the rest of their lives. He had understood that hybrid cosmopolites with a fancy for titles and baccarat, eccentric artists who were fond of mistresses and chess, idlers who needed someone with whom to loaf, might prefer to live abroad, but that this should be true of the gallant 30, good salesmen, up-and-coming authorities on cash registers and motor tires, was disturbing to him and mystifying. These men believed and belligerently announced that America was the greatest country in the world, not only in its resources and increasing population and incomparable comforts of daily life, not only in its energy and mechanical ingenuity, but equally in its generosity, its friendliness, its humor, its aspiration for learning. Scarce one of them, Sam judged, but longed to see his own beloved quarter of America. New York on a winter night, with the theaters blaring and the apartment houses along Park Avenue vanishing up into the wild sky rosy from a million lights. Vermont on an autumn afternoon, with the maples like torches. Midsummer in Minnesota, where the cornfields talked to themselves, and across miles of rolling wheatland, dimpling to the breeze, you saw the tall red wheat elevators and the spire of the German Catholic Church. The grave silence of the wilderness, plateaus among the scarred peaks of the Sierra Nevadas, painted buttes in Arizona, Wisconsin lakes caressing in dark waters the golden trunks of Norway pines. The fanlights above the serene old Connecticut doorways in Litchfield and Sharon. Proud cold sunsets in the last 5 minutes of the big game at Thanksgiving time. Illinois versus Chicago, Yale versus Harvard. Yes, and quite as aching with sentimental and unforgettable and lost sweetness, Schnutz College versus McGinnis Agricultural School. Cities of 250,000 people with fantastic smoky steelworks like maniac cathedrals, which had arisen in 20 years upon unpeopled sand barrens. The long road and a rather shaggy, very adventurous family in a squeaky flivver, the new covered wagon, starting out to see all the world from Seattle to Tallahassee, stopping to earn their bacon and bread and oil by harvesting, singing at night in tourist camps on the edge of wide-lawn towns. "I certainly do like to get back to Alabama. Mighty nice girls there, and you talk about your Georgia Terrapin. Say, listen, boy," said Stubbs of the Pittsburgh and Western National Bank, "we got the swellest food in the world in Alabama." And Primble of the International Films Distributing Agency drawled, "Just about once a year I certainly got to get back to the Ozark Mountains and go fishing." But except for half a dozen homesick souls, each of them admitted that he was going to go on loving, boosting, and admiring America and remain in Europe as long as he could. Their confessions could have been summed up in the ruminations of Doblin, proconsul of sewing machines, doyen of the American business colony, old and thread-thin and gentle, who murmured, while the others listened, nodding, nervously shaking ashes from cigarettes, or holding their cigars cocked in the corners of their mouths. "Well, I'll tell you the way I look at it personally. Strikes me that 1/2 or maybe 2/3 of the American people are the best fellows on earth, the friendliest and the most interested in everything, and the jolliest. And I guess the remaining third are just about the worst crabs, the worst meddlesome maddies, the most ignorant and pretentious fools that God ever made, male and female. I'd be tickled to death to live in America if we got rid of prohibition so a man could get a glass of beer instead of being compelled to drink gin and hooch, if we got rid of taking seriously a lot of self-advertising, half-educated preachers and editors and politicians, so that folks would develop a little real thinking instead of being pushed along by a lot of mental and moral policemen, if our streets weren't so god-awfully noisy, if there were a lot more cafes and a lot less autos. Sorry, Mr. Dodsworth, you being a motor manufacturer, but that slipped out and I guess I'll just have to stand by it. But the whole thing, the fundamental thing, is a lot harder to express than that. Nothing like so simple as just prohibition. Golly, the number of people who think they are getting profound when they talk about that one question. The whole thing, Oh, there's more ease in living here. Your neighbors don't spy on you and gossip and feel it's their business to tell you how to live the way we do at home. Not that I've got anything to hide. I haven't been drunk for 30 years. I've been true to my wife, unless you count that one time when I kissed a little widow on the Baltic, and by golly, that's as far as it went. But if there's one thing that would make me go out for all the vices I ever heard of, it would be the thought of a lot of morality hounds sneaking after me all the time, the way they do in the States. And you get better servants here. Yes, and the servants themselves like their work a deuce of a sight better than our redneck hired girls in America, because they're skilled, they're respected here, they're secure, and they don't have the women folks nosing into their ice boxes and love letters all day long. And business. Our greatest American myth is that we're so much more efficient than these Britishers and the folks on the continent. All this high-pressure salesmanship bunk. Why, say, I'll bet that stuff antagonizes more customers than it ever catches. And over here, they simply won't stand for it. An Englishman knows what he wants to buy, and he don't intend to be bullied into buying something else. And a Scotsman knows what he doesn't want to buy. Half our efficiency is just running around and making a lot of show and wasting time. I always picture the ideal peppy American businessman as a fellow who spends half his time having his letters filed away and the other half trying to find them again. And then, Englishmen don't feel he's virtuous because he spends a lot of extra time in his office not doing anything special. He goes home early and gets in some golf or tennis or some gardening, might even read a book. And he's got a hobby, so that when he retires he has something to do. Doesn't just waste away from being bored to death when he's old the way we do. The Englishman will work, and work hard, but he doesn't fall for the nonsense that work, any kind of work for any purpose, is noble in itself. Why, when I go home, well, there's old Emmanuel White, president of my company. He's 72 years old, and he's never taken a vacation. He's worth $2 million, and he gets to the office at 8, and sometimes he stays there till 11 at night and goes snooping around to see if anybody's left a light turned on. Maybe he gets some fun out of it, but he sure doesn't look like it. He looks like he lived on vinegar, and to have a conference with him is just about as pleasant as tending a sick tiger. And the fellows of 40 and 45 that never relax even when they do take an afternoon off. They drive like hell out to a golf course. Greatest myth in the world. But we're beginning to learn a little bit about leisure at home, I guess. That makes me hopeful that someday we may even get cured of optimism and oratory. But I don't expect it in my time, and you bet your sweet life I'm going to stay on here in England even after I retire. Say, I've got a little place in Surrey with an acre of ground and a rose garden. But I'm American, just as American as I ever was. And thank God there's enough Americans here so I can see a lot of them. I admire the English, but they make me feel kind of roughneck. But live here, you bet. Say, that's one of the best proofs that America is the greatest country in the world. Paris and London have become two of the nicest of American cities. Yes, sir. Sam was rather bewildered. Dublin was the old-fashioned, Yankee, Sir American sort, whom he preferred to all the strident new evangelists of business. He was more bewildered when Fish of the American Forwarding Company, big jovial Fish, who had played center for the University of the Western Conference, chuckled, "You bet. First year I was here, I was homesick all the time. I went home, and I intended to stay there. Well, I lasted just 1 year in that dear old Chicago. God, the loop, the elevated, driving through that traffic out to Wilmette every evening, the eternal yow, yow, yow about investments and bridge. Didn't even enjoy golf. Golly, fellows worked at it. Felt guilty as hell if they were 1 stroke over yesterday. And most of 'em took up playing to get acquainted with possible customers at the club, sell 'em 18 bonds and 18 holes. I got transferred back here. I guess I'd enlist to fight for America against any blooming country in the world, but maybe America will get civilized. I hope so. I'm going to send both my boys back home to American universities, and then let 'em decide whether they want to remain or come back here. Maybe we ought to stay home and fight the Blue Noses, not let 'em exile us. But life's short. Want to be a good patriot, but... Say, I wish you could see my house in Chelsea. 20 minutes from Trafalgar Square, even in one of these non-motorized London taxis. And yet it's as quiet as a hick town in Nebraska. Quieter, because there's no kids drinking gin and hollering in flivvers, and no evangelist in the big tent raising hell. Yes, sir. Sam was pondering. He was coming to like England. Perhaps he really would live here. Take an interest in some motor agency. Have an Elizabethan black-and-white house in Kent with 10 acres. Join the American Club. These were good fellows. Perhaps there were 3 or 4 who would even pass the censorship of Fran. He would not be lonely here. He would learn leisure. And think of getting old Tub to come over for a while in the summer. Trot all round England and Scotland with Tub in a car. Play golf at St. Andrews. Yes. But he recalled the horrors of an arty tea to which Jack Starling had taken them in St. John's Wood. He recalled the tedium of dinner parties, people dining solitarily in public. He recalled his discomfort in being unable to understand the violent differences between an Oxford man and a graduate of the University of London, between a public school man and one who abysmally was not. And yet there was something about life here. He didn't feel that he had to hustle when he walked the London streets. He didn't just now want to return to an office in Zenith and listen to vehement young men who made Patrick Henry orations about windshield wipers. He didn't long again to study the schedules of a company which would provide seat upholstery at .06774 cents cheaper a yard, or to listen to Doc Wimpole, the cut-up of the golf club, in his Swedish imitations or his celebrated way of greeting you. "Well, here's the old cutthroat. How many widows and orphans have you stuck with your rotten old revs this week?" No. He went home after tremendously cordial handshakings, more blissful about his new role of required adventurousness than ever before, and hoping that Fran would not say, "Did you have an agreeable time with the great American commercial intellects?" She would. She'd wake up, no matter how softly he came into the bedroom, and she'd say, he had it all out there in the taxicab, she'd say, "Well, I hope you enjoyed yourself with Mr. Hurd and all the other hearty Rotarians. Now you look here. I heard more good talk tonight, more talk that really got down to cases, than I've heard at any of your dinners where gentlemen try to talk like members of Parliament, and members of Parliament try to talk like gentlemen. Why, my dear Sam, we're becoming positively literary. The influence of dear Mr. Hurd is astonishing. Was his wife there? She'd do perfectly at a bachelor dinner. Now you look here. I know what a profound scholar you are, and I know I'm a roughneck businessman. But may I remind you that I did go to a quite well-known institution for young gentlemen in New Haven, and I have actually read several books, and furthermore—" It was a complete triumph, there in the taxicab. He came radiantly into their suite. On the couch, crushing her golden evening wrap, Fran lay sobbing. He gaped from the doorway 5 full seconds before he chucked his opera hat at the table, dashed to her, plumped down on the couch, and cried, "What is it? Sweet, what is it?" She convulsively raised her face just enough to burrow it against his knee while she whimpered, "I've always said, oh, damn, I've always said it was really a compliment to a woman to be what they call insulted. Well, maybe it is, but oh, Sam, I don't like it. I don't. Oh, I want to go home, or anyway leave England. I can't face it. Probably it was my fault that... No, it wasn't. I swear it wasn't. I never gave him the slightest, littlest excuse to suppose that His Grace... Oh, God, how I hate that man. He's so supercilious, and what about? I ask you, what about? What is the fool, after all, but a failure, an international hobo? Even if his cousin is the real thing, what is he, I ask you? It was like this. Oh, Sam, darling, I hate to tell you because I must have been at fault, partly. It was after the opera. I suggested to Clyde, to Major Lockhart, that we might go somewhere and dance, but he said all the good places were so noisy. Couldn't we just come up here and have a drink and talk? I didn't mind. I was a little tired. Well, at first he was awfully nice. Oh, I can see his line so clearly now, and it wasn't so bad considering. He sat right there in that chair. He sat there and he talked about his boyhood and how lonely he'd been. And you know what a fool I am about children. You know how I suffer at just the least little suggestion of anybody not having a happy childhood. Of course, I almost cried. And then he said he was terribly inarticulate and shy. Oh, yes. But he wanted to tell me how much it had meant to know me. I'd been a sweet feminine influence. Honestly, I think he used just those words. Of course, he doesn't have a sweet feminine influence more than 2 or 3 times a week. You can imagine the kind of Indian girls he tells that to on his plantation. How I hate him. But anyway, he told me what a regular little sister I'd been to him, and, being 7 kinds of a fool as you know, I fell for it, and first thing I knew, he was sitting here on the couch beside me, holding my hand. And I confess, oh, I'm being terribly frank, if you ever are so beastly as to go and use this against me later, I'll kill you. I swear I will. I didn't mind the hand-holding a bit. Am I a hussy? I'm afraid I could become one. But anyway, I mean, he has some electricity about him. He's a very educated hand-holder, not too tight, and yet he sort of makes you shudder. But anyway, he held my hand as though it were some particularly sacred relic, and he went on telling me that my example had persuaded him that he must stop his wandering and settle down with some glorious girl like me. And I believed it all. I felt like a sister by a dying bedside. But anyway, he was going to cut out all this drifting and really do something with his life. He said that. Do something with life. I might have known. And then? Oh, you know what he said. I don't have to tell you. Probably you've said it to some cutie yourself. Only, if I ever catch you doing it, I'll kill you. You and I are the model monogamists from now on, do you understand? Anyway, you can guess what he said. Where was he to find the admirable spouse who'd be exactly like me? And, of course, I made noises like a purr pussy. And the next thing I knew, he'd thrown his arms around me, and he was trying to kiss me, and he was at the same time trying to inform me that I'd led him on. Oh, I can sound funny about it now, or try to anyway, but it was pretty fairly ghastly. The idiot insisted on doing a real "woman, you have tempted me to perdition with your poisoned smile" sort of melodrama. Oh, Sam, dear, you old darling, you're so decent. But, I mean, when he found that I was most certainly not going to be embraced, he got awfully nasty. That's one thing he does do well. He said I led him on. He said that among civilized people there were rules of the game, and the way I let him kiss my shoulder. Oh, yes, he did that too, in the taxicab going to dinner. Oh, I am being frank, probably disastrously frank. But, dear, don't treasure it up and use it against a pitiful fool that thought she was a woman of the world. And honestly, I really and truly did think when he kissed my shoulder that if I just ignored it, he'd have sense enough to see that I wasn't taking any. Rules of the game among civilized people. The fool. As if I didn't understand them just as well as he does, and maybe a lot better. But anyway, and maybe I liked his kissing my shoulder. Oh, I don't know. I don't know anything after this ghastly evening. But anyway, he said it was my fault, and so on and so forth. You can imagine. And then he saw that he couldn't bully me, and he was terribly apologetic about showing his true feelings. The swine hasn't got any true feelings. Anyway, he kissed my ear and my nose, a rotten marksman, and he pleaded and— Oh, I don't know why you should have to listen to all the ghastly details. Anyway, I kicked him out. And he was charming, my dear. He went back to his delightful assertion that all American women are bloodless rotters, who get a kick out of seeing men who make fools of themselves. And, oh yes, and he also said this. This really was pretty, and it'll interest you particularly, though it certainly wasn't very consistent with his bleat about my being a bloodless siren. He said he made it quite clear that he didn't merely expect a few consoling kisses, and he said that I didn't know how much sex passion there was concealed in me. He said that he was so kind as to indicate that you were a worthy motor peddler and quite a nice, kind friend, and probably could defend yourself if you were attacked by bandits, but you had no sexual fire, spiritual fire, I think he said, to be exact, and I was what he called unawakened, and he was willing, bless his dear, kind, neighborly soul, he was willing to do the awakening. Oh, Sam, I'm trying to be funny about it, but actually I've never been so insulted, so hurt, so horribly misunderstood, so innocent. Or do you think I led him on, too? Through all her vehement chronicle, Sam had been sorry for her most successfully. He had tried to agree with her, not very successfully, and while he stroked her hair, he had studied a print on the wall. He had not till now been very conscious of their sitting room, but in these seconds he so concentrated on it that he could never forget one minutest detail. The walls cornflower blue, the ceiling dull gold, a wing chair in cretonne with cabbage roses, the mahogany escritoire with elegant books of English memoirs recently purchased by Fran on the shelves above the writing tablet, on which she had made neat piles of the chaste, rich stationery and the letters which were now beginning to come from home. The low table for tea, with the old silver tea service which she had excitedly purchased on Bond Street. He was touched by the homemaking which she was always doing in hotel suites. But most of all, he had been inattentively absorbed by the colored print on the wall opposite him. It wasn't any print in particular. It was what any aged and semi-literate artist would do. Yet at this sensitive moment it was fascinating to Sam, this picture of a young gallant, rather leggy in tights, bent over a young woman with a smile and flowery hat against a background of towers and roses. He roused himself from the study of it as he heard her demand, "Or do you think I led him on?" "No, I'm sure you didn't, Fran. But still—" Suddenly he had no control over what he was saying, no relation to the man who was saying it. "Oh, God, I'm so tired. Tired." "If you don't think I'm tired—" "Look here, Fran. I'm not awfully accustomed to dealing with little lovers in the home. I haven't had that sort of life. Oh, I know you never had any idea of Lockhart's taking your friendliness for love-making. He was a swine. I suppose it's up to me to go out and shoot him." "Oh, don't be silly." "Well, I would feel a good deal like a fool, but if you want me to—" He had been warning himself not to say what he thought. Suddenly he was saying it. "But, as a matter of fact, I don't entirely blame Lockhart. You were flirting with him. You were doing it down at Lord Herndon's. Even on the steamer, you acted as if he was running the whole show for you. And he had some excuse for thinking he could grab you off. You have such a nice way of bawling me out right in his presence. You say, 'Do try to remember that Lady What's-Her-Name isn't used to Americans,' and 'Don't talk about Zenith,' and so on, until you've got me as nervous as an am-eater, till I feel like a Midwestern bull in a Bond Street china shop, and Lockhart listens to it, and naturally he supposes that you think I'm a fool while he's ace-high, and— Are there any other capital crimes that I've committed?" "Yes, a few. You enjoy high-hatting Hurd and decent fellows like that. You're so blame courteous they feel like stable boys. You play with them like a cat with a mouse. And Lockhart's heard you doing it, and he sees you turning toward him for approval, and he thinks you think that he's so superior to me and my friends. Now you listen to me. I deny everything you say. I have never nagged you. I have never said anything to embarrass you. I think even you will admit that in some things I have slightly more tact and patience than you have, And then out of pure friendliness, entirely for your own sake, I try to help you to understand people that you've misjudged, and you say I've bullied you. Oh, it's perfectly beastly of you. And idiotic. If you wouldn't fly off the handle so easily, if you'd listen and let me help you, perhaps you wouldn't make such perfectly appalling breaks as you did the night when you insulted Lady Austin and made everybody so frightfully uncomfortable. But you backed me up. You said I was right. Naturally. I said it out of loyalty to you. I'm always loyal to you. I've never yet failed you in that, or in anything else. Oh, haven't you? I suppose you call it loyalty to be constantly hinting and suggesting that I'm merely an ignorant businessman, whereas anybody that has an English or French accent, any loafer living on women, is a gentleman and scholar. After all, I have managed to deal with a few European importers without feeling— Go on. Explain that you're the great Herr Geheimrat General Director, that you invented and developed the entire motor industry. It's all so new and interesting. Oh, I've never wanted to say it, Sam, but you force me to. I have no question but that you've done well. There are very few more impressive people in Zenith. But it happens that we are not in your dear Zenith just now, but in England, and there are several things here that you don't know so much about and that I do know. After all, this isn't my first trip to Europe. But you're too self-important to let me teach you. I certainly do not mean to hint that you're ill-bred or common, but really, I hate to have to tell you this, you certainly do seem vulgar and ill-bred to people who don't understand you. To Lockhart, I suppose. And to people who venture to believe that the great tradition of Europe is slightly superior to the pep and hustle of Zenith. I could teach you that tradition, but you won't let me. I suppose you're an authority. I certainly am, comparatively. After all, I have been in Europe before, and my father's house was always full of Europeans. And I've read more French and German and British books these 20 years than you have detective stories. They accept me here. Oh, Sam, if you'd only let me help you. My dear child, you can't at the same time pan me for my vulgarity and be the tender little mother. That's too damn much to stand. And as a matter of fact, when it comes to vulgarity, where the devil are all the cigarettes? Instantly, it was more important to find the cigarettes, without which no real smoker can be comfortable and emotional and quarrel actively, than it was to enjoy the pain of hatred. They suspended battle to join in the hunt. He turned out his dinner jacket, rammed his hands into the pockets of his overcoat, and yanked out bureau drawers while she popped up from the couch to look triumphantly, then bleakly, into the black and scarlet Russian box which she had bought yesterday. And another thing, but where are those cigarettes? I know I had half a package of Gold Flakes left and some Camels, he muttered as he searched. It was she who thought of telephoning to the office. She who felt that she knew how to use servants at no matter what time of night, while he would always be Americanishly shy of them. She sat on the edge of the couch, she smoothed her skirt, she bent her head with irritating graciousness to receive a light from him when the cigarettes had come, and graciously, most irritatingly, she said, "Sam, I hate to have to point it out again, but it really doesn't get you very far in a discussion to lose your temper and use big, strong, He-Man words like damn and the devil. They aren't so awfully novel and startling to me, and as usual, you're merely missing the point. I'm neither panning you, as you so elegantly put it, nor am I trying to mother you. I'm always willing to listen to your opinions on golf and how to invest my money. I merely expect you to admit that there may be a few things in which the poor, ignorant female may know a little bit more than you do. Oh, you're like all the other American men. You speak no known language. You don't know Rodin from Mozart. You have no idea whether France or England controls Syria. You, the motor expert, can never remember whether a lady should be on your right or your left in a car. You're bored equally by Bach and Antil. You're bored by going with me to shop for the most divine Russian embroidery. You can't fence with a pretty woman at dinner. But those are just symptoms. Separately, they don't matter. The thing is that you haven't the mistiest notion of what European civilization is, basically, of how the tradition of leisure, honor, gallantry, inherent cultivation differs from American materialism. And you don't want to learn. You never could be European. Fran, stop sneering. I'm not sneer. Stop it. Dear, I don't pretend to have any of these virtues. I guess it's perfectly true. I never could become European. But why should I? I'm American and glad of it. And you know I never tried to prevent your being as European as you want to. But don't take out your soreness at Lockhart on me, please. His encircling arms said more, and he nestled her head on his shoulder while she sobbed. I know. I'm sorry. But, oh... She sat up, spoke resolutely. I'm terribly ashamed about this Lockhart business. Shamed right down through me. I can't stand it. Sam, I want to leave England at once. I can't stand staying in this country with that man, thinking he's here laughing at me. Or else I will be asking you to go out and shoot him, and the law here is so prejudiced. I want to leave for France. Now. But golly, Fran, I like this country. I'm getting to know London. I like it here. France will be so foreign. Precisely. I want it to be. I want to start all over. I won't make a fool of myself again. Oh, Sam, darling, let's run away, like two schoolchildren, hand in hand. And think, the joy of seeing blue siphons and brioches and kiosks and red sashes and red plush wall seats and fat lady cashiers, and hearing bonjour, monsieur et madame, the way they say it when you're leaving a shop, like a little bell. Let's go. Well, I did intend to see some aeroplane factories here. Fact, I had a date. They went to Paris in 4 days. The Channel steamer seemed to him like a greyhound, small, slim, power evident in its squat, thick funnel. The delight of seafaring which he had found on the Atlantic came to him again in the narrow gangways 'tween decks, suggesting speed in their sharp curve toward the bow. When he had established Fran in a chair on the boat deck, amid piles of snobbish blonde luggage, he slipped down to the bar. There is about a ship's bar, any bar of any ship, however small, a cheerfulness unknown elsewhere in life's dark and Methodist vale. It has the snug security of an English inn, with a suggestion of adventure as the waves flicker past the portholes, as you speculate about the passengers, men coming from China and Brazil and Saskatchewan, men going to Italy and Liberia and Siam. As he clumped up to join Fran, Sam forgot, in waxing anticipation of the continent, his regret for England, and he kept that anticipation, even while he listened on deck, to a proper cross-channel conversation among a ripe Wiltshire victor, his aunt, and his aunt's dear friend, Mrs. Illingworth Dobbs. "Oh, yes, we shall stop in Florence most of the time. Shall you stop at the Stella Rosa and Cora un Volta? No, I really think we shall stop at Mrs. Brown Blota's pension. You know, we've always stopped at the Stella Rosa, but it's really too outrageous. Last year they began to charge extra for tea. Extra? For tea? Yes, and it used to be quite nice there. The guests were people one could know, but now it's filled with Jews and Americans and unmarried couples and even Germans. Dreadful. But Florence is so lovely. Charming. So artistic. Yes, so artistic. And Sir William is taking a villa there for the season. I say, that will be jolly for you. Si, sarà una cosa veramente. Really charming. Sir William is so fond of the artistic. It will be quite like home having him there. And I have heard definitely from Mrs. Brown Blota that she is not charging extra for tea." Sam forgot the prospect of a continent full of Mrs. Illingworth Dobbses. He even forgot, in the zest of the steamer's speed, Fran's fretfulness that the boat was going up and down a good deal, for which she seemed to feel that he was to blame. The bow hit the waves like a mailed fist. There was just enough motion to show that he really was at sea, and as they left the English coast and cut into the fresh breeze, they plunged past foreign-looking craft, a French steam trawler lurching up the channel, with meaty little sailors in striped jerseys waving at them, a German coaster, a Dutch East Indiaman rolling through the sun-crisped tide. The sailors who passed their deck chairs, the officers on the bridge, they were all so sturdy, so mahogany-faced, so reliable, so British. A man with a long blond mustache and a monocle strolled past. Fran insisted that he was Thomas Cook of the Suns. And what was Carl Baedeker like, she speculated? Short and square, with a short square brown beard and double-thick spectacles, through which he peered at menus and ruined temples and signs reading Roma 3 kilometri. Yes, and what is Mr. Bass like? And the Haig brothers? I wonder if they're like the Smith brothers, said Sam, and, gosh, I'm enjoying this, Fran. Then he saw a pale line which was the coast of France. But he tramped aft to look back toward England. He fancied that he could see the shadow of its cliffs. Doubtless it was a distant cloud-bank that he saw, but he imagined the cool and endearing hills, the welcoming crooked streets, the wholesome faces. England. Perhaps I'll never see it again. Fran and Lockhart, they've taken it from me. But I love it. America is my wife and daughter, but England is my mother. And these fools talk about a possible war between Britain and America, if that ever came. I thought Debs was foolish to go to jail as a protest against war, but I guess I understand better how he felt now. If I forget thee, O England, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. How did that go in chapel? Oh, yes. If I prefer not Jerusalem, London, above my chief joy. Well, I never could prefer England above America, but next to America. Oh, Lord, I'd like to have stayed there. The Dodsworths were in England 3,000 years, maybe, where they've been in America only 300. England. Then he turned eagerly toward France. They crept into harbor, past the breakwater with its tiny lighthouses, bumped along a rough stone pier, saw advertisements of strange drinks in a strange language, and were flooded with small, shrieking, blue-bloused porters. Heard children speaking French as though it were a natural language, and for the first time in his life Samuel Dodsworth was in the grasp of a real foreign land. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Sam had remained calm amid the frenzy of a Detroit automobile show. He had stalked through the crush of a New Year's Eve on Broadway, merely brushing off the bright young men with horns and feather ticklers. But in the Calais customs house he was appalled. The porter shrieked ferocious things like "Attention!" as they elbowed past, walking mountains of baggage. Passengers jammed about the low baggage platform. The customs inspector seemed to Sam cold-eyed and hostile. All of them bawled and bleated and wailed in what sounded to him like no language whatever. And he remembered that he had 400 cigarettes in his smaller bag. The porter who had taken their bags on the steamer had shouted something that sounded like 92. Fran said it meant that he was porter number 92. Then 92 had malignantly disappeared with their possessions. Sam knew that it was all right, but he didn't believe it. He assured himself that a French porter was no more likely to steal their bags than a Grand Central Redcap. Only he was quite certain that 92 had stolen them. Of course, he could replace everything except Fran's jewelry without much expense, but, damn it, he'd hate to lose his old red slippers. He was disappointed at so flabby an ending when he found 92 at his elbow in the customs room, beaming in a small bearded way and shouldering aside the most important passengers to plank their baggage down on the platform for examination. Sam was proud of Fran's French, of Stratford, Connecticut, when the Captain Inspector said something quite incomprehensible, and she answered with what sounded like "Rion." He felt that she was a scholar. He felt that he was untutored and rusty. He depended on her admiringly. And then he opened the smaller bag, and the 400 cigarettes were revealed to the inspector. The inspector looked startled. He gaped. He spread out his arms and protested in the name of liberty, equality, fraternity, and the indemnities. Fran tried to answer, but her French stumbled and fell, and she turned to Sam with all her airy competence gone, wailing, "I can't understand what he says. He talks patois." At her appeal, Sam suddenly became competent, ready to face the entire European continent, with all appertaining policemen, laws, courts, and penitentiaries. "Here, I'll get somebody," he assured her, and to the customs inspector, who was now giving a French version of the Patrick Henry oration, he remarked, "Just a moment. Keep your shirt on." He had a notion of finding the English vicar to whom he had listened on the Channel steamer. "Fellow seems to know European languages." He wallowed through the crowd as though he were making a touchdown, and saw on a cap the thrice golden words, "American Express Company." The American Expressman beamed and leapt forward at something in the manner with which Mr. Samuel Dodsworth of the Revelation Motor Company suggested, "Can you come and do a little job of interpreting for me?" Sam felt that for a moment he was being Mr. Samuel Dodsworth and not Fran Dodsworth's husband. And for something less than a moment he admitted that he was possibly being the brash Yankee of Mark Twain and Booth Tarkington, and he could not successfully be sorry for it. The American Expressman saw them on the waiting train, a very bleak and tall and slaty train it seemed to Sam. He prevented Sam from tipping the porter enough to set him up in a shop. And so Sam and Fran were alone in a compartment, safe again till Paris. Sam chuckled. "Say, I guess I'll have to learn the French for 2 phrases. How much and go to hell. But, sweet, we're in France, in Europe." She smiled at him. She let him off and didn't even rebuke him for his Americanism. They sat hand in hand, and they were more intimately happy than since the day they had sailed from America. They were pleased by everything, by the battery of red and golden bottles on their table at lunch, by the deftness with which the waiter sliced the cone of ice cream, by the mysterious widow who was trying to pick up the mysterious Frenchman, who combined a checked suit and a red tie and a square black beard. Such a beard, murmured Fran, as it was worth crossing the Atlantic to behold. He was stimulated equally by the foreignness of the human spectacle flickering past the window of their compartment. Women driving ox carts, towns with sidewalk cafes, and atrocious new houses of yellow brick between lumpy layers of stone picked out in red mortar, and the lack of foreignness in the land itself. Somehow it wasn't quite right that French trees and grass should be of the same green, French earth of the same brown, French sky of the same blue, as in a natural, correct country like America. After the tight little fenced fields of England, the wide Picardy plains, green with approaching April, seemed to him extraordinarily like the prairies of Illinois and Iowa. If it was a little disappointing, not quite right and decent after he had gone and taken so long and expensive a journey, yet he was pleased by that sense of recognition, which is one of the most innocent and egotistic of human diversions, that feeling of understanding and of mastering an observation. He was as pleased as a side-street nobody when in his newspaper he sees the name of a man he knows. "I'm enjoying this," said Sam. He had been accustomed to sizing up American towns. He could look from a Pullman window at Kalamazoo or Titus Center and guess the population within 10%. He could, and with frequency he did. He was fascinated by figures of any sort, and for 20 years he had been trying to persuade Fran that there was nothing essentially ignoble in remembering populations and areas and great percentages and the average life of tires. He had been able to guess not too badly at the size of British towns. He had not been too greatly bewildered by anything in England, once he was over the shock of seeing postmen with funny hats and taxicabs with no apparent speed above neutral. But in Paris, as they bumped and slid and darted from the Gare du Nord to their hotel, He could not be certain just what it was that he was seeing. Fran was articulate enough about it. She half stood up in the taxi, crying, "Oh, look, Sam, look! Isn't it adorable? Isn't it too exciting? Oh, the darling funny little zincs! And the Cointreau ads instead of chewing gum! These bald-faced high white houses! Everybody so noisy and yet so gay! Oh, I adore it!" But for Sam, it was a motion picture produced by an insane asylum. It was an earthquake with a volcano erupting and a telephone bell ringing just after he'd gone to sleep. It was lightning flashes and steam whistles and newspaper extras and war. Their taxicab just missing an omnibus sliding behind its rear platform. A policeman absurdly little with an absurd white baton. 2 priests over glasses of beer at a cafe. Silver grey everywhere instead of London's golden brown. 2 exceedingly naked plaster ladies upholding a 5th-story balcony. Piles of shoddy rugs in front of a shop, and beside them a Frenchman looking utterly content with his little business, instead of yearning at the department store opposite and feeling guilty as he would in New York or Chicago or Zenith. Fish, bread, beards, brandy, artichokes, apples, etchings, fish. A stinking-looking alley, a splendid sweeping boulevard. Circular tin structures whose use he dared not suspect, and which gave him a shocking new notion of Latin proprieties and of the apparently respectable and certainly bearded gentleman who dashed toward them. Many books bound in paper of a thin-looking yellow. An incessant, nerve-cracking, irritating, exhilarating blat-blat-blat of nervous little motor horns. Buildings which in their blankness seemed somehow higher than American skyscrapers 10 times as high. A tiny, frowsy, endearing facade of a house which suggested the French Revolution and crazed women in red caps and curdled skirts. A real artist, Sam decided. A being in red beard, wide black hat and a cloak, with a dog-eared, marble-paper-covered portfolio under his arm. Gossiping women, laughing, denouncing, forgiving, laughing. Superb public buildings, solid-looking as Gibraltar. Just missed another taxi and the most admirable cursing by both chauffeurs. "This certainly is a busy town. Not much traffic control, looks to me," said Samuel Dodsworth, and his voice was particularly deep and solemn, because he was particularly confused and timid. It was at the Grand Hôtel des Deux Hémisphères et de Jaune that he was able to reassume the pleasant mastery with which, he hoped, he had been able to impress Fran at the Calais customs. The assistant manager of the hotel spoke excellent English, and Sam had never been entirely at a loss so long as his opponent would be decent and speak a recognizable language. Lucille McElvey of Zenith had told Fran that the Hémisphère was such a nice and quiet hotel, and Sam had wired for reservations from London. By himself, he would doubtless have registered and taken meekly whatever room was given him, but Fran insisted on seeing their suite, and they found it a damp, streaked apartment looking on a sunless courtyard. "Oh, this won't do at all," wailed Fran. "Haven't you something decent?" The assistant manager, a fluent Frenchman from Romania via Algiers, looked them up and down with that contempt, that incomparable and enfeebling contempt, which assistant managers reserve for foreigners on their first day in Paris. "We are quite full up," he sniffed. "You haven't anything else at all?" she protested. "No, madame." Those were the words, but the tune was, "No, you foreign nuisance. Jolly lucky you are to be admitted here at all. I wonder if you two really are married. Well, I'll overlook that, but I shan't stand any Yankee impertinence." Even the airy Fran was intimidated, and she said only, "Well, I don't like it." And then Samuel Dodsworth appeared again. His knowledge of Parisian hotels and their assistant managers was limited, but his knowledge of impertinent employees was vast. "Nope," he said. "No good. We don't like it. We'll look elsewhere." "But monsieur has engaged the suite." The internationalist and the provincial looked at each other furiously, and it was the assistant manager whose eyes fell, who looked embarrassed, as Sam's paws curled as the back of his neck prickled with unholy wrath. "Look here, you know this is a rotten hole. Do you want to send for the manager? The boss, whatever you call him?" The assistant manager shrugged and left them coldly and with speed. Rather silently, Sam lumbered beside Fran down to their taxi. He supervised the reloading of their baggage and atrociously overtipped everyone whom he could coax out of the hotel. "Grand Universal," he snapped at the taxi driver, and the man seemed to understand his French. In the taxi he grumbled, "I told you I had to learn the French for go to hell." A silence, then he ruminated, "Glad we got out of there. But I bullied that poor rat of a clerk. Dirty trick. I'm sorry. I'm 3 times as big as he is. Stealing candy from a kid. Dirty trick. I see why they get sore at Americans like me. Sorry, Fran." "I adore you," she said, and he looked mildly astonished. At the Grand Universal on the Rue de Rivoli, they found an agreeable suite overlooking the Tuileries, and 20 times an hour, as she unpacked, Fran skipped to the window to gloat over Paris, the Casanova among cities. Their sitting room seemed to him very pert and feminine in its panelled walls covered with silky yellow brocade, its fragile chairs upholstered in stripes of silver and lemon. Even the ponderous buhl cabinet was frivolous, and the fireplace was of lively and rather indecorous pink marble. He felt that it was a light-minded room, a room for sinning in evening clothes. All Paris was like that, he decided. Then he stepped out on the fretted iron balcony and looked to the right, to the Place de la Concorde and the beginning of the Champs-Élysées, with the Chambre des Députés across the Seine. He was suddenly stilled, and he perceived another Paris, stately, aloof, grey with history, eternally quiet at heart for all its superficial clamor. Beneath the quacking of motor horns he heard the sullen tumbrils. He heard the trumpets of the Napoleon who had saved Europe from petty princes. He heard, without quite knowing that he heard them, the cannon of the Emperor who was a revolutionist. He heard things that Samuel Dodsworth did not know he had heard or ever could hear. "Gee, Fran, this town has been here a long time, I guess," he meditated. "This town knows a lot," said Samuel Dodsworth of Zenith. "Yes, it knows a lot." And a little sadly, "I wish I did." There are many Parises, with as little relation one to another as Lyon to Monte Carlo, as Back Bay to the Dakota wheatfields. There is the Tripper's Paris, a dozen hotels, a dozen bars and restaurants, more American than French, 3 smutty revues, 3 railroad stations, the Café de la Paix, the Eiffel Tower, the Arc de Triomphe, the Louvre, shops for frocks, perfumes, snakeskin shoes, and silk pajamas, the regrettable manners of Parisian taxi drivers, and the Montmartre dance halls, where fat, pink-skulled American lingerie buyers get drunk on imitation but inordinately expensive champagne, to the end that they put on pointed paper hats, scatter confetti, conceive themselves as great lovers, and in general forget their unfortunate lot. The students' Paris, round about the Sorbonne, very spectacled and steady. The fake artists' Paris, very literary and drunk and full of theories. The real artists' Paris, hidden and busy and silent. The cosmopolites' Paris, given to breakfast in the Bois, to tea at the Ritz, and to reading the social columns announcing who has been seen dining with princesses at Ciro's, namely, a Paris whose chief joy is in being superior to the Trippers. There is also reported to be a Paris inhabited by no one save 3 million Frenchmen. It is said that in this unknown Paris live bookkeepers and electricians and undertakers and journalists and grandfathers and grocers and dogs and other beings as unromantic as people back home. Making up a vast part of all save this last of the Parises are the Americans. Paris is one of the largest, and certainly it is the pleasantest, of modern American cities. It is a joyous town, and its chief joy is in its jealousies. Every citizen is in rivalry with all the others in his knowledge of French, of museums, of wine, and of restaurants. The various castes, each looking down its nose at the caste below, are after this order: Americans really domiciled in Paris for years and connected by marriage with the French noblesse. Americans long domiciled but unconnected with the noblesse. Americans who have spent a year in Paris, those who have spent 3 months, 2 weeks, 3 days, half a day, just arrived. The American who has spent 3 days is as derisive toward the half-a-day tripper as the American resident with smart French relatives is toward the poor devil who has lived in Paris for years but who is there merely for business. And without exception, they talk of the rate of exchange. And they are all very alike and mostly homesick. They insist they cannot live in America, but except for a tenth of them who have really become acclimated in Europe, they are so hungry for American news that they subscribe to the home paper from Keokuk or New York or Pottsville, and their one great day each week is that of the arrival of the American mail, on which they fall with shouts of, "Hey, Mamie, listen to this! They're going to put a new heating plant in the Lincoln School." They know quite as well as Sister Louisa back home when the Washington Avenue extension will be finished. They may ostentatiously glance daily at Le Matin or Le Journal, but the Paris editions of the New York Herald and the Chicago Tribune, they read solemnly every word from the front-page stories, "Congress to investigate election expenses," and "Plans transatlantic aeroplane liners," to the "News of Americans in Europe," with its tidings that Mrs. Whitney T. Arenstein of Scranton entertained Geheimrat and Frau Bopp at dinner at the Bristol, and that Miss Mary Minx Meaton, author and lecturer, has arrived at the Hotel Pédoc. Each of these castes is subdivided according to one's preference for smart society, or society so lofty that it need not be smart, society given to low bars and earnest drinking, the society of business exploitation, or that most important society of plain loafing. Happy is he who can cleave utterly to one of these cliques. He can find a group of fellow zealots and, drinking or shopping or being artistic, be surrounded with gloriously log-rolling comrades. But Sam Dodsworth was unfortunate, for his wife panted to combine smartness with an attention to art, while he himself preferred business and the low bars. For all of Fran's superiority to sightseeing, they were at first lonely in Paris, and Sam was able to drag her to all the places mentioned in the guidebooks. They danced at Zelly's, they went up the Eiffel Tower, and she came near to being sick in corners. Thrice they went to the Louvre, and once he cajoled her into the New York bar for a whiskey and soda, and spirited conversation with an unknown man about skiing and the Bronx. She showed even more zest than he in finding new small restaurants. He would have been content to return every night to the places in which he had conquered the waiters and learned the wine list. And curiously, he enjoyed galleries and picture exhibitions more than she. Fran had read enough about art. She glanced over the studio magazines monthly, and she knew every gallery on Fifth Avenue. But to her, painting, like all culture, was interesting only as it adorned her socially. In storybooks parroting the Mark Twain tradition, the American wife still marches her husband to galleries from which he tries to sneak away. But in reality, Sam's imagination was far more electrified by blue snow and golden shoulders and dynamic triangles than was Fran's. Probably he would have balked at the blurs of Impressionism and the jazz mathematics of Cubism, but it chanced that the favorite artist just this minute was one Robinoff, who did interiors pierced with hectic sunshine hurled between the slats of Venetian blinds, or startling sun rays striking into dusky woodlands. And at these, while Fran impatiently wanted to get on to tea, Sam stared long and contentedly, drawing in his breath as though he smelled the hot sun. In every phase, Fran was as incalculable about sightseeing as about liking his business associates. One day she was brazen enough to be discovered with a tourist badge, the red Baedeker unconcealed. The next, she wouldn't even sit with him at a sidewalk cafe, at the Napolitain or the Closerie des Lilas. "But why not?" he protested. "Best place to see the world go by. Everybody goes to 'em." "Smart people don't." "Well, I'm not smart." "Well, I am." "Then you ought to be smart enough not to care what anybody thinks." "Perhaps I am, but I don't care to be seen sitting with a lot of trippers in raincoats." "But you sat in a cafe yesterday and enjoyed it. Don't you remember the beggar that sang?" "Exactly. I've had enough of it." "Oh, if you want to go and yearn over your dear American fellow tourists, by all means go, my dear Samuel. I am going to the Crillon and have a decent tea." "And yearn over the dear fellow American tourists that happen to be rich." "Is it necessary for you always to quarrel with me because I want to do what I want to do? I'm not keeping you from sitting on your sidewalks. Don't go to the Crillon. Go to one of your beloved American bars if you want to, and scrape up acquaintance with a lot of drunken businessmen." They compromised on going to the Crillon. He puzzled over her feeling that it was a duty to keep herself fashionable in the eyes of the choice people who did not know that she existed. He could understand that back in Zenith she might have a good human satisfaction in being more snobbish than the matron across the street, in the ancient sport of putting it over on the neighbors. He had been unrighteously pleased when he had seen her better dressed than her dear friend and resented rival, Lucille McElvey. "Good girl," he had crowed. "You were the best-dressed wench in the room." But why should it matter to Fran that a strange Parisian aristocrat passing in a carriage might some day see them sitting contentedly at a cafe and arch her brows at them? He admitted that the serene and classic Place de Vosges with the Carnavalet Museum was perhaps more select than Pat's Chicago bar, that Canton Pressé might be a more elegant food than corn fritters at the Savannah Grill. "But," he fretted, "why can't you enjoy both, as long as you do enjoy 'em? Nobody's hired us to come here and be stylish. We haven't got any duty involved. Back home there may have been a law against enjoying ourselves the way we wanted to, but there's none here." "My dear Sam, it's a matter of keeping one's self-respect. It's like the Englishman, all alone in the jungle, who always dresses for dinner." "Yes, I've read about him. In the first place, he probably didn't do it, and in the second place, if he did, he was a chump. That's how I've always figured it." "You would. You couldn't understand what it meant to him." "Well, if all that stood between him and losing his self-respect was a hard-boiled shirt-front, I guess he might as well have let it slide. If I can't be self-respectful in a flannel shirt, I'm about ready to jump off the dock. And, oh, you simply can't understand." They had never had much time in Zenith for a serious attention to quarreling and being domestically vulgar. All day he had been at the office. Most evenings they had seen other people. On Sunday there had been golf and relatives. They had time aplenty now, equally for quarreling and for intimate and adventurous happiness together. One day they wrangled, and endlessly, because they were not quarreling over any one thing in particular, but over the differences in their philosophies of life. The next they went off, and sometimes she was simple and gay enough to let him carry sandwiches somewhat mussily in his pocket, to explore the forest of Fontainebleau, and they laughed as they walked through groves shivering with April. He was becoming acquainted with her, and sometimes slightly with himself. He saw little enough of Frenchmen outside of hotel servants, waiters, shopmen, but what he did see of them, what he saw of the surface of French life, puzzled him. Many travelers in like case take out their confusion in resentment and damn the whole nation as trivial and mad. But there was in Sam a stubborn wish to get in behind any situation that he came across. He was not one to amuse himself by novelties, by making scenes, by collecting curious people, even overmuch by travel. But once he was dragged into something new, he wanted to understand it. And he had a touch of humility, a deep and sturdy recognition of his own ignorance whenever he could not understand. And he could not understand these Frenchmen. He watched them in cafes, at the theatre, in shops, in trains to Tours and Versailles. How was it that they could sit, not restless, playing dominoes or chattering over nothing more beguiling than glasses of coffee. And why was it that they drank coffee in glasses, anyway, instead of in cups? They liked talking so much. What the deuce did they find to talk about hour on hour? How could they stand it without something to do? Why were there so few grassy yards about the houses? How was it that the most respectable old couples, silvery old men and crouched little old women, were willing to be seen at ordinary cafes in the evening, when their counterparts back home considered the saloon, the cafe, as the final haunt of the abominable? He saw the French people being gracious in shops, beaming on the babies in the Luxembourg gardens, laughing together as they paraded the streets, and he decided that they were the soul of kindliness. He saw Frenchmen scowl at American barbarians for daring to enter his quarter-filled railway compartment. He heard Fran being atrociously denounced by a recently smiling, buxom, clean, wholesome shopwoman, when Fran insisted that she had been overcharged 10 centimes for dry-cleaning a pair of gloves, and he decided that the French were rude and mean to a point of hatefulness, and that his Fran showed an enjoyment of squabbling which was a little disturbing to him. He saw the Louvre, the silks and shops on the Place Vendôme, the trimness of their own apartment at the Grand Universelle, and he decided that the French had the best taste in the world. He saw the department stores with their atrocious brass-fretted windows, their displays of fish and fowl and marquis in a garden chromos, of buffets carved with wooden blobs, of chairs that were even more violently high-colored than they were uncomfortable. He saw, in the haughty Parc Monceau, the imported ruins. He saw intelligent-seeming Frenchmen snickering over smutty postcards, and the eternal, unchanging pictures of naked young women in Vie Parisienne and Le Rire, and he decided that the French had no taste whatever. But behind all his decisions was the decision that Sam Dodsworth would never be anything save bewildered by foreign ways, while Fran might, perhaps, take to them so eagerly that their companionship would be smashed forever. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13. Of Dodsworth, by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Sam was used enough to New York hotels, and he had spent occasional fortnights at summer inns of northern Michigan, Maine, the Berkshires. But he had never known the existence of the prosperous refugees from life who cling for years to hotels and pensions, who are mothered by chambermaids, fathered by concierges, befriended only by room-waiters, if they find any waiters kind enough and idle enough to be patient with their longing to gossip. And he did not like it. He felt as though he were living in an old people's home. The attention of the servants made him feel old. The elevator man infuriated him by placing a hand under his arm to help him out of an elevator which had stopped a whole inch above the floor. The page boy in the lobby infuriated him by spinning the revolving door, and usually spinning it so artfully that one blade just missed Sam's nose. The head waiter infuriated him by inquiring, as though Sam had never heard of menus, "A little soup this evening, Mr. Samuels?" And most of all, he was infuriated by the room-waiters, who were each morning astonished that he should desire eggs in addition to his continental breakfast, who fussed over knives and forks, who pushed up chairs and snatched away the pleasant litter of newspapers, and who held out his napkin as though he were too feeble to lift it for himself. Yet he was dependent on them. Though Fran was making much now of reading the Matin daily and of knowing all about art exhibitions and the hours when theaters began, she had to turn to the tall and patronizing concierge for information about what train to take to Versailles, where to buy slippers, who was the best American dentist, how much one ought to pay for a lacquer Japanese cigarette case, why the deuce Matilda S.C. hadn't delivered the evening scarf they'd promised for this afternoon, And just what was the general reputation of Matilda S.C. for delivering things and for overcharging? He sank heavily into accepting the hotel as his natural dwelling, as a prisoner sinks into accepting a jail. Presently, he was not bothered by the devious way from the elevator to their suite. To the right, sharp turning right again, turning left by that dusty old trunk with the red and green stripes, which had apparently stood there in the corridor forever, then seventh door on the left, the door with the long scratch under the knob. He came to accept it as any other peasant accepts the long way to his hut, dark and meaningless and weary to tired legs. He was no longer annoyed by the too open work and too generally brassy and light-minded appearance of the French elevator. He learned that the elevator was the lift, or the ascenseur, or indeed almost anything except the elevator. He learned that the room service bell never worked, and that the best way to get a waiter was to stand in the door and bellow, "Garçon!" And he learned that the Mr. Samuel Dodsworth, who once had been received with a certain deference in the general offices of the Revelation Motor Company in Zenith, was fortunate here when the Greek boots nodded to him in the hall. He even got used to living in a lack of privacy, like that of a monkey in a zoo. After a time, he could, without self-consciousness, sit and read the Paris editions of the American papers in the old-fashioned lounge of the hotel. He went there daily, despite having a drawing-room of his own, in a sneaking, never-admitted hope that some day he would be recognized and picked up by a fellow American exile. The lounge was modern in its small and hideous tables covered with pebbled beaten brass, its fountain, with Neptune undistinguishable from any other marble tombstone, and the number of cocktails gulped daily at 5 o'clock by young ladies who spoke Chicagoese with a very fair imitation of a French accent. But the modernity of the lounge had not run to new chairs. They were of red and golden plush, made delicate and chaste with antimacassars, and looking rather as though they had been dedicated by Napoleon III. It had not been easy for Sam to get used to reading in the lounge, to dressing his mind in public. He was accustomed to the communism of clubs, but there no one paid attention to anyone else. In the lounge, no one had very much to do except to pay attention. They stared, and always resentfully. The English mother and daughter, who were the most exclusive and the most resentful toward strangers, were precisely the people who spent the most time in the lounge being exclusive and resentful. The French provincial magnate, who had arrived just that morning, was precisely the person who looked with the greatest irritation at a veteran like Sam, now settled here 2 whole weeks, when Sam annoyed him by taking the next chair and moving it 2 inches. And there were always elderly, slightly belching, very hairy couples who spent all their time catching his eye, and then looking indignant because he had caught their eyes. But after a fortnight he could enter the lounge, ignore the human furniture, and rustle his newspaper with almost as much relaxation as he had felt in his library in Zenith. He was becoming accustomed to the home of the homeless. He discovered slowly, and always with a little astonishment, that the French were human, even according to the standard of the United States of America. He found that in certain French bathrooms one can have hot water without waiting for a geyser. He found that he needn't have brought 24 tubes of his favorite and very smelly toothpaste from America. One actually could buy toothpaste, corn plasters, New York Sunday papers, bromo seltzer, Lucky Strikes, safety razor blades, and ice cream almost as easily in Paris as in the United States. And a man he met at Luigi's bar insisted that if one quested earnestly enough he could find BVDs. And he discovered that French chauffeurs drove better than Americans. He meditated on it, alone with a cognac and soda. He had learned to say un fin à l'eau de seltz, and often the waiters understood him, in front of Weber's during a not ungrateful hour of freedom when Fran was trying on hats. Just what did I expect in France? Oh, I don't know. Funny, kind of hard to remember now just how I did picture it. Guess I thought there wouldn't be any comforts. No bathrooms, and everybody taking red wine and snails for breakfast, and no motor buses or comfortable trains, and no cocktails, and all the men wearing waxed mustaches and funny beards, and saying, "The hired girl is one lovely girl, ooh la la." And then these young Frenchmen in London clothes driving Hispano-Suizas at 100 kilometers an hour. And you hear 'em at the Ritz talking perfect English, talking about English stainless steel and about building bridges in the Argentine and the influence of the Soviets in China, and I suppose I felt that the entire known world revolved around the general offices of the Revelation Motor Company, Constitution Avenue, Zenith. And all the time, towers and cathedrals and alleys, and Europe not caring what Sam Dodsworth thought about making the 1928 models a Delft blue. It seemed so important. But mind you, I'm glad I'm an American. But life was simpler then. We knew we were it. We knew that all of Europe was unbathed and broke, and that America was the world's only bulwark against Bolshevism and famine. They lie so, these speakers at club meetings and these writers in the magazines. They tell us that no European has ever played tennis or taught the Ten Commandments to his kids or built a railroad, and that the only thing that keeps Europe from reverting to the caveman is American cash. Rot. And yet I'm never going to be European. Fran might. Oh, Fran, my darling, are you going to drift away from me? Every day you get snootier about my poor old provincial Americanism. You're just waiting for some really slick European to come along. And by God, there's one thing I won't stand. Her telling me how inferior I am to some gigolo. Fool. Of course the girl... Say, that's what she still is. She's still a girl. Little older than Emily, but not so sensible. Of course she gets excited by Europe. She's done her job, hasn't she? She's run the house and brought Emily and Brent up, hasn't she? I've got to be patient. But falling for a featherweight like Lockhart... Hell, I wish Tub were here. Fran and I haven't got anybody. And you're still dodging the issue, my lad. What is Sam Dodsworth going to do about the fact that he's as provincial as a prairie dog, and that he's only 51, with a chance of another 30 years, and that he's discovered a world? Nothing, I guess. Too late. I'd be a pretty spectacle now, wouldn't I? As one of these American businessmen that come over here and try to hide the fact that they made their coin out of soap or pork. And so they collect first editions and apologize for being themselves. But just now and then I'll learn to sit still like this and not feel I have to be efficient and hustle. My God, 5 o'clock. I've got to hustle and meet Fran. But he had one comfort, given to him by his wife. He had been uncomfortably impressed by the fact that Mateau, his customary room waiter at the Grand Universelle, a fat, curly-haired, and unctuous person with fascinatingly different spots on his dress suit lapels every day, spoke English so perfectly. According to the good American custom, Sam had said to him at his very first breakfast, "Where'd you learn your English?" Mateau chuckled. "I was 5 years in Chicago." Mateau was rather more colloquially American than Sam in his suggestions for breakfast, or for lunch when it was too rainy for them to go out, or when there was a glorious American mail. "How about a nice little minute steak?" he would say in the very accent of Chicago, or, "Say, boss, there's some nice caviar just come in from Russia." Whence it happened that Sam believed Mateau spoke the American language. But on the third day at breakfast, Fran said, "Mateau, do you happen to know where these movie theaters are on the left bank that are putting on modernistic films?" Mateau stared. "Pardon, madame," he said. "Theaters, modern films, cinemas, oh, whatever you call 'em." Fran slipped across the room to the bottled green and golden dictionary on the flimsy desk. Les cinématographes modernes. Est-ce qu'il a... are there any on the left bank? Mateau looked at her with a most superior intelligence. Oh yes, you ask the concierge. He tell you. The veal steak is fine today, just like Chicago. When Mateau had gone out to fetch the veal steak that was so fine today, Fran murmured, I have made a great discovery. Aside from food vocabulary, the Mateaus speak English no better than we do French. We're not so bad, my beloved. You're not, of course, but I'm terrible. Don't be silly. Yesterday you said, À quelle heure est le Louvre fermé? As a matter of fact, I think you did say, Est le Louvre closed, but the taxi driver understood it perfectly, and I know you learned to speak a really splendid French if you gave your mind to it. Honestly? Said Sam. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. They had ventured to the left bank for an evening at the Café Novgorod, the favorite of the more arty Americans. The café seemed to Sam less related to Paris than he was himself. The French street, bourgeois fathers strolling with their brood, dark-eyed men jesting with girls in red kerchiefs, an old woman crawling along muttering to herself. But here, in the Café Novgorod, under the awning, a bumble of American voices. Get a little citron and tour Normandy. A complete meal for 6 francs, with lovely roast beef, though probably it's horse meat. That Eliot Paul is the only really distinguished essayist in... The young Americans there were so dispositive. Sam heard them, at the tables about, dispose of Californian scenery, the institution of marriage, Whistler, corn fritters, President Wilson, cement roads, and the use of catsup. He became gloomier than at the thickest dinner party in London, and he was thinking of bed when his gloom was interrupted by a voice like that of a female impersonator. Lycurgus Watts, only he liked to be called Jerry, was standing by their table and beaming in fondest affection. Lycurgus, or Jerry Watts, was the professional amateur of Zenith. He was a large-faced man, as wide as a truck driver, but he had a whiny, caressing voice, and he giggled at his own jokes, which were incessant and very bad. He was reputed to be 50 years old, and he looked anywhere from 25 to 100. He came from what was known as a good family. Anyway, it was a wealthy family. His father had died when he was 10. He had lived and traveled with his widowed mother till he was 43, and he told everyone that she was the noblest character he had ever known. Compared with her, all young women were such hussies that he would never marry. But he made up for it by a number of highly confidential friendships with men whose voices and matriolatry were like his own. He wandered much in Europe and Asia, but always he came back to the flat he kept in Zenith. It was so filled with his collections of lace, wrought-iron keys, and editions of Oscar Wilde that there was scarcely room for his genuine Russian samovar and his bed with a cover of black and gold. He spent much of his time in Zenith in denouncing the tradesmen who manufactured soap and motor cars instead of collecting lace, and in checking up his profitable holdings in soap and motor cars. He got up the first exhibition of Slavic embroidery in the state. He read poetry aloud, and he talked a good deal about starting a new magazine of the new poetry and the new prose. Whenever Sam had met Jerry Watts in Zenith, he had grumbled to Fran on the way home, "Why the devil do they invite that white grub? He makes me sick." But as Jerry had invariably told Fran in 3 languages that she was the loveliest lady in town, she turned on Sam with, "Oh, of course, just because Jerry is really cultured, because he has brains enough to cultivate a fine leisure instead of grubbing in a dirty office, all you noble captains of industry look down on him as a dray horse might look down on a fine racehorse." She even had Jerry for dinner. In fact, Sam had been led to hate Jerry with considerable heartiness. but in the oppressive strangeness of Paris, any familiar face would have been exciting, and for 5 minutes Sam believed that he was glad to see Jerry Watts. Jerry sat down. He giggled. "I told you you'd escape from that dreadful Middle West, Fran, and come to a civilized country. Don't you just adore the Novgorod? Such darling roughnecks, such delectable poses. Oh, my dears, I heard the best one here last evening. Tommy Troiska. He's the dearest Finn boy, and a great watercolorist, speaks English perfectly, oh, too simply divinely, and Tommy said, 'The trouble with you American intelligentsia is that most of you don't know how to tell a gent when you see him. Isn't that precious? Oh, you'll adore being here in Paris, don't you, Dodsworth?' 'Yeah, great town,' said Sam. 'Have you been to the Lion d'Or yet?' 'Oh, yes,' said Fran. 'Have you tried the Rognon de la Maison at Emile's?' 'Yes.' 'And, of course, you've been to the Lan Rouge and the Rendezvous de la Marinière?' 'Yes.' 'And the Chemise Sale?' 'No, I don't think.' 'You haven't been to the Chemise Sale? Oh, Fran! Why, good heavens! Don't you realize that the Chemise Sale is the duckiest little restaurant in Paris?' Fran was annoyed. It was not that she was given to ducky little restaurants or any other phase of synthetic bohemianism, but that any other citizen of Zenith should know more about Paris than she was intolerable. She glared slightly when Jerry seized his advantage and laid down the rule that it was vulgar to go to Versailles, but that they must see the exhibition of the prismatic internists. Sam felt patiently that she would presently dispatch Jerry. Yet she looked pleased when Jerry piped, "Have you met Endicott Everett Atkins? He's coming to tea at my place next Saturday afternoon. I have such a dusky little studio on the Rue des Petits Champs. You and your husband must come." "We'd be glad to," said Fran, to Sam's considerable discouragement. Sam grunted in the taxicab. "What do you want to go there for? Who's Endicott Everett Atkins? Sounds like a business college yell. He another Lily like Watts?" "No, he really is somebody. Dean of the American Literary Colony here. Writes about French novelists and Austrian peasant furniture and Correggio and English hunting and heaven knows what all." "But I don't have to learn about peasant furniture too, do I?" Sam said hopefully. Mr. Endicott Everett Atkins was reputed to resemble Henry James. He had the massive and rather bald head, the portly dignity. He spoke, and he spoke a good deal, in a measured voice, and he had a small bright wife who was believed to adore him. He also was blessed, and furthered in his critical pursuits by having no sense of humor whatever, though he knew so many sparkling anecdotes that one did not suspect it for hours. He came from South Biddlesford, Connecticut, and his father, to whom he often referred to as "that dear and so classical a bibliophile," had been an excellent hat manufacturer. He owned a real house in Paris, with an upstairs and down, and spoke chummily of the ambassador. He did actually, against any expectation, keep his promise and appear at the tea in Mr. Jerry Watts's studio, an apartment with a scarlet fever of Spanish altar cloths, embroidered copes, and mandarin robes. The only apparent reason for calling it a studio was that it had a north window, and that Mr. Jerry Watts naturally would call it a studio. "I just can't make love except by a north light," he nickered to Fran. On the refectory table was a small teapot, a small plate of limp cakes, and an enormous bowl of punch. After everyone had had 3 glasses of the punch, the conversation became very agitated. There were amassed about the table, screaming, some 30 people. Sam never remembered any of them, save Endicott Everett Atkins. The rest seemed to him as indistinguishable as separate mosquitoes in a swarm, and rather noisier. But there was nothing noisy about Mr. Endicott Everett Atkins. He had so developed poise, an appalling reproving, Christian Science sort of poise, that Sam felt toward him as he once had toward the professor of Greek drama at Yale. Mr. Atkins could purr at the thought of particularly pleasant and beautiful things: a Greek coin, a Javanese dancing girl, a check from his publisher. but in crowds he stood calm and expansive, as an observation balloon in windless air. In the quietest corner of the apartment he held forth on the Italian Renaissance, the superiority of Parliament to Congress, the future of Anglo-Catholicism, the letters of Horace Walpole, and the perfection of anarchism as a theory. He had actually attended an anarchist meeting in Milan in 1890 as an ardent young traveler. You never remembered what he had said, but you felt that he had been tremendously sound, and you sighed, uneasily running your forefinger between collar and neck. He has such a fund of knowledge. Mr. Atkins pounced on Fran, and if he did not also exactly pounce on Sam, he tolerated him. He took in Fran's shining hair, her freshness, her slim quickness. He brought her a cup of punch, bowing like Louis XIV. He won Sam by telling him of meeting Dr. Carl Benz, the father of the motor car, at Mannheim back in 1885, and of seeing his first horseless carriage. It was, said Atkins, a wire-wheel tricycle with a chain drive like a bicycle, a handle for steering, and under the seat a mass of machinery as wild-looking as a gutted alarm clock. "Like to have seen it," murmured Sam. "Happen to know what the horsepower was?" Mr. Endicott Everett Atkins looked at him benevolently, his glossy baldness rose-hued in the red-shaded lamps. "It was 3 1/4, he said. It was not for 60 hours that, lying awake in the early morning, Sam realized that Atkins hadn't had the smallest notion what the horsepower of the Benz really was. With men, Mr. Endicott Everett Atkins rarely let down, but with slim and glistening women he came near to being human. He indicated to Fran that this was only a merry slumming prank of his to come to the studio of Mr. Lycurgus Watts. Normally he moved only in the loftiest circles, among the loveliest ladies, the wittiest and bravest men, the rarest first editions, and he longed to introduce her to all of them. She loved it. He told her the delightful anecdote which he had heard from André Sourchon, who had it from E.V. Lucas, who had it from Henry James, who had it direct from Swinburne. He told her that her husband, Mr. Samuel Dodsworth, was extraordinarily like the late Duc de Malmaison, but that she was ever and ever so much nicer than the Duchess. He told her that her ash-blonde hair was astonishingly like that of Madame Zélie de Strom, the Swedish tragedienne, who, Mr. Atkins agreed with himself, was greater than Bernhardt, Deuce, and Modjeska put together. Sam sat back, as so often he had sat back at directors' meetings, content to let others do the talking if he could do the plotting, and tried to make out the purposes of Mr. Endicott Everett Atkins. This fellow knows a lot. Well, at least he's read a lot. Well, if he hasn't read so much, he remembers all he has read. Here he's making love to Fran, telling her what a wonder she is, and she's lapping it up. Bless her. Let her have her fling, if the fling ain't any more dangerous than old Atkins. Wonder if I'll be as dry as a bladder as he is in 15 years. If I am, I'm going to retire to a log cabin and grow corn. I really can't tell you, Mr. Endicott Everett Atkins was moaning at Fran, how very, very much I admire your wisdom in coming to Europe in a really leisurely pilgrimage. And I wonder if you realize you're doing a patriotic American duty, showing Europe that we have poised and exquisite creatures like yourself, if you'll permit the familiarity of an aged bookworm, as well as these Yankee tourist women. Oh, these dreadful bouncing females, with their shrill voices, their ignorance of all gentle usages, and the way they frequent horrible American bars and dance in dreadful places. Why shouldn't the Yankee tourist women go and dance in Montmartre if they enjoy it? Sam meditated. Does Atkins think the pretty buyer from Detroit comes here to please him? The American highbrow abroad is just like the Puritan back home. The Puritan says that if you drink anything at all, he'll disapprove of you, and the expatriate here says that if you drink anything but Chateau hot something or other at just the right temperature, he'll disapprove of you, and I will get back for my class reunion this June. 30th reunion. Am I that old? Think of seeing Tubb again, and Poodle Smith, and Bill Dyers, and— Now what the devil was the name of that big fellow with the red hair that played center? Flory? Floro? Flaherty? Corking fellow. And Atkins goes on. I'd better listen and get what wisdom I can, because I think our really leisured pilgrimage to Europe is drawing to a close. Though I'm afraid, Mrs. Dodsworth, that you'll find our house too dreadfully bookish. Beautiful people like you are superior to books. You ought never to read anything. You ought only to live. You ought to exist imperishably on some Grecian isle amid the wine-dark sea, dancing in the sunshine. But if your husband and you will delight us by coming to lunch next Sunday, at least I may be able to show you one or two intaglios. At lunch at the Atkinses on Sunday, Sam met his first princess, Madame Maravigliarsi. Not that he knew at first that she was a princess. In fact, he supposed her to be a nice, rather shabby little poor relation. But Atkins revealed her princessity in a dramatic aside, and Sam was as impressed as any other proper democratic American. And she was, Fran carefully ascertained, quite a good, high-ranking princess, and only 1/4 American. Sam sat next to her at lunch, in the tall, cool room with its Venetian glass and the serene bust of Plato, and while he made a respectable show of not being humble, the boy who had read Ivanhoe and Shakespeare and the Idylls of the King was gloating, "I'm sitting next to a princess." The princess prattled of what she had said to Mussolini and what His Eminence the Secretary to the Pope had said to her, and for 10 minutes Sam desired to know the renown of the world. He remembered, what was it, something that Fran had said to the effect that, with his tall dignity and his experience as executive, he might become an ambassador, and be intimate with ever so many people who had said things to Mussolini and had eminences say things to them. But he wearied of Princess Maravigliarsi's chatter. It was so important that he see Trouville and Biarritz. It was so important that he properly hate the Bolsheviks, so important that he go to tea at Lady Ingram's. He dreaded these new obligations. "So far as I can see," he brooded, "travel consists in perpetually finding new things that you have to do if you're going to be respectable." Fran was polite to the Princess Maravigliarsi with a cold politeness which indicated to Sam that she was impressed. But it was to a certain Madame de Penable that she gave most of her attention. Madame de Penable was a red-headed, white-skinned, rather plump woman who seemed to specialize on knowing everybody of influence in every land. The Dodsworth had never learned whether she was born in Poland, Nebraska, Africa, the Dordogne, or Hungary. They never learned just who Monsieur de Penable was, if there ever had been a Monsieur de Penable. They never learned whether she was in trade, living on alimony, or possessed of a family income. Sam suspected that she was an international spy. She was a pleasant woman and very clever. She talked about herself constantly and never told anything whatever about herself. She spoke English, French, German, and Italian perfectly, and at restaurants, with waiters as mysterious as herself, she went off into tongues which might have been Russian, Lancashire, or modern Greek. Apparently, she fancied the Dodsworths as additions to her circle. Sam heard her inviting Fran and himself to lunch at the Hermitage. "Fran is launched," he sighed. "At last we'll be gay and cosmopolitan. I wonder how much I'll be able to win from Tubb at poker, now that I've had my style of playing perfected by European culture." End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. They ceased to be children exploring together, rather happy in their loneliness. They were dominated by Endicott Everett Atkins and Madame de Penable and their smart groups. Madame de Penable saw that because in her fresh, keen, naive way, Fran was different from European women, she was the more novel and attractive to the innumerable European men whom the de Penable always had about her, running her errands, drinking her excellent Moselle, listening to her scandalous anecdotes. She saw also that Sam was likely to keep Fran from snatching such of these men as the de Penable wanted to hold for her own. She cultivated the Dodsworths enthusiastically. Fran's life became hectic as life can be only in Paris. A ride in the Bois, lunch, shopping, tea, bridge, cocktails, dressing, dinner, the theatre, dancing at such icily glittering haunts as the Jardin de Massur, cold cream and exhausted sleep. In between, she managed to fit 3 hours a week of French lessons. And Sam, he came along. He enjoyed it for a month. There was color to his life and motion, like waves under the gray cliff that was Paris. There were pretty women who took him seriously, as one of the financial captains of America. He suspected, with an inward chuckle, that they thought him far richer than he was. There were gorgeous clothes and marvelous food. He learned something of the art of wine. He had long known that Rhine wines should be cold, that Burgundy is better than that womanish drink, champagne. But now, meeting people who took wine as seriously as he had motor engines, and listening to their reverent discussion of it, he learned the epical differences between the several Burgundies, between Nuit Saint-Georges and Nuit Prémaux, the cataclysmic differences between vintages, between the lordly crop of 1911 and the mediocre product of 1912. He learned that it was a crime to dull the palate with a cocktail before a sacred bottle of good wine, and that it was bloody treason to heat Burgundy suddenly by plunging it in the hot water, instead of decently decanting it hours before drinking, and letting it come slowly, the connoisseurs breathed, to room temperature. It interested him, this cyclone of new excitements, and Fran was, for the first time in years, altogether satisfied. Between them, Atkins and the de Penable knew a dozen sets. Atkins fished for portrait painters, French critics, American ladies from the choicer portions of Back Bay and Rittenhouse Square, English poets who pretended to be biologists, and English biologists who were flattered at being taken for poets. Madame de Penable went in for assorted titles, a judicious mixture of Italians, French, Romanian, Georgian, Hungarian, and she always had one sound, carefully selected freak, a delightfully droll pickpocket, or a minor Arctic explorer. The man out of all this boiling whom Fran most liked was an Italian aviator, Captain Giussero, a bright-eyed, very smiling man, 10 years younger than herself. He was dazzled by her, bewildered by her quick speech. He said that she was the Norse goddess Freya, that she was an Easter lily, and a number of other highly elegant things, and she liked it and went riding with him. Sam hoped there was not going to be another Lockhart explosion. He believed her when she insisted that she considered Giussero a mere boy. But, alone, brooding, he was worried. He wondered if her rigid distaste for flirtation had existed only because she had not found American men attractive. She seemed softer, more relaxed, more lovely, and considerably less dependent on him. She was surrounded by amusing men and warmed by their extravagant compliments. His conscious self declared that she couldn't possibly be tempted, but his subconscious self was alarmed. And presently he became weary of their insane dashing. The voices that never ceased, the high, thin laughter, the reference to Mike this and Jacques that, and the amour of Lady the other, the duty of being seen at every exhibition, every select tea, every concert. Fran had sharply dropped for him the people they knew, all the low adventurers who sat about bars, the couples from Zenith whom they had met at the hotel, even the unfortunate Jerry Lycurgus Watts, once Jerry had served his biological purpose by producing Endicott Everett Atkins. and so Sam became exceedingly hungry for a good, wholesome lowness, for poker, shirt-sleeves, sauerkraut, obscene vaudeville, and conversation about motor sales and zenith politics. Fran was having her portrait painted, glossily and very expensively, by a Belgian, whose manner of serving tea and commenting on new frocks had enabled him to capture a number of rich American women. With him, painting was a social function. While he worked, he was surrounded by the most decorative human parrots and peacocks, shrieking their admiration of his craftsmanship, which was excellent. He managed to add the muzziness of a Lawrencine to the photography of a sergeant. He made his women look rich and all alike. Madame de Penable had insisted on Fran's going to this good man, and when Sam learned that the de Penable had also insisted on a number of other women benefiting by the Belgian's gifts, he wondered if possibly the lively de Penable might not have some interest in the business. But Fran was magnificently offended when he made the hint. "It may interest you to know," she raged, "that Monsieur Sarrier wanted to paint me for nothing, because he said I was the most perfect type of American beauty he had ever seen. But of course I couldn't let him do that. Of course you wouldn't have noticed that certain Europeans think I'm rather good-looking." "Don't," said Sam mildly. "Be a damn fool, my darling." He went once to the orgy of her sittings, and he, the Rock of Ages in business crises, wanted to scream as he heard Madame de Penable and 6 women who spoke all languages except French with a French accent, lilting that Le Maître was at least a genius, and that he was particularly historic in the matter of flesh tints. He did not go again. He came to like the affabilities of Endicott Everett Atkins even less than the expensive sunset hues of Madame de Penable. The de Penable was surrounded by gay people. Not so bad, Sam considered, to have a cocktail with a pretty girl that tells you that you look like a cross between Sir Lancelot and Jack Dempsey. But Mr. Atkins had not yet heard of cocktails, and Mr. Atkins held forth. He had been everywhere, and he could make everywhere sound uninteresting. He would look at you earnestly and demand to know whether you had made a pilgrimage to Viterbo to see the Etruscan remains, and he made it sound so nagging a duty that Sam vowed he would never let himself be caught near Viterbo. He was so severe about American music that he made Sam long for the jazz which he had always rather irritably detested. Toward the 7 deadly arts, Sam had had the inarticulate reverence which an Irish policeman might have toward a shrine of the Virgin on his beat, that little light seen at 3 of a winter's morning. They were to him romance, escape, and he was irritated when they were presented to him as a preacher presents the virtues of sobriety and chastity. He hadn't the training to lose himself in Bach or Goethe, but in Chesterton, in Schubert, in Corot, he had been able to forget motors and Alec Kynance, and always he had chuckled over the gay anarchy of Mencken. But with rising stubbornness, he asserted that if he had to take the arts as something in which he must pass an examination, he would chuck them altogether and be content with poker. As Fran had both a sitting and a fitting that afternoon, to Sam they seemed much the same, except that Fran's costumer was more virile and less grasping than her portrait painter. He had a whole afternoon off. Secretly, a little guiltily, he reflected, "I've done Notre Dame right with Fran. Now, I think I'll sneak off and see if I really like it. You can't tell. I might, even though old Atkins says I have to. Hell, I wish I were back in Zenith." Solemnly, his Baedeker shamelessly in hand, Sam lumbered out of his taxi before Notre Dame, and quite as shamelessly slipped off across the river to a café facing the cathedral. There, quietly, without Fran's quivers of appreciation, he began to feel at home. He admitted the cathedral's grey domination. There was strength there, strength and endurance and wisdom. The flying buttresses soared like wings. The whole cathedral expanded before his eyes. The work of human hands seemed to tower larger than the sky. He felt, dimly and disconnectedly, that he too had done things with his hands, that the motor car was no contemptible creation, that he was nearer to the forgotten, the anonymous and merry and vulgar artisans who had created this somber epic of stone than was any Endicott Everett Atkins, with his Adam's apple ecclesiastically throbbing as he uttered pomposities about the transition and Gothic motifs. How those cheery artisans would have laughed, drinking their wine perhaps at this very corner. He read in the Book of Words. Did Ruskin and Cellini and Dante really travel without Baedekers? How strange it seemed, and new. Notre Dame. In early Roman times the site was occupied by a temple of Jupiter. The present church was begun in 1163. He laid the book down and drifted into the pleasantest dreaming he had known for all the fatal weeks since he had been adopted by the right people. A temple of Jupiter. Priests in white robes. Sacrificial bulls with patient, wondering eyes, tossing their thick, garlanded heads. Chariots pounding across the square, right across the river there. The past, which had been to the young Sam Dodsworth playing football, to the man harassed by building motor cars, only a flamboyant myth, was suddenly authentic, and he walked with Julius Caesar, who in that moment ceased to be merely a drawing in a schoolbook, a ventriloquist dummy talking the kind of over-grammatical rot that only schoolmasters could understand, and became a living, lively, talkative acquaintance, having a drink here with Sam, and extraordinarily resembling Roosevelt off stage. Heavy with meditation, happy in being unobserved and not having to act up to the splendors of Fran, he paid his bill and ambled across the bridge and into the cathedral. It bothered him as always that there were no prim and cushioned pews such as he knew in Protestant churches in America. It made the cathedral seem bare and a little unfriendly. But beside a vast pillar, eternal as mountains or the sea, he found a chair, tipped a verger, forgot his irritation with people who buzzed up and wanted to guide him, and lost himself in impenetrable thoughts. He roused himself to read patiently in Baedeker, Geoffrey Plantagenet, son of Henry II of England, was buried beneath the high altar in 1186. In 1430, Henry VI of England was crowned King of France, and in 1560, Mary Stuart, afterward Mary Queen of Scots, was crowned as Queen Consort of Francis II. The coronation of Napoleon I and Josephine de Beauharnais by Pope Pius VII, 1804, was celebrated here with great ceremony. And in Sarrier's studio, brassy women were chattering about the races. Plantagenet, rearing lions on scarlet banners edged with bullion. Mary Stuart and her proud little head. Napoleon himself, here where Sam Dodsworth was sitting. "Humph," he said. He stared at the rose window, but he was seeing what it meant, not what it said. He saw life as something greater and more exciting than food and a little sleep. He felt that he was no longer merely a peddler of motor cars. He felt that he could adventure into this past about him, and possibly adventure into the far more elusive present. He saw, unhappily, that the Atkins and de Penoble existence into which Fran had led him was not the realization of the great life for which she had yearned, but its very negation. The bustle, the little snobberies, the cheap little titles, the cheap little patronage of art. "I'm going to get out of this town and do something exciting, and I'll make her go with me. I've been too weak with her," he said weakly. His longing for low and intelligent company could not be denied. He went to the New York bar. Through the correspondent of a New York newspaper, whom he had known as a reporter in Zenith, Sam had met a dozen journalists there, and he felt at home with them. They did not heap on him the slightly patronizing compliments which he had from the women in Madame de Penoble's den of celebrities. He was stimulated by what was to the journalists only commonplace shop talk, how Trotsky really got along with Stalin, what Briand had said to Sir Austen Chamberlain. What was the lowdown on the international battle of oil? This afternoon he met Ross Ireland. Sam had heard of Ireland, roving foreign correspondent of the Quackenboss Feature Syndicate, as one of the best fellows among the American journalists. The former Zenith reporter introduced Sam to him. Ross Ireland was a man of 40, as large as Sam, and in his oversized rimless spectacles he looked like a surgeon. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Dodsworth," he said, and his voice still had all the innocence of Iowa. "Staying over here long?" "Well, yes, some months." "This your first trip across?" "Yes." "Say, I've just been driving one of your Revelation cars in the jungle in India. Great performance, even in rough going." "India?" "Yes, just back. Real Kipling country. Oh, I don't know as I saw any Mowglis gassing with tigers and 16-foot snakes, and I heard more about Jude and indigo than I did about Mrs. Hawksby's, but it certainly knocks your eye out. That big temple at Tanjore, tower 11 stories high, all carved. And the life there, everything different, smells different, and sometimes not so good. And the people still in masquerade costumes, and queer, curry kind of grub, and Eurasian shops where the baboos will tell you grand lies, everyone good for a mail story. You ought to get out there, if you can take the time. And then beyond India, Burma. Take a riverboat, regular floating marketplace, with natives in funny turbans squatting all over the decks. Go up the Irrawaddy to Mandalay and on to Bamo. Or you can get steamers at Rangoon for Penang and Sandaway and Akyab and Chittagong and all kinds of fancy places." Rangoon, Akyab, Chittagong. And then around to Java and China and Japan and home by way of California. "I'd like to do it," said Sam. "Paris is a lovely city, but—" "Oh, Paris. Paris is nothing but a postgraduate course in Broadway." "Looks good to me," said the ex-Zenith newspaperman. "It would. Paris is a town for Americans that can't stand work," said Ross Ireland. "I'm keen to see America. Tickled to death I'm going back in June. I've been away 3 years. First time I've ever been away. I'm homesick as the devil. But I'd like my America straight. I don't want it in the form of a lot of expatriates sitting around Paris cafes. And when I want to travel, I want to travel. Say, you land in Bangkok with that big gold temple rising over the town and the boatmen singing in whatever it is they do sing in, or you go to Moscow and see the moujiks in felt boots and sheepskin coats, with the church spires absolutely like white and gold lacework against the sky. Say, that's travel." Yes, that's the stuff. Sam was going to travel like that. He'd go, to Constantinople, back through Italy or Austria, and home for his 30th class reunion. Just time to do it now if he hustled. Then Fran and he might start out again next autumn and see Egypt and Morocco. Yes. It is a favorite American credo that, if the acting is good enough, you can enjoy a play in a language you don't understand as well as in English. Fran held to that credo. Sam urgently did not. He hated to sit through French plays, and when he returned to the hotel from the New York bar in Ross Ireland, from the Irrawaddy River and the Chittagong, he found Fran with tickets for Le Sang Qui Parle, a slightly bad temper, and the aviator Giacero. "You smell of whiskey. Atrociously. Now please hurry and dress. Captain Giacero and you and I are going to the theater. Now please hurry, can't you? I'll order the cocktails meanwhile. As you see, I'm all ready. After the theater, we'll meet René de Penable and some other people and dance." As he dressed, Sam fretted, "French play? Humph! I won't know which is the husband and which is the lover for at least the first 2 acts." If he slept at the play, he did it ever so modestly and retiringly, and he was unusually polite to Madame de Penable. Fran was approving on their way home, and quite as easily as though they were back in Zenith, he asserted while they were undressing, "Fran, I've got an idea that— Just unfasten this snap on my shoulder strap, would you mind? Thanks. You were so nice tonight. Much the best-looking man in the room. And I'm so glad you've come to like Renee de Penable. She's really a darling, so loyal. But, Sam, I do wish you hadn't brought up that question as to what right the French have in the Rif. But my God, they talked about us in Haiti and Nicaragua first. I know, but that's entirely different. This is an ancient question, and of course Renee was shocked, and so was that English woman, Mrs. What's-her-name. But it doesn't matter. I just thought I'd mention it. And he thought he'd behaved so beautifully tonight. But, he went on heavily, becoming dimly irritated, as he noted how little she heeded him while she brushed her hair. I wanted to suggest that— Look here, Fran, I've got kind of an idea. It's almost May, but we could get in a month or more on the Mediterranean and still have time to get home late in June, and then I could go to my class reunion, 30th. Really? 30th? Oh, I'm not so old. But I mean, we haven't talked especially about when we would go home. But I want to see more of Europe. Oh, I haven't started. Neither have I agree. But I just mean, there's several business things I ought to settle up at home, and there's this reunion, and I'd like to see Emily in her new home and Brent. But perhaps we could get them to come over here this summer. Would you mind handing me the cold cream that's in the bathroom? No, I think it's on the bureau. Oh, thanks. I thought we could go home for just a couple months, or maybe 3, and then start out again. Say, go west this time, and sail for China and Japan and round to Rangoon and India and so on. Yes, I'd like to do that sometime. Oh, dear, how sleepy I am. But not now, of course, now that we know nice people here. But that's just what I mean. I don't. Oh, they're a lively bunch, and lots of 'em good families and so on. But I don't think they are nice. What do you mean? I mean, they're a bunch of wasters. All they do, Penable and her whole gang, and Atkins' hangers-on aren't much better. All they do is just dance and chatter and show off their clothes. Their idea of a good time is just about that of a chorus girl. Fran had been inattentive. She wasn't now. She snatched up a lace wrap, slapped it about her shoulders over her nightgown, and faced him like a snarling white cat. Sam, let's get this straight. I felt that you've been sulking, that you've been too afraid to— too polite. Say what you thought. Well, I'm sick and tired of having to apologize. Yes, to apologize for the crime of having introduced you to some of the nicest and most amusing people in Paris, and for having backed you up when they were offended by your boorishness. Am I to understand that you regard Madame de Penable and her whole gang, as you so elegantly call it, as simply rotters? May I point out to you that if I don't have quite so lively an appreciation of such nature's noblemen as Mr. A.B. Hurd, Fran, yet possibly I may be a little better equipped to understand really smart, cosmopolitan people than you are. Kindly let me remind you that Renee de Penable is the intimate friend of the most exclusive aristocracy of the ancien regime here. But is she? And what of it? Will you kindly stop sneering? You that are so fond of accusing me of sneering. And my dear Samuel, you really don't do it so very well. Delicate irony isn't your long suit, my dear good man. Damn it, I won't be talked to like a stable boy. Then don't act like one. And if I may be permitted to go on and answer the charges which you brought up, not I, the whole subject is thoroughly distasteful to me. And oh, Sam, so vulgar, so beastly vulgar. For a second she was dramatically mournful and hurt, but instantly she was a charging Cossack again. But when you attack anyone who's been as sweet to me as Renee, all I can say is, do you happen to realize that she's the dearest friend of the Duchesse de Quatrefoil? She's promised to take me down to the Duchess's chateau in Burgundy. She's never done it. As it Happens the Duchess is ill just at the moment. And your charming remark illustrates perfectly what I mean by your sneering. Or to take the example of Renee's friend, Mrs. Sittingwall. She's the widow of a very distinguished English general who was killed in the war. He wasn't a general, he was a colonel, and now the woman is engaged to that old rip of a French stockbroker, Andelay. What of it? Monsieur Andelay does dress too loudly, and he drives a car too fast, but he's a most amusing old dear, and he orders the best meal in Paris, and knows cabinet ministers, bankers, diplomats, everybody that's influential. Well, he looks to me like a crook. And what about the young gigolos that are always hanging around Mrs. Penable? I do think it's too gracious of you to take the word gigolo, which I taught you in the first place. You did not. And use it against me, my dear polylingual Sam. I suppose you are referring to boys like Giussero and Billy Dawson. Yes, they're not at all like American businessmen, are they? They actually enjoy being charming to women. They enjoy sharing their leisure with women. They dance beautifully. They talk about something besides the stock market. Oh, they enjoy leisure, all right. Oh, now, Fran, I don't mean to be nasty about them, but you know they graft on women. My dear man, Captain Giussero, and he could call himself Count Giussero if he wanted to, has a perfectly good family income, as his people have had before him for generations. Whoa, now, hold up. I question his having a very good family income. I notice that whenever he's with us, he always manages to let me pay. Not that I mind, but... Why, say, I've never seen him spend a cent except tonight, when he gave 10 centimes to the fellow that opened the cab door. Now please listen, Fran, and don't go off into a tantrum. Don't you and Mrs. Penable almost always pay the bills? For feeds, for taxis, for tips, for tickets? For Giussero and young Dawson, most of these other slick young men that she has hanging around? What of it? We can afford it. The name, by the way, as I have remarked several hundred times before, is Madame de Penable. Or are you... She became regally outraged and deliberate. Are you perhaps hinting that, because you so generously support me, you have the right to dictate on whom and for what I spend every cent? Do you desire me to give you a detailed account of my expenses, like an office boy? Then let me remind you. Oh, this is so distasteful to me, but I must remind you that I have 20,000 a year of my own, and now that I have a chance to be happy with amusing people—" She was sobbing. He caught her shoulders and demanded, "Will you stop self-dramatizing yourself, my young lady? You know, and you know good and well, that I'm criticizing these young men for grafting just because I want to point out that they're no good, nothing but a lot of butterflies." She broke away from his grasp and from her own sobs, and she was tart again. Then thank God for the butterflies. I'm so tired of the worthy ants. Sam, we might just as well have this out, if we're going on together. The last 5 words chilled him. He was incredulous. She seemed a little to mean it, and she went on resolutely. Let's get this straight. Just what we are up to, what we want. Now that we are meeting them, do you appreciate people with wit and elegance, or have you already had enough of them? Are you going to insist on returning to, decent enough people, but people that can't see anything in life more amusing than poker and golf and motoring, that are afraid of suave manners, that think to be roughneck is to be strong? Does the accumulated civilization of 2,000 years of Europe mean something to you? Or, come off it, Fran. I'm not a roughneck, and you know it. And I'm not uncivilized. And I like nice manners. But I like nice manners in people that are something more than amateur head waiters, and after all, a rock takes a better polish than a sponge. These people, even Penable herself, are parrots. What I'd like to meet... Well, you take the colonial administrators and so on out in the British possessions. People that are doing something besides going night after night to these restaurants where your gigolos hang out. Sam, If you don't mind, I think I've stood all the insults to my friends that I can for one night. You can think up a few new ones for tomorrow. I'm going to sleep, and now." Whether she slept or not, she was rigidly silent, her face turned from him. He expected her to be soft, fluttery, apologetic in the morning, but awakening at 9, she looked unrepentant as steel. He trundled out talk about breakfast, about the laundry, then he grumbled, "I don't know that I made myself quite clear last evening." "Oh yes, you did. Thoroughly. And I don't think I care to discuss it. Shall we not say anything more about it?" She was so brightly forgiving and superior that he was infuriated. "I'm going out now. I'll be back here about 12. I'm lunching with René de Penable, and if you think you can endure another hour with my degenerate friends, I should be glad to have you join us." She vanished into the bathroom to dress, and nothing more could he get out of her. When she was gone, he sat in bathrobe and slippers over a second order of coffee. She'd never before let a quarrel last overnight, at least when she'd been in the wrong. Or was it possible that she had not been in the wrong in their controversy? And, each second he was more confused, just what was the controversy about? Anyway, she couldn't really have meant anything by her "if we're going on together." But suppose she had? Married couples did break up, quite incredibly, after years. Did he, in order to hold her, have to obey her, to associate forever with peacocks like this Mrs. Sittingwall and this fellow Andalay, who was certainly a little more than friendly with the Penable woman? No, hanged if he would. But if that meant losing Fran? Good God! Why, now that he had no work, he had nothing to absorb him save Fran, Emily Brent, and 3 or 4 friends like Tub Pearson. Nor would he have anything new. He doubted if any other job could stimulate him like building up the Revelation Company. He doubted if he would make any new friends. He doubted if travel, pictures, music, hobbies would ever be anything more than diversions interesting for an hour at a time. And of what he had left to keep life tolerable, Fran was first. She was the reason for everything. It was a second, a renewed Fran that he loved in his daughter Emily. His business and his making of money had been all for Fran. Well, no, maybe not all. Hell, how hard it was to be honest about one's own self. Maybe not all. Fun putting business across, too. But she'd been the chief reason for it anyway. As for his friends, why, he'd have chucked even Tub if Fran hadn't liked him. Fran, that just the other day had been a girl, cool and sparkling and strange, on the Canoe Club porch. Good Lord, the Canoe Club had burned down 20 years ago. In the radiant May of Paris, with the horse chestnuts out on the Champs-Élysées, he sat huddled, feeling cold. He went to lunch with Fran, Madame de Penable, and Billy Dawson, a young American who was the airiest and most objectionable of the de Penable's gentlemen valets. Sam was gravely polite. For 2 weeks he went with Fran and the de Penable's court to all sorts of restaurants reeking with cigarette smoke and expensive perfume and smart scandal. Between times he sneaked off, like a small boy going to the circus, to low places, looking particularly for the roving correspondent, Ross Ireland, and when he found that Ireland was sailing on June 15th on the Aquitania, which would arrive in time for Sam's 30th reunion at Yale, he anxiously engaged a stateroom for self and wife. He liked Ross Ireland. He found particularly amusing, very like his own cultural pretenses, the fact that since Ireland was totally unable to learn any language save Iowan, he thundered that English was enough to take anybody anywhere, and that these fellows that talk about your having to know French if you're going to do political stuff in Europe are just trying to show what smart guys they are. And he liked the way in which Ireland mingled stories of Burmese temples with stories of old Doc Jevons's back dome in Iowa. This lowness Sam hid from his wife, and hid the fact that he was agonizingly bored by not having enough to do. Yet his devotion did not win her back. There was a courteous coolness about her always. When he had definitely to know about returning to America, she answered briskly, "Yes, I've thought it over. I can understand that you need to go back, but I'm not going. I've practically promised Renee de Penable to take a villa with her near Montreux for the summer. But I want you to go and see Tub and everyone and thoroughly enjoy yourself, and then come back and join me in the late summer, and we'll think about the Orient." But when she saw him off at the Gare Saint-Lazare, she was suddenly softened. She cried, she clung, she sobbed, "Oh, I didn't realize how much I'll miss you. Perhaps I'll come join you in Zenith. Do have the very best time you can, darling. Go camping with Tub, and give him my love, and tell him and Matey I hope they'll come over here, and try to get Em and Brent to come. Oh, my dear, forgive your idiotic, feather-brained wife. But let her have her foolish fling now. I did make a real home for you, didn't I? I shall again. Take care of yourself, my dear, and write me every day, and don't be angry with me. Or do be angry, if it'll make you any happier. Bless you." And the first day out she sent him a radio. "You are a big brown bear, and worth 79,000 gigolos, even when their hair greased best butter. Stop. Did I remember to tell you that I adore you?" End of Chapter 15. Chapter 16, Of Dodsworth, by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. With Ambrose Channel ahead of them, Sam Dodsworth and his friend Ross Ireland spent a considerable part of their time in the smoking room of the Aquitania, arguing with other passengers about the glories of America. Sam was appreciative enough, but Ross was eloquent, he was lyric, he was tremendous. At praise of Paris, Cambodia, Oslo, Glasgow, or any other foreign pride, he snorted, "Look here, son, that's all applesauce, and I know. I've been hiking for 3 years. I've interviewed Count Bethlen, and I've paddled up the Congo. I've done a swell piece about the Lena goldfields, and I've driven 3,000 miles in England. And believe me, I'm glad to be getting back to a real country, buddy. New York? Noisy? Say, why wouldn't it be noisy? It's got something going on. Believe me, they're remodeling all the old parts of heaven after New York's skyscrapers. Say, if we get past the perils of the deep and I have the chance to hang my hat up in Park Row again, you'll never get me farther away than an Elks convention at Atlantic City. And don't let anybody tell you that the Elks and the Rotarians and the National Civic Federation are any more grab-it-all than the English merchant, who hates our dollar-chasing so much that he wants to keep us from it by copping all the dollars there are to chase, or the elegant highbrow Frenchman who doesn't love the franc any more than he loves God. Why, say, even about drinking. I'll admit I like a sidewalk cafe better than I do a speakeasy, but once I round up my old bunch at Denny's and have a chance to stick my legs under the table with a lot of real, home-baked he-Americans instead of these imitation frog-Americans that loaf around abroad, boy. Sam discovered, dropping into Ross Ireland's stateroom, that Ross was guilty of secret intellectual practices. Except when, in morning clothes, he was interviewing Lord Chancellors and Generals commanding, Ross felt that he must prove his sturdy independence by saying, "Buddy, where do you get that stuff?" and "Oh, baloney." He was never, by any chance, doing an analytical study. At most, he was writing a little piece. He addressed English stewards as Cap'n. He asked the Cockney smoking-room steward for his check, and almost his only French expression was "whiskey soda." He announced widely and loudly that any newspaper man who called himself a journalist was a big stiff, a phony highbrow, and an imitation limey. He said that any foreign correspondent who read history, went to concerts, or wore spats was showing off. But Sam discovered that Ross Ireland was guilty of reading vast and gloomy volumes of history, that he admired Conrad more than Conan Doyle, that he had a sneaking preference of chess to poker, and that he was irritably proud of having his evening clothes made in London. That such a man, violently American, yet not untraveled in distant coasts, should so rejoice at going back made Sam the more convinced about returning to his own. Of the vast and polished elegancies of the Aquitania he had little impression, none of the excitement about the steely resolution of ships which he had known on the Ultima, because all his excitement was focused on the blessed people he was going to see. Tub Pearson. He heard himself saying, "Well, you fat little runt, you horse thief, golly, I'm glad to see you." He stood forward on the promenade deck, fancying that his heart beat in rhythm with the rise and fall of the prow, exulting as the ship slashed through the miles between him and home. He seemed a kindly but stolid figure there, a big man in a grey Burberry and a grey cap, a competent and unsentimental man. But he was boiling with sentiment. Once at night, when he saw the lights of a ship ahead, he pretended that they were the shore lights of Long Island, and he ardently imagined the dear familiarities: wide streets, clashing traffic, brick garages, the insolent splendor of skyscrapers, and toward the country miles of white and green little houses, where the sort of men he understood played games he understood, poker and bridge, and listened on the radio to the sort of humor and music that he understood. And before every other bungalow was a Revelation car. "And I'm going to stay," he exulted. All the way over, Ross Ireland and he had boasted to such passengers as had never seen America that they would not be able to believe their eyes when they steamed up North River. Ross chanted, "Greatest sight in the world, skyscrapers one after another, 30, 40, 50 stories high and beautiful. Say, they make Cologne Cathedral look like a Methodist chapel, and the Eiffel Tower look like an umbrella with a cover off." They both indeed made so many protestations about the sight of New York Harbor that Sam began to wonder whether he really was going to be as thrilled as he was going to be thrilled. He remembered how, after the most conversational anticipation with Fran, he had been disappointed by his first sight of Notre Dame. It had seemed low and hulking, not half so impressive as the lath-and-plaster Notre Dame in the movie film. He managed to fret rather ardently. He hoped to be uplifted by New York as a young lover hopes to be enraptured by the sight of his lady. They came through the Narrows into New York Harbor early in the June morning. Sam was up at 5, delighted by the friendly green of the lawn at Fort Hamilton after the shifting sea. It was extraordinarily hot for early summer, a bit uncomfortable even on deck, and a fog hid the horizon. Sam was afraid that he was not to have his rediscovery of New York. After quarantine, as they trudged from Staten Island toward North River, he could see only anchored tramp steamers and a huge water beetle of a ferry boat, hoarse-voiced and insulting. Then the fog lifted, and he cried, "My God!" High up shone the towers and spires of an enchanted city floating upon the mist, pyramids and domes glistening in the early sun, vast walls studded with golden windows, spellbound and incredible. Ross Ireland beside him muttered, "Gee," and then, "Say, does it make you proud to be coming home to that?" It is true that when they swaggered up North River, the debris of docks and warehouses and factories on the riverbank seemed rather littered. The thickening heat glared round them, and the river was greasy with swirls of fantastically colored oil films. But as they were cumbersomely warped into the dock, as Sam heard the good American shouts from the dark hedge of people waiting on the pier, "Atta boy!" and "Where'd you get the monocle?" and "How'd you leave Mary?" and "Oh, come on, have a heart, sneak me one bottle ashore," he muttered over and over, "It's kind of nice to be home." Then there were the customs. Not that the inspectors were so impolite as is fabled, but it is irritating to be suspected of smuggling liquor, particularly when, like Sam, you are smuggling liquor. He had a quart of pre-war scotch among the suits in a wardrobe trunk, and the inspector found it immediately. "What's this? What do you call this?" "Why, it looks like a bottle," said Sam affably. "I can't imagine how it got there. Let me present it to you." and they fined him $5. But what was worse was that being destitute of liquor caused in Sam a most indignant thirst. Sam Dodsworth, who had never in his life taken a drink before noon, except once after a certain football game in New Haven, he had to have. The taxi driver. Sam came to him after hours of paying customs fees, of getting necessitous porters, in a high state of boredom, to trundle his luggage along the immensity of cement floor and through to freedom, of seeing it shot perilously down the most efficient and disconcerting moving belt, and of having it and himself thrown gasping into the lion's den of New York traffic. The taxi driver gave Sam his first welcome to America. "Where'd you want to go?" he growled. It shocked Sam to find how jarred he was by this demonstration of democracy. Like most Americans in Paris, he had been insisting that all French taxi drivers were bandits, but now they seemed to him like playful and cuddling children. It was achingly hot in the side streets leading from the piers, and appallingly dirty. In front of warehouses and mean brick houses turned into tenements were flying newspapers, piles of bottles and rags and manure. Gritty clouds of ashes blew from open garbage cans, and tangled with the heat was New York's summertime stench of rotten bananas, unwashed laundry, ancient bedding, and wet pavements. In front of the taxicab, making Sam's heart stop with fear, darted ragged small boys, quite cheerful and illogically healthy. And on the flimsy iron balconies of fire escapes sat mothers with hair dragging across their eyes, nursing babies who in between sups wailed against the unjust heat. It was, Sam felt, a city nervous as a thwarted woman. Sam still believed in male strength and female weakness. It seemed so masculine in its stalwart buildings, but there was nothing masculine in its heat-shocked, clamor-maddened nerves. The traffic policeman raged at Sam's taxi driver. The taxi driver cursed all the truck drivers, and, above the roaring of their engines, the truck drivers cursed everybody on the street. 9th Avenue was insane with the banging of the elevated. 8th Avenue was a frontier camp of little shops. 7th Avenue was a bedlam of traffic between loft buildings with enormous signs. Lowenstein and Putski, garments for little gents, and the Gay Life Brassiere, Rothweiser and Gitz. 6th Avenue combined the roar of 9th with the nastiness of 8th and the charging traffic of 7th. And when in relief Sam saw the stateliness of 5th Avenue, there was an inhuman mass of shiny cars from curb to curb. The Sam Dodsworth who considered himself tireless was exhausted when he crawled into the cool refuge of his hotel. He sat by the window in his room, looking at the sullen stretch of the lofty office building opposite, and longed for a drink. Conservatively, I'd give $25 right now for the bottle of scotch that the customs man took away from me. Oh, Lord, I don't like New York so well in weather like this. I'll be glad to get out into the country. That's the real America. I hope it will be. I can see where I'm not going to complain about having too much leisure the way I did in Paris. And I want that drink. It did not improve his opinion of prohibition. It made the whole business seem the more imbecile and annoying and hypocritical that after a telephone call, within half an hour he had a case of whiskey in his room, and that he was taking a drink far earlier in the day than he would ever have done in Paris. He had many people to see in New York before he went to New Haven for his class reunion, but he telephoned to no one, with the exception of the bootlegger. He had only the energy to sit by the window, getting what breeze there was, trying to ignore the ceaseless menace of the city roar, feeling more homeless than in Europe, trying to compose a lively cable to Fran and to get Brent in New Haven on the telephone. He had not cabled Brent his date of sailing. Boy's probably tied up with a lot of exams and things. When I land in New York, I'll find out by phone when it's convenient for him to come down to New York. Brent was not to be found now by telephone. Sam sent him a telegram, and that was quite all that he felt like doing. He rested till 1, till half past. He had a small lunch in his room, and the joy of having proper American sugar corn almost revived him, but afterward he sat by the window again until 3, brooding. Lassitude bound him like a vast cobweb. What was he doing here in New York? What was he doing anywhere? What reason had he for living? He was not necessary to Fran in Paris, and the motor-car industry seemed to be spinning on quite cheerily without him. He faced his discovery. The incident had happened at his entrance to the hotel, but he had not admitted it to his consciousness till now. Alighting from his taxicab, he had seen the new model Revelation car, as produced by the Unit Automotive Company, at $300 less than Sam's former price. He had wanted to hate it, to declare that it was tinny and wretched, but he had had to admit that it was a marvel of trimness, with the body swung lower, the windshield more raking. He felt antiquated. The UAC had created this new model in 6 months. With his own organization, he could not have produced it in less than a year. And he would have held it till the autumn motor shows, and brought it out pompously, as though he were a priest grudgingly letting the laity behold his mysteries. Were the UAC making light of seasons and announcement dates, just tossing off new models as though they were cans of corn? It came to him that he had not known when the new Revelation would be out. For the first months of his absence, he had heard often from Alec Kynance, received all the gossip, with many invitations to return. He had heard but little the past 3 months. Was he out of it, perhaps forever? He had come back to America feeling that the world of motors longed for him. He felt, this hot, confused afternoon, that no one cared. It was true that, to keep his time free, he had told no one he was arriving, but confound it, they might have found out somehow. Come to think of it, not one of the reporters who had boarded the Aquitania and hunted down incoming celebrities, the Polish tennis champion, the famous radio announcer who had been perfecting his art in Berlin, the latest New York-Paris divorcee, had paid attention to him. Yet, when he had gone abroad, they had interviewed him as a representative American businessman. He was frightened by his drop into insignificance. At 3:30, he was startled and cheered by a telephone call. "Hello, Dodsworth? This is Ross Ireland. Say, I'm in the same hotel. Doing anything? Mind if I run up for a minute?" Ireland burst in, red, collar wilted, panting. "Say, Dodsworth, am I crazy? Do I look crazy?" "No, you look hot." "Hot? Hell, I've been hot in Rangoon. But I sat back in a nice carriage, in my pretty little white suit and my sun helmet, and took it easy. I didn't feel as though I'd been in 227 train collisions, one right after another. Do you know what I found out? I hate this damn town. It's the dirtiest, noisiest, craziest hole I was ever in. I hate it. Me, that's been going up and down the face of the earth for the last 3 years, shooting my face off and telling everybody what a swell capital New York is. What you got to drink? Oh, God, only whiskey? Well, let's have a look at it." Well, this morning I didn't even stop to unpack. I was going to see my dear old hometown, the dear old neighbors, by heck, down on Park Row. I got down to the Quackenboss office, and the office boy hadn't never heard my name. I've only been sending in 3 columns a week, signed for 3 years. But he found a stenographer who thought she'd heard of me, and they actually let me in to see the old man. Mind you, to get in to see him was 16 times harder than it would be to see King George at Buckingham Palace. And when I did get in, there he was with his feet in a desk drawer reading the jokes in the New Yorker. Well, he was all right. He jumped up and told me I was the white-haired boy, and the sight of me just about saved him from typhoid, and we talked a whole half-hour, and then made a date to finish up our business at lunch tomorrow. Oh, no, he didn't have 1 minute till then. Tonight, God, no, he had to help open up a new roof garden. Oh, I've been the boiled muttonhead. I've been going around Europe and Asia telling the heathen that the reason we hustle so in New York is because we get so much done. I never discovered till today that we do all this hustling, all this jamming in subways, all this elbowing into elevators to keep ourselves occupied and keep from getting anything done. Say, I'll bet I accomplished more honest-to-God work in Vienna in 3 hours than I will here in 3 days. Those Austrian hicks don't have any bright office boys or filing systems to prevent them from talking business, so they go home for 2 hours lunch. Poor devils, no chance to ride on the subway, and only cafes to sit around in instead of nightclubs. Awful life. Well, when I got this whole half hour in with the boss, he took up most of it telling a swell new smutty story he just heard, when I used to tell back in Iowa in 1900, I drifted over to the Chronicle to see the bunch I used to work with. I was city editor there once. Half the bunch were ouse. Gone into politics, I guess. The other half were glad to see me, so far as I could figure out, but they'd gone and got married or learned to play bridge or taken to teaching Sunday school or some immoral practice like that, and by golly, not one of 'em could I get for dinner and a show tonight. By the way, you don't happen to be free for tonight, Dodsworth, do you? Grand. Tickled to death. Well, I went out to lunch with one of the fellows on the Sunday edition. He suggested some whiskey, but I wanted something cool. He said he knew a place where we could get some real genuine Italian Chianti. And say, he called it genuine Italian, too, as a joke. I believe he taught English in Harvard for a year. But being a hard-boiled newspaperman, of course he had to be a roughneck to show me he wasn't pedantic. Like me, I guess. I've been pulling that same lowbrow pose myself. But anyway, we look up this genuine Italian dump. I guess from the smell they used it as a laundry till it got too dirty, and the wop brought on a bottle of something that was just about as much like Chianti as I'm like a lily of the valley. Honestly, Sam, it tasted like vinegar that had been used on beets just once too often. And then, I suppose being just back after my first long hike, I felt I had a Chautauqua message for young America. I suppose I felt I was a Peary bringing home the pole under my arm. I tried to tell this chap how much I knew about Burma, and how chummy I was with Lord Beaverbrook, and all the news about the land problem in Upper Silesia. And was he interested? Say, he was about as much interested as I'd be in a chatty account of the advancement of Christian Science in Liberia. But he had a lot of important news for me. Golly, Bill Smith had a raise of $20 a week. Pete Brown is going to edit the hockey gossip instead of Mike Magoon. The Edam restaurant is going to have a new jazz orchestra. The Fishback portable typewriter has gone up $5 in price. Ellen Houzes, the cocktail party queen who writes the necking notes, is going to marry the religious editor. Say, it was exactly like going back to the dear old hometown in Iowa after my first 3 years in New York. That time, I wanted to tell the hometown boys all the news about the Brooklyn Ridge and immorality, and they wanted to talk about Henry Hick's new flivver. Well, I guess it's all about alike, really. Buddhism in Burma and Henry's flivver. It's all neighborhood gossip with different kinds of neighbors. But it isn't the same. I've seen... Oh, God, Sam, I've seen the jungle at dawn, and these fellows have stayed here, stuck at little desks, and never drifted 5 steps away from their regular route from home to the office, to the speakeasy to the office, to the movie to home. I was on a ship of fire in the Persian Gulf. I know it's just vanity, Sam, but there are things outside America. Whether they're ever going to have sense enough to make a pan-Europa there, whether Britain is going to recognize Russia, who's going to get Russian oil, what will become of Poland, what fascism really means in Italy. Things that ought to be almost as interesting as the next baseball game. But these lads that have stuck here in New York, they're so self-satisfied, like I was once, that they don't care a hang for anything beyond the current price of gin. They don't know there is a Europe beyond the Paris bars. Why, even in my shop, I carry on in Europe as though I were the great 3-star two-tailed special foreign correspondent. But here, it's a fact, the fellow that does the weekly cartoon about Farmer Hiram Winterbottom gets 3 times my salary. Say, if he came into the office, old Quackenboss would give him the whole day. Well, now that I've told you what a nice, lace-collared, abused darling I am, let's— But this town that I've been looking forward to— Man, do you realize we could sail back on the Aki in a week? Think of that nice, cool corner in the smoking room. I found that the one and only up-to-date, new, novel, ingenious way of getting anywhere in this burg, if you want to get there, is to walk. It takes a taxi in this traffic 10 minutes to make 10 blocks. And the subway. How many years since you've been in the subway? Well, don't. I thought I was a pretty big guy and fairly husky, but say, the subway guard at the Grand Central just stuck his knee in the middle of my back and rammed me into a car that was already plumb full like I was a 3-year-old child. And I stood up as far as Brooklyn Bridge with my nose in the neck of a garbage wholesaler. Say, I feel like an anarchist. I want to blow up the whole town. Then, after lunch, I wanted to buy a few real first-edition suits of American athletic underwear, so I went to Mosheim's department store. Seen their new building? Looks like a 20-story ice palace. Windows full of diamonds and satins and ivory and antique Spanish furniture and lingerie that would make a movie actress blush. City of luxury, you're a beat a mile, says I. Extra, pleasure capital of the world discovered by H. Ross Ireland. And then I tried to get into the store. Honestly, Sam, I'd be quite a husky fellow when I get my strength. I used to play center and wrestle heavyweight in the University of Iowa. But, by golly, I couldn't hardly wedge my way in through the doors. There was one stream of maniacs rushing out and another rushing in, as though it was a fire, and every aisle was jammed. And then, when you got to the proper counter— Well, I've got good and plenty sore at the way the hired help treat you abroad. I've had a Turkish rug vendor go crazy when I didn't want to pay more'n twice the price of a rug. I've had a hard-boiled Greek mate bawl the hell out of me because he tripped over me on deck. I've had a gondolier say what he thought of my tip. But anyway, those fellows treated you as though you were almost their equals. It's like Chesterton says, if a fellow kicks his butler downstairs, it doesn't show any lack of democracy. It's only when he feels too superior to his butler to touch him that he's really snooty. And that's how the nice, bright young gent at the underwear counter treated me. He had about 6 people to wait on, and unless I spoke quick and took what he gave me, he wasn't going to waste time on me. And he kept looking at me with a, "You big hick, don't try to fool me. That ain't no real New York suit you got on. Back to Yankton." Then I tried to get out of the store. One fellow elbowing you in the stomach and another jabbing you in the back, and the elevator man hollering, "Step lively, please," till you wanted to sock him in the nose. Honestly, I felt like a refugee driven by the Cossacks. No, I didn't feel that human. I felt like I was one of a bunch of steers driven down the runway to the slaughterhouse. God, what a town! Luxury, gold, everything but self-respect and decency and privacy. And what an oration! That's the longest speech I've made since I caught my #1 boy in Burma wearing my best pants. Well, Sam soothed, it'll be better when you get out into the country. But I don't like the country. Being a hick by origin, I like cities. I had enough cornfields and manure piles before I ran away at 14. And for what I heard at lunch, all the other towns in America are becoming about as bad as New York. Traffic jams and big movie theaters and radios yapping everywhere, and everybody has to have electric dishwashers and vacuum cleaners, and each family has to have not 1 car, by golly, but 2 or 3, and all on the installment plan. But I guess any of those burgs would be better than this New York monkey jungle. And I thought I knew this town. 10 years I put in here, but honestly, it's 16 times as bad as it was 3 years ago, seems to me. Ought to be lovely 3 years from now. And foreign. Say, when you see a real old-fashioned American face on the street, you wonder how he got here. I think I'll go back to London and see some Americans. Ross, Sam felt, was exaggerating. But when Ross had gone and he'd roused himself from his lassitude for a walk, for a hot crawl, he felt lost and small and alien in the immense conflict of the steaming streets. And he had no place to go. He realized that this capital, barbaric with gold and marble, provided every human necessity save a place, a cafe or a plaza or a not-too-ladylike tea-shop, in which he could sit and be human. Well, he could go to the Metropolitan Art Gallery, the aquarium, the dusty benches of Central Park, or sit gently in a nice varnished pew in a Protestant church. People running with suitcases nicked his legs. Small active Jews caromed into him. Flappers with faces powdered almost purple looked derisively at his wandering and bucolic mildness. A surf of sweaty, undistinguishable people swept over him. Shop windows of incredible, aloof expensiveness stared at him, and at every street crossing he was held up by the wave of traffic as he crept over to Fifth Avenue, down to 42nd, past leering cheap jack shops and restaurants, over to 6th and back again to the Grand Central Station. He stood contemplatively, he who a year ago would never have stood thus, but would have rushed with the most earnest of them, on the balcony overlooking the shining acres of floor of the Grand Central Station, like a roofed-over Place de la Concorde. Why, he wondered, was it that the immensity of Notre Dame or St. Paul's did not dwarf and make ridiculous the figures of the worshippers, as this vastness did the figures of travelers galloping to train gates? Was it because the little people, dark and insignificant in the cathedrals, were yet dignified, self-possessed, seeking the ways of God, whereas here they were busy with the ludicrous activities of insects? He fancied that this was veritably the temple of a new divinity, the god of speed. Of its adherents it demanded as much superstitious credulity as any of the outworn deities, demanded a belief that going somewhere, going quickly, going often, were in themselves wholly and greatly to be striven for. A demanding god, this speed, less good-natured than the elder gods, with their faults, their amours, their vanity so easily pleased by garlands and flattery. An abstract, faultless, and insatiable god, who once he had been offered 100 miles an hour, straightway demanded 150. And with his motor cars, Sam had contributed to the birth of this new religion, and in the pleasant leisure of Europe he had longed for its monastic asperities. He blasphemed against it now, longing for the shabbiest bar on the raggedest side street of Paris. He shook his great shaggy head as he looked down on the traveling salesmen importantly parading before bag-laden redcaps, on fagged brokers with clanking bags of golf sticks, on fretful women, contemptuous overdressed women, and sleek young men in white knickerbockers. They seemed to him driven to madness by the mad god of speed that themselves had created, and Sam Dodsworth had created. Sam and Ross Ireland foolishly tried to take a taxicab to the theater. When they were already half an hour late, they got out and walked the last 6 blocks. They saw a number of delightful and naked young women, as naked as they would have been at Folies Bergère. "From the breaths around us, I guess there's a few New Yorkers who haven't heard about Prohibition," sighed Ross, as they paced the street in the entr'acte. "Well, fortunately, the preachers haven't enough influence with God yet to keep the girls from being naked. They'll have to fix that up as soon as Prohibition really goes over. Arrange to have the girls born with flannel nighties on. Honestly, Sam, I don't get these here United States. We let librarians censor all the books, and yet we have musical comedies like this, just as raw as Paris. We go around hollering that we're the only bona fide friends of democracy and self-determination, and yet with Haiti and Nicaragua we're doing everything we accuse Germany of doing in Belgium. And, you mark my word, within a year we'll be starting a big Navy campaign for the purpose of bullying the world as Great Britain never thought of doing. We boast of scientific investigation, and yet we're the only supposedly civilized country where thousands of supposedly sane citizens will listen to an illiterate clod-hopping preacher or politician setting himself up as an authority on biology and attacking evolution." It was after the wearisome glare of the musical comedy, at a speakeasy, which was precisely like an old-fashioned bar except that the whiskey was bad, that Ross Ireland raged on. "Yes, and to have a little more of our American paradox, We have more sentimental sobbing over poor dear mother in the movies and more lynching of Negroes than would be possible anywhere else in the world. More space and more crowded tenements, more hard-boiled pioneers and more sickly discontented wives, more Nancys among young men, more highbrow lectures and more laughing hyena comic strips and more slang. Well, take me. I'm supposed to be a newspaper man. I've seen a lot, and read a whale of a lot more than I ever admit. I have ideas, and I even have a vocabulary. But I'm so American that if I ever admit I'm interested in ideas, if I ever phrase a sentence grammatically, if I don't try to sound like a longshoreman, I'm afraid that some damn little garage proprietor will think I'm trying to be pedantic. Oh, I've learned a lot about myself and my beloved America today. Just the same, Ross, I prefer this country to— Hell, so do I. Things I can remember, people I've talked to, knocking around this country, high Sierras to the Cape Cod cranberry bogs. Old Pop Conover, that used to be a Pony Express rider, going lickety-split, risking his life among the Indians. I remember him at 80, the whitest old man you ever saw. Lived in a little shack in my town in Iowa, batching it. Had an old chair made out of a flour barrel. Say, he'd tell us kids stories by the hour. He'd put up a tramp for the night, and he'd have received a king just the same way. Never occurred to him that he was any better than the tramp or any worse than a king. He was a real American. And I've seen the bunch at football games, nice clean youngsters. But we're turning the whole thing into a 6-day bicycle race, and with motorcycles instead of the legs that we used to have once. With Ross Ireland talking always, assailing the American bustle except at such times as Sam complained of it, whereupon Ross would defend it furiously, they ambled to a Broadway cabaret. It was called the Georgia Cabin. It specialized in chicken Maryland and yams and beaten biscuit, and the orchestra played Dixie every half hour to great cheering. Aside from Ross and Sam, everybody in the place was either a Jew or a Greek. It was so full of quaintness and expensiveness. The walls were in monstrous overblown imitation of a log cabin, and round the tiny fenced dancing floor, so jammed that the dancers looked like rush-hour subway passengers moving in sudden amorous insanity, was the Broadway idea of a rail fence. The cover charge was $2 apiece. They had 2 lemonades at 75 cents each, with a quarter tip to the Hellenic waiter, at which he grumbled, and a quarter to the trim and cold-eyed hat girl, at which she snapped, "Another pair of cheapskates." They said little as they marched toward their hotel. Over Sam, thick, palpable like a shroud, was the lassitude he had felt in Paris. He was in a dream. Nothing was real in all this harsh reality of trolley bells, furious elevated trains, swooping taxicabs, the jabbering crowds. The heat was churning up into a thunderstorm. Lightning revealed the cornices of the inhumanly lofty buildings. The whole air was menacing, yet he felt the menace indifferently, and heavily he said good night to Ross Ireland. The storm exploded as he stood at the window of his hotel room. Every lightning flash threw into maniacal high relief the vast yellow wall of the building opposite, and its innumerable glaring windows. And in the darknesses between flashes he could imagine the building crashing over him. It was terrifying as a volcanic eruption, even to Sam Dodsworth, who was not greatly given to fear. Yet terror could not break up the crust of dull loneliness which encased him. He turned from the window with a lifeless step and went drearily to bed, to lie half awake. He muttered only, "This hustle of American life, regular battle. Is it going to be too much for me now I'm out of the habit?" And, "Oh God, Fran, I am so lonely for you." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Dodsworth by Sinclair Lewis. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. But it was a pleasanter and more kindly America that he found the next evening, when he sat with Elon Richards, chairman of the board of the Goodwood National Bank, on the terrace at Willow Marsh, Richard's place on Long Island. In the morning, Sam's son Brent telephoned from New Haven that he would finish his examinations in 2 days and be down for a real bender with his father. In the afternoon, Sam labored mightily with Alec Kynance in the New York office of the UAC. He was again offered a vice presidency of the UAC, and again he refused. He was vague about his refusal. "Alec, it's hard to explain it. Just feel that I've given most of my life to making motor cars, and now I'd like to sit around and visit with myself and get acquainted. Yes, I was lonely in Paris, I admit it, but it's a job I've started, and I'm not going to give it up yet." Kynance was sharp. "I don't know's I can ever make this offer again." Sam scarcely heard him. He, of old time the steadily attentive, was wool-gathering. "I'll never be good for anything but business, but why not have a little fun and try something new? Big orange grove in Florida, or real estate." When Sam telephoned to Richards of the Goodwood National, Richards insisted on his coming out to Long Island for the night. Sam was relaxed and cheered by the drive in the Hispano-Suiza, which Richard's daughter, Sheila, had invited her father to buy the moment she had read the novels of Michael Arlen. They slipped through the vicious traffic of the Grand Central District, turned up First Avenue with its air of a factory village, crossed the superb arch of the 59th Street Bridge, from which they looked down to towers looming over docks for steamers from Rio de Janeiro and Barbados and Africa. They shot through a huddle of factories and workers' cottages, and fled along a road which followed the shoreline, with a salt breeze whispering through the open windows of the great car. They came into pleasant suburbs, and turned off on a country lane among real farms. Sam's slightly battered Americanism rose exultantly as he saw cornfields, pumpkin vines, white farmhouses with piles of poplar stovewood. And the talk was good. Sam had never been such a fool as to assert that virile citizens talked only of bonds and prize-fighting, and that anyone who pretended to an interest in Matisse or the Cadoro was an effeminate pretender. Only, he had pled with Fran, he himself had as much right to be interested in bonds and bored by Matisse as a painter had to be interested in Matisse and bored by bonds. Of course bonds had been important enough to Alec Kynance that afternoon, yet Alec's talk had not been good because the little man could never keep his role of Napoleon of commerce to himself, but insisted on treating everyone he met as either a faithful guardsman whose ear he could tweak, or as a faithful field marshal who was gaping to receive from Alec a new baton. But Elon Richards talked of consolidations and investments and golf and the more scandalous divorces of bankers with the simplicity and impersonality of a dairyman discussing cattle feed. He announced, while the car slipped past the little farms and into a region of great estates, that the KL&Z would be bankrupt within 2 months, that there really was something to this company that was going to grow 1 million reindeer in Alaska, that Smith Locomotive Common wouldn't be such a bad buy, and that it was perfectly true that the Antelope car was going to announce safety windshield glass as a standard accessory. The great house at Willow Marsh stood on a bluff looking over marshes to Long Island Sound. They dined on a brick terrace, at a little table with quivering candles, round it 3 wicker chairs with Sam, Richards, and his daughter Sheila. It was Sheila who 6 months ago had demanded the Hispano-Suiza, but this summer she was in a socialist stage. Sam was a little annoyed because all through dinner she kept asking why the workers should not take from Sam and her father all their wealth. Richards, to Sam's incredulity, encouraged Sheila by teasing her. "If you can get a really first-class leader, like Lenin, who's strong enough to take the money away from me in the first place and to construct a practical working state in the second, I shan't worry. Just as soon work for him and his gang as for our stockholders. But if you think, my impudent young daughter, that because a lot of socialist journalists yap that maybe, possibly, someday the working class may get educated up to the point of running industry and therefore I ought to join 'em, well, let 'em make me." So for an hour. After 25 years of big industry, Sam Dodsworth still believed in an unformulated and hazy way that socialism meant the dividing up of wealth, after which the millionaires would get it all back within 10 years. He still half believed that all Bolsheviks were Jews who wore bushy beards, carried bombs, and were hardly to be distinguished from anarchists. He didn't completely believe it, because in his office he had met suave and beardless Soviet agents who had talked competently about importing Revelation cars. But to take socialism seriously, it annoyed him. Why had he ever gone abroad? It had unsettled him. He had been bored in Paris, yet he liked crepe Suzette better than flapjacks. He liked leaning over the bridges of the Seine better than walking on 6th Avenue. And he couldn't just now be very excited about the new fenders for the Revelation car. How was it that this America, which had been so surely and comfortable in his hand, had slipped away? And here was the daughter of an Elon Richards, most safely conservative of bankers, contaminated with a lot of European socialism. Was life really as complicated as all that? It was simpler when Sheila had left them. The June twilight was tender, and across the mauve ribbon of Long Island Sound unseen villages sprang to life in soft twinkling. On the cool terrace, after 2 choked days in New York, Sam relaxed in a wicker chair, shoulders moving with contentment. Richard's cigars were excellent, his brandy was authentic, and now that Sheila was away, driving her own car off to a dance, his talk was again reasonable. But it came again. "Curious, Richards," Sam pondered aloud. "Since I landed in New York yesterday, I've hated the whole rush and zip of it, till this evening, when I've had a chance to sit down in the country and feel human. Of course, it was probably just the hot weather. Only, do you know, I had a feeling of leisure in France and in England. I felt there as though people made their jobs work for them. They didn't give up their lives to working for their jobs. And I felt as though there was such a devil of a lot to learn about the world that we're too busy to learn here." Richards puffed comfortably, then, "Did you know I was reared in Europe, Sam?" "No. Fact?" "Yes. My father and mother were devoted to Europe. We wandered. I spent 14 out of the first 16 years of my life in schools in France and England and Switzerland, and I went back there every summer while I was in Harvard, except the last vacation after junior year. Then my father had a brainwave and sent me out to Oregon to work in a lumber camp. I was crazy about it. I was so sick of pensions and cafes and the general European attitude that for an American you weren't such a bad egg. In Oregon, I got beaten up by the lumberjacks 3 times in 7 days. But at the end of the summer, I was ardently invited to stay on as straw boss of the camp. I loved it, and I've gone on loving it ever since. I know that plenty of French financiers are more elegant and leisurely than your flat-footed friend Alec Kynance, but I get more fun out of fighting Alec. Sam, it's a battle here, the way it is in Russia and China. And you, Sam, you old grizzly, can never be a contemplative gazelle. You've got to fight. And think of it. Maybe America will rule the world. Maybe in the end we'll be broken up by Russia. But isn't a world fight like that better than sitting around avoiding conversational errors and meditating on the proper evening waistcoats? Life. Sam meditated silently and long. "Elon," he said, "there was a time when I knew my own mind. I didn't do whatever my latest stenographer suggested, but I've seen too many things recently. If Fran were here, my wife, I'd probably be pro-Europe. You make me pro-American." "Why be pro-anything? Why not dive headfirst into whatever battle seems most interesting?" "You can be sure of this. The result won't mean anything. My girl Sheila informs me that a judicious use of eugenics, Karl Marx, and tennis will turn us all into a bunch of beneficent Apollos in 5 generations. God forbid. I have a sneaking suspicion that none of us poor vertebrates want perfection, really. But I mean, You're one of these kind-hearted, dutiful Americans who feels apologetic and inferior the moment he retires, and will spend the rest of his life trying to satisfy everybody he meets. His wife and his mistress. Not yet. Wait. And his friends. Sam, I'm such an idealist that I'd like to start an association for the hanging of all idealists. For heaven's sake, decide whether you, your own self, are happier in America or in Europe, and then stick there. Me, I'm glad to have European bankers coming to me begging for loans, instead of my going to European cafes and begging waiters for a table in the sun. Sam, this American adventure, because it is an adventure that we have here, the greatest in the world, and not a certainty of manners and an uncertainty of the future like all of Europe. And say, do you know, our adventure is going to be the bigger because we do feel that Europe has a lot we need. We're no longer satisfied with the log cabin and the corn pone. We want everything that Europe has. We'll take it. Said Sam. That night he slept childlike in a breeze from the Sound. He awoke at 5 to sit on the edge of his bed, bulking his rather tousled silk pajamas, meditating while he looked down on the marshland smoking with morning, and the Sound like whirls of cobweb over bright steel. If he were 50 miles farther out on Long Island, perhaps he could see across to the Connecticut shore and New Haven. He realized that this was grotesquely like a day in spring of his senior year in Yale, when from East Rock he had looked across the Sound to Long Island, and in that distant shore beheld romantic harbors. He was separated from the boy who had sat on East Rock only by Long Island Sound and 30 years, and that boy's certainty that he would do something worthwhile. Today he could think of things far more interesting to attempt than in those solemn important days when he had been a football star weighed down with the monastic duties of an athlete. It was not now ridiculous to consider being a wanderer in Japan, a proponent of Sheila Richards' socialism or its crusading foe, or 20 years hence, merely an old man with a pipe, content among apple trees on a hill above the Ohio River. But also it was obvious now that he was chained by people and strengths and weaknesses which he had not recognized in his young hour of vision on East Rock. He could not return to a completely simple and secure life in America because of Fran's dislike for it, and without the habitual titillation of Fran's gaieties and bad temper, life was inconceivable. He could not become an elegantly lounging cosmopolitan because, his thoughts stumbled and growled, because he was Sam Dodsworth. He was chained by every friend who had made life agreeable, bound not to shock or lose them. He was chained by every dollar he had made, every automobile he had manufactured. They meant a duty to his caste. He was chained by every hour he had worked. They had left him stiff, spiritually rheumatic. He still wanted the world, but there was nothing specific in the world that he wanted so much as 30 years ago he had wanted to be a Richard Harding Davis hero. Then it came to him. He marveled. No, the trouble is that, aside from keeping in with Fran and the children and a few friends, I don't want anything enough to fight for it much. I've done about all I ever imagined. Got position, made money, met interesting folks. I'd be a lot luckier if I were a hobo that hadn't done any of the things he wanted to. Oh, hang it, I don't much care. Maybe I didn't hitch my wagon to a high enough star. This one don't look very good. Rats. When I get out of this crazy New York district and meet real, simple, hearty fellows back in Zenith, yes, sure, and at my reunion, I'll get over this grouch. But what's it all about, this business of life? I'd give my left leg if I could believe what the preachers say. Immortality, serving Jehovah. But I can't. Got to face it alone. Oh, for God's sake, quit pitying yourself. You're as bad as Fran. Fran, she's never bad. Not really. Did I ever happen to remember to tell you that I adore you, Fran? 4 hours later at breakfast, He was an unsentimental captain of finance, attentive only to waffles. He stood at a gate in the Grand Central Station, watching his son lope up to the inclined cement runway from the New Haven train. "If there's anything finer than him at Oxford or in France," he gloated. "And more Fran's boy than mine, though. Got her good looks and quickness." Brent was like a young racehorse, his pale face and high thin forehead almost too bred down, too refined. But there was health and buoyancy in his humorous eyes. His shout of, "Hello, Dad! Swell to see you again. Good crossing?" "Yes, fair. Nice to see you, boy. How long can you stay?" "Have to be back in the morning. Catch the milk train." "Too bad. Here, give your bag to a redcap." "And pay a quarter? Not a chance. Not with corn whiskey costing what it does." "I wouldn't drink much of that. But I guess you know that. Where'd you like to dine tonight? Ritz or some hell-raising place?" "I'll show you a real joint with real German beer." "Fine. Sam looked shyly down at the shy boy and blurted, "Mighty proud of you for making both Bones and Phi Beta Kappa." "Oh, thanks. Gosh, you're looking fine, sir." He found that though Brent would be in New York for only 12 hours, he had brought dinner clothes. Fran's boy, all right, he reflected, and somehow he was a bit lonely. He wished that he could give this nervous youngster something more than an allowance, some strength, some stability. While they dressed, Brent recovered from his filial shyness enough to chatter about the miracles performed by Chick Budlong as a pole vaulter, about the astounding fact that after being a perfectly good egg for over 2 years, Ogden Rose had turned literary and healed the lit, about the bum body job of the new UAC revelation. He was emerging as the young elegant, slim in dinner clothes, and he belonged to a world which would resent Sam's intrusion, which desired no strength nor stability, even if Sam considered he had any to give. The German restaurant to which Brent led him was altogether imitation. Beer mugs made in Pennsylvania, beams stained to look old, colored glass windows, which, if they could have been opened, would have been found to look on nothing but a plaster wall, and beer that was most deplorably and waterily imitation. Against this soiled and tawdry background, against the soiled and insolent and rather pathetic Polish waiters, Brent was real as a knife blade and as shining. Sam had had a notion that now, 2 men together, his son and he could be intimately frank. He would talk to Brent about drinking, gambling, the value of money as a means and its worthlessness as an end, and most of all, about women. Oh, he wouldn't snoop and paw. He'd just give his own notions of a life neither puritanical nor licentious. Be awfully frank about the danger of the daughters of the street, while admitting, like a man of the world, the compulsion of sex. And if Brent should be moved to give any confidences, he would treat them casually, sympathetically. That warm, rejoicing idea had been chilled the moment he saw Brent's self-confident figure. Why, the boy might think he was in bad taste, and next to the affection of Fran and Emily, he wanted Brent's affection and respect more than that of anyone in the world. So, in parental fear, while he would have liked to expose his soul, he droned about Lord Herndon, Giussero the Aviator, the palace at Versailles. But there was one intimate thing of which he could talk. "Son, have you decided whether you'll go to Harvard Law School when you finish Yale?" "I haven't quite decided, sir." "Don't call me sir. Look here, Brent, I have a notion. If your mother and I are still abroad when you graduate, how would it be for you to come and join us for a year or so? Maybe between us we could get her to chase off to Africa and India and China and so on. Just now she's stuck on Paris. I've been finding out there's a devil of a lot to see in this world. There's no hurry about your getting down to earning money." "But you went to work early, sir." "Don't call me sir. I'm still under the age for it, I hope. And I think that maybe I got to work too early. Rather wish now I'd bummed around the world a little first. And after all these years you've been studying to go right on to your law books? Well, you see, sir, I'm not sure I'll go out for law. What are you thinking of? Medicine? Motors? No, You know my roommate, Billy Deacon. His dad is president of Deacon, Ifley & Watts, the bond house, and Billy wants me to come in with him, selling bonds. I think probably I could be making $25,000 a year in 10 years, and in the law, if I went into a really top-hole New York firm, I'd only be a clerk then. And someday I'll be in the $150,000 a year class. Brent said it with the modest confidence, the eager eyes of a young poet, announcing that he was going to write an epic. Sam spoke doubtfully. May sound like a funny thing from a man that's always captured every dollar he can lay his hands on, but, Brent, I've always wanted to build things, to leave something besides a bank balance. Afraid you wouldn't be doing that, just selling bonds. Not that I've anything against bonds, you understand. Nice, handsome engravings. But are you going to need to make money so fast? Life's a lot more expensive than when you started, Dad. Fellow has to have so many things. When I was a kid, a man with a limousine was a little tin god, but now a fellow that hasn't got a yacht simply isn't in it. If a fellow makes his pile, then he can lay off and have a hobby. See Europe and go out for public spirit and all that stuff. I believe I've got a swell chance with Bill Deacon and his bunch. Well, of course you've got to decide for yourself. But I wish you'd think it over, about really building things. Sure, I certainly will, sir. Brent was bright with compliments about Sam's knowledge of Europe. He remarked that Sam's football glories were still remembered at Yale. And Sam sighed to himself that he had lost the boy forever. End of chapter 17.